Morning. I'm going to get the meeting underway in a moment. Okay, good morning, everybody. I am going to call this meeting to order. I'm Councillor Paul Ainsley. I'm the chair of the Scarborough Community Council. The clerk has told me that we have quorum. I'm now calling meeting number 33 to order. Welcome, everybody, to the Scarborough Civic Center and what looks like is going to be a very long meeting today. So we're going to go through this as efficiently, as practically and properly as we can to get through today's agenda. So today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at the Scarborough Civic Center in the council chamber. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. For the land acknowledgement, I would like to say on behalf of myself, all of my colleagues, and all of our amazing staff, that although we may be meeting in different locations today, Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also would like to acknowledge Toronto is covered by Treaty Number 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, if you could please listen for me to call your name. We have a very long speakers list. I'm going to call speakers in the order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Scarborough Community Council page on the city's website at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. For my colleagues, the city clerk has provided all of our agenda materials at the same website, toronto.ca/council, and also on the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need to help with your electronic devices. I also want to remind everyone to please submit and have your motions approved by email to our clerk staff. Staff are available at scc@toronto.ca to help with any motions. At this point, I'm going to ask if there's any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you have an interest, if you please indicate the number and the nature of your interests. No, okay. Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting on May 28th, 2026? Moved by Councillor Thompson. All in favor? That carries. I'm now going to go through the agenda. Oh, and before I do, I'd just like to acknowledge and congratulate Councillor Thompson on the 22nd holding of the Taste of Lawrence last Friday. It was a very well attended event. It was great to watch Lawrence fill up and see all the people there, all the booths, the food truck, the activities, the amazing support from your BIA and all of the volunteers. So I'd just like to acknowledge that. Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the community, your thanks is well received, and I look forward to 2027 and the 23rd anniversary of the Taste of Lawrence. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, I am going to run through the agenda. We have over 60 items, which is new for us, novel. Usually we have 15 to 20. So our first one is SC 33.1, 1911 and 1921 Eglinton Avenue East. This is an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment application. We have speakers on that, so I'm going to hold that. Item number 2 is SC 33.2, 3310, 3312, and 3314 Kingston Road. This is a zoning bylaw amendment decision report for approval. It's time for 9:30. We have speakers. I'm going to hold that. Our next item is SC 33.3, 2180 Lawrence Avenue East. Zoning bylaw amendment application. This is a decision report for final approval in Ward 21, Scarborough Center, Counselor Thompson?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if the representative for the applicant is here. You're here. I don't know whether or not you have anyone who's here to speak either in favor or opposed
Yeah,
to
I
the
don't have any
application.
deputants.
Right, and if the applicant is fine with the recommendations, I would move approval. However, I would ask the applicant to please ensure that the grass is cut and the fence at the property needs to be maintained. That's a number one complaint that we're getting in the community. If you're prepared to do that, I'm happy to move the recommendation. If you're not, then we will do something else.
Okay, thank you, sir. Counselor
Then,
Thompson?
in that regards, Mr. Chair, I can move the application, and I wish you good luck this time. This is your third time. Thank you. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right,
Chair.
Counselor Thompson moving the recommendations, and number 3, all in favor? That carries. Number 4 is SC 33.4, 2240 Birchmount Road Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report for approval in Ward 22. I'm going to hold this. We have speakers. Our next item is SC 33.5, 251 Staines Road, formerly addressed as 311 Staines Road, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report for approval. This is in Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. We have speakers on this, so I'm going to hold it. Our next item is SC 33.6, 3030 Markham Road, Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report for final approval in Ward 23, Scarborough North. We have speakers on this, so I'm going to hold that.
Councilor Ainsley.
Councilor Memphis?
Mr. Chair, for 22.3, if there are no speakers, can I just move staff recommendations?
Sorry, for number 3,
Yes.
number 3 is in Councilor Thompson's ward. It was
Sorry,
just approved.
number 4, 2240 Birchmount Road.
Yeah, so number 4, there are speakers.
There are speakers. Okay.
Yep. There's 8 speakers, Councilor Mantis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Sorry, I'm on number 6, 7. SC 33.7, 3583 and 3585 Lawrence Avenue East, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report for final approval. We have speakers, so I'm going to hold that. SC 33.8, 4129, 4137, and 4139 Lawrence Avenue East, Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report for approval. I'm going to hold that. We have speakers. SC 39.9, 507, 511, and 513 Victoria Park Avenue, and 4, 6, 7, 11, and 14 Thora Avenue Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Decision Report for approval. This is timed for 10:30 and has speakers, so I'm going to hold that. Our next item, SC 39.10, 1020 McNichol Avenue, Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Decision Report for final approval. This is timed for 10:30 and there's also speakers, so I'm going to hold that. Our next item is SC 33.11, 1571 Sandhurst Circle, Draft Planning of Subdivision Application. This is a decision report for approval. It's time for 10:30 and it has speakers, so I will hold that. SC 33.12 is our next item, 60 Guildwood Parkway, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report for approval. And this is timed for 10:30 and also has speakers, so I will hold that. SC 33.13, 9940 Shepherd Avenue East, Draft Plan of Subdivision Application. This is a decision report for approval. It's timed for 10:30, so I will hold that. SC 33.14, Coronation Drive Employment Area Review. This city-initiated official plan amendment decision report for approval. It's time for 10:30 and it has speakers. I will hold that. Our next item is SC 33.15, 3718, and 37 Kingston Road zoning bylaw amendment. This is an appeal report, and it has speakers. I will hold that. SC 33.16 is our next item, 1891 Eglinton Avenue East, Class 4 Noise Area Classification, or MPC 300. This is a final report in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. Councillor Cannavale? There are no speakers on this one. Councillor Cannavale is moving the staff recommendations. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.17 is our next item, Assumption of Services, Registered Plan 66M-2565, 1 and 2 Meadow Glen Place, RAB Properties Limited, / Lawrence Blankenstein. I am going to move the recommendations on this item, since there are no speakers. All in favor? Carried. Our next item is SC 33.18, naming of the long-term care home at 4610 Finch Avenue East in honor of Bernice Redmond. There are 3 registered speakers on this item, and we're going to move this to the beginning of the agenda to deal with that once I'm gone through vetting the agenda. SC 33.19, changes to the Cedarbrae Markham Lawrence Business Improvement Area Board of Management in Ward 24, Scarborough Guildwood, which is my ward, and I'm going to move the recommendations. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.20, Metrolink Scarborough Subway Extension, authority to enter into agreements for a temporary retaining walls and other support structures. This is in Wards 20, Scarborough Southwest, Ward 21, Scarborough Center, Ward 23, Scarborough North, and Ward 24, Scarborough Guildwood. There are no registered speakers. Are there any holds? Can I have a mover? Councillor Myers, all in favor? That carries. Our next item is SC 33.21, 6600 Lawrence Avenue East, permanent closure of portions of the public highway. This is in Ward 25. Councillor Shan?
Can move staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Shan's moving staff recommendations in number 21. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.22 is our next item for Brooklawn Avenue. This is an application for a fence exemption, which is timed for 1:30 and has speakers, so I'm going to hold that. SC 33.23, 10 Whitecap Boulevard. This is an application for a fence exemption, which is timed for 1:30. I am going to hold that. Sorry, there are no speakers for number. Councillor Cannavale? We still have to wait till 1:30? Okay, we still have to wait till 1. Thank you, Nancy. All right, SC 33.24, 116 Presley Avenue, application for a fence exemption. This is timed for 1:30 and it has speakers. SC 33.25, 125 Presley Avenue, application for a fence exemption. This is timed for 1:30, so we will do it then. SC 33.26, 20 Chatterton Boulevard, an application for a fence exemption, which is timed for 1:30. SC 33.27, 2217 Kingston Road, an application for a fence exemption, which is timed for 1:30. So sorry, just for anybody that's here for those fence exemptions, they're not going to be heard this morning. They're going to be held this afternoon at 1:30 at the earliest. Our next item is SC 33.28, 31 McDonald Avenue, a request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. It's timed for 1:30. SC 33.29, 2 Deerbrook Trail, an application for a fence exemption, which is timed for 1:30, so I will hold that. SC 33.30, 1 Summerbridge Road, an application for a fence exemption, which is timed for 1:30. I'm holding that. 33.31, 8 Faraday Drive, an application for a fence exemption, which is timed for 1:30, so I'm holding that. SC 33.32, 21 Mantis Road, an application for a fence exemption, which is timed for 1:30, so I'm holding that. SC 33.33, 34 Roderick Road, a request for a fence exemption, which is timed for 1:30. I'm holding that. 33.34, 689 Morris Road, a request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. It's time for 1:30, so I'm holding that. SC, excuse me. SC 33.35, 26 Gilder Drive, construction staging area, time extension in Ward 21, Scarborough Center. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I can move the recommendations here.
Councillor Thompson moving the recommendations in number 35. On favor, that carries. SC 33.36, 1650 Military Trail, Phase 2, construction area in Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. Councillor Shan. Sorry,
Putting in for questions.
would you like to hold it? Okay. Councillor Shan is holding number 36. Number 37, 33.37, Lawrence Avenue East, pedestrian crossing protection, Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. Councillor Shan.
Move staff recommendation.
Councillor Shan is moving recommendations in number 37. All in favor, that carries. SC 33.38, Morris Road, operational closure at Highway 2A and Military Trail for road alteration in Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. Councillor Shan.
I think we have speakers for this one, right? Do we?
Nope.
I'll hold it. Holding.
You want to hold it? Okay. Our next item is SC 33.39, Oak Ridge Street Plan in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. Councillor Candabel. Is there a speaker now? So it does. So I will hold 39. Thank you. SC 33.40, Fitzgibbon Avenue, traffic calming, speed humps, Ward 21, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will move the recommendation with great thanks to our staff in an effort to ensure our communities and our roadways are safer for all. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Thompson's moving the recommendations in number 40. On favor, that carries. Our next item is SC 33.41, Terra View Boulevard, traffic calming, speed humps, and heavy truck prohibition in Ward 21, Scarborough Center. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chair. I will move the staff recommendation. I know that the residents in this area have been waiting for quite some time for these speed humps to be put in place. And while I don't have a date just yet, I'm gratified that the report does recommend the speed humps there for the Terra View area. And just simply want to thank the staff for their hard work in helping this situation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson moving the recommendations in number 41. All in favor, that carries. SC 33.42 is our next item. Fair Glen Avenue, traffic calming, speed humps in Ward 22, Scarborough Agent Court. Councillor Mantis.
Mr. Chair, I'm putting a motion to defer the item for I think it's the second quarter of 2027.
Okay. Any questions of the mover?
Portrait.
Sorry, Councillor Thompson has a question. Councillor Mantis?
Yes, I just before I just want to have the reason for my deferral is because I want to make sure that I have proper community consultation from the residents on the street. And for that to happen, we need more time because this is also our last our last council meeting for the term.
Okay.
Thank you. That's great, Mr. Chair. At least
Other
I know why.
questions of the mover? Seeing none, all in favor of the deferral? That carries. SC 33.43, High Castle Road and Pine Slope Crescent, traffic calming, speed humps in Ward 24. I'm going to hold that. We have speakers. SC 33.44, Painted Post Drive, traffic calming, speed humps in Ward 24, Scarborough Guildwood. I am going to move the recommendations to number 44. All in favor, that carries. SC 33.45, Rouge Drive, Rouge River Drive, traffic calming or speed humps in Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. Councillor Shan.
I'm gonna hold this one.
Councillor Shan is holding number 45. SC 33.46, Coronation Drive, speed limit reduction, Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. Councillor Shan.
I'll move staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Shan's moving the staff recommendations. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.47, Danforth Avenue, traffic safety improvements. We have speakers on this item, so I'm holding that. SC 33.48, Warden Avenue and Continental Place / private access, traffic control signals and traffic regulations in Ward 21, Scarborough Center. Councillor Thompson.
I'd like to hold that, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Thompson's holding number 48. Number 49, SC 33.49, Midland Avenue and Kilcullen Castle Gate, traffic control signals, Ward 22, Scarborough Agent Court. Councillor Mantis.
Moving staff recommendations.
Councillor Mantis is moving staff recommendations in number 49. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.50, Shepherd Avenue East at Massey Street and at a point 390 meters east of McCowan Road for traffic signals in Ward 23, Scarborough North. Councillor Myers. Councillor Myers is moving staff recommendations in number 50. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.51, Guildwood Parkway, traffic regulations in Ward 24, Scarborough Guildwood. I am going to move the recommendations in number 51. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.52, Chalea Court, parking and traffic regulations in Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. Councillor Shan.
I'll move staff recommendations.
Councillor Shan's moving staff recommendations in number 52. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.53, Warden Avenue, removal of accessible parking spaces in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. Councillor Cannavale. Councillor Cannavale is moving staff recommendations in number 53. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.54, Wood Glen Road, introduction of overnight on-street permit parking, Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. Councillor Cannavale. Councillor Cannavale is moving staff recommendations. Okay. So we're having a recorded vote on number 54. All in favor? Councillor Shan, Councillor Myers, Councillor Cannavale, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Mantis, opposed. Councillor Thompson, and that carries. SC 33.55, expansion of free-floating car share program in Ward 20. That's being held for speakers. SC 33.56, 9 to 35, Calumet Drive, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880, fire routes. This is in Ward 22, Scarborough Agent Court. Councillor Mantis.
Moving staff recommendations, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis is moving staff recommendations in number 56. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.57, 165 Tapscott Road, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes in Ward 23, Scarborough North. Councillor Myers.
Move staff recommendations, please.
Councillor Myers is moving staff recommendations in number 57. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.58, 31 Pullman Court, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes in Ward 23, Scarborough North. Councillor Myers.
Move staff recommendations, please.
Councillor Myers is moving staff recommendations in number 58. All in favor? That carries. Sorry. Yes, now we have new items. So SC 33.59, Anson Avenue area traffic calming and safety review in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. I need a motion from Councillor Cannavale to move it, add it to the agenda. Councillor Cannavale is moving this item to add it to the agenda. All in favor? That carries. No, we have to do them one at a time. Did you wish to hold this, Councillor Cannavale? Would you like to move the recommendations? Councillor Shan? Sir, no. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.60 Claremore Avenue, traffic calming or speed humps, Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. This requires a motion added to the agenda. Councillor Campbell, did you wish to hold it?
No.
Does anybody have questions of the mover? Or do you want time to read it? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? That carries. Our next item is SC 33.61 Bexhill Avenue, traffic calming in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. Councillor Campbell, motion added to the agenda. All in favor? Anybody would like to hold it? Councillor Campbell, would you like to move it? Councillor Campbell is moving it. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.62 Mayborn Avenue, traffic calming in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. Councillor Campbell, I need a motion to add it to the agenda.
I'll add it to the agenda.
Councillor Campbell is moving a motion. All in favor? That carries. Any holds on this item? Councillor Campbell, would you like to move it?
I'll move the recommendation.
All right, Councillor Campbell is moving the recommendations to number 62. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.63 Oak Ridge Drive, traffic calming in Ward 20. Councillor Campbell.
I'll add it to the agenda.
Councillor Campbell is moving a motion to add it to the agenda. All in favor? That carries. Councillor Campbell.
I'll move the recommendation.
Councillor Campbell is moving the recommendation. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.64 Pitt Avenue, traffic calming. Councillor Campbell.
I'll move to add it to the agenda.
Moving a recommendation to add it to the agenda. All in favor? That carries. Councillor Campbell.
I'll move the
Moving
recommendation.
the recommendation, number 64. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.65 Westbourne Avenue, traffic calming, Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest.
I'll move
Campbell,
the,
moving a motion to add it to the agenda. All in favor? That carries. Motion, Councillor Campbell's
I'll
moving
move
the
the
item.
recommendation.
All in favor? That carries. SC 33.68 Calisonia Avenue and Scarborough Crescent, all-way compulsory stop controls in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. Councillor Campbell's moving a motion to add it to the agenda. All in favor? That carries. Councillor Campbell
I'll
moving the
move the
motion.
recommendation.
All in favor? That carries. SC 33.67 Milne Avenue and Wolcott Avenue, all-way compulsory stop controls in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest.
I'll move it
Moved
to
by
add to the
Councillor
agenda.
Campbell. All in favor? That carries. Councillor Campbell moving the motion. All in
Move the
favor?
recommendation.
That carries. SC 33.68 Nancy Avenue and Heron Avenue, all-way compulsory stop controls. Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest.
I'll move it to the
Councillor
agenda.
Campbell's moving the motion to add it to the agenda. All in favor? That carries. Councillor Campbell, you're moving the motion.
I'll move the motion.
All in favor? That carries.
Mr. Chair?
I believe onto this list now, Nancy.
Sure, I have.
Sorry, Councillor Shan.
I do have 3 motions to add. I think you have it.
Yep, I'm getting to it. All right, so I have a motion to add to the agenda, Bathgate Drive traffic calming, which needs to be added to the agenda and then posted because it didn't meet the noon deadline yesterday. Councillor Shan, you're moving it?
Yes, moving.
Right. All in favor of adding SC 33 Bathgate Drive calming, traffic calming to the agenda? That carries. So we'll hold it until it's posted. SC 33 Danzig Street, traffic calming, same thing. Letter from Councillor Shan, it needs to be posted. All in favor of adding it to the agenda? That carries. Our next one to be added to the agenda is SC 33 Dean Park Road, traffic calming. There's a letter from Councillor Shan. All in favor of adding this to the agenda? That carries. Our next item to be added to the agenda is SC 33 Pharmacy Avenue and Stamford Square South / Rosita Crescent, traffic control signals. Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest, letter from Councillor Campbell. All in favor of adding this to the agenda? That carries. Yes. So then I have a motion that I would like to move based on the large number of deputants that we have today, that Scarborough Community Council set the following rules for this meeting, that with the exception of the statutory public hearing on items S 33.1 and SC 33.17, speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to register to speak until 10 a.m. I'm going to change that to 10:30 on July 9th, 2026, after which no further registration is allowed and the speakers list will be closed. That the length of public presentations for all items be limited to 3 minutes for all items. Questions of public speakers by members of council, including members and visiting members of Scarborough Community Council, be limited to 3 minutes with one round of questions per member, with the exception of items SC 33.1 to SC 33.14. Any questions? All in favor? And that carries. So we are back to the beginning of our agenda. Our first item is SC 33.1, 1911 and 1921 Eglinton Avenue East. Oh, sorry, my apologies. We're going to item number 18. My apologies. Naming of the long-term care home at 4610 Finch Avenue East in honor of Bernice Redmond. And it's my speakers list. Thanks. There it is. So we have 3 registered speakers. The first one is Livin Gramamalki from the Taibu Community Health Center, followed by Claudette Holloway from JCAN and Bernice Carnegie. Morning, Lieben. You have
morning.
3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Liban Gabra Mikhail from Taibu Community Health Center. I'm very
Sorry, Lieben, we just lost your sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, so I was saying I'm humbled and privileged to be speaking with you this morning regarding this very important initiative. We've been involved with the city with regard to this the building of the long-term care, and today, talking about the naming of the long-term care is also a very important. It's very important from our perspective. We always ask, I think, what's in a name, and I think a name will tell the story of what the building is about, what the services are going to be about. It's the same thing with the naming of Taibu. Taibu is an African name, a Swahili name, which means be in good health, and it's within that spirit that I'm supporting the naming of this long-term care, the name of Bernice Redmond, who is a trailblazer for us Canadians and Torontonians as well. The first in everything that she has accomplished. The first Black nurse, the first Black nurse to work in a public health setting, which is very fitting to the long-term care and the services that are going to be provided there. She's also the first Black woman to be appointed to the Victorian Order of Nurses. And so it is with that spirit that we are supporting this naming. I think it will signify the work that is being done, the service that the long-term care is going to be providing, particularly as it's also going to be focusing on serving, Black and racialized communities in a particular way. And I think the name would be fitting to the space, the services, and the people who are going to be in that space. So, as an organization working in the Scarborough North, as a community member living in the community as well, both on a personal note, but also as the leader of this organization, we highly support, and without reservation, the naming of this long-term care in the name of Bernice Redmond. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. Our next deputant is Claudette Holloway. Claudette, can you hear us?
Good morning. Yes, I can. Thank
Morning, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the Scarborough Community Council. My name is Dr. Claudette Holloway, and I'm honored to appear before you today on behalf of JCAN Health Promotion Services in my capacity as Executive Director. JCAN was founded by a group of Black nurses who shared a simple but powerful vision to give back to the community. What began as a commitment to service by a small group of health professionals has grown into an organization dedicated to improving the health and well-being of Black communities and other underserved populations across Greater Toronto. Today, JCAN serves hundreds of seniors and community members through health promotion, social connection, education, wellness programs, student mentorship, and initiatives that reduce isolation and improve quality of life. At the heart of everything we do is the belief that every person deserves to age with dignity, respect, and a genuine sense of belonging. It is from this perspective that we are proud to support the naming of this home in honor of Bernice Redmond, Canada's first Black nurse. Bernice Redmond was a trailblazer whose perseverance opened doors for future generations of Black health professionals. Naming this home in her honor is not simply about recognizing an individual, it is about acknowledging a history that too often has gone untold and ensuring that future generations understand the extraordinary contributions Black Canadians have made to our healthcare system. As an organization founded by Black nurses, this recognition holds special significance to us. We know firsthand the importance of seeing ourselves reflected in our institutions and in the stories we choose to preserve. Representation matters. It inspires young people, honors those who have come before us, and strengthens the connections between communities and the services designed to support them. We are equally supportive of the creation of a Black focused care unit. Our work with seniors has taught us that excellent care extends far beyond meeting physical needs. True person-centered care recognizes culture, identity, language, traditions, spirituality, and lived experience. These elements are not extra. They are fundamental to preserving dignity, fostering trust, reducing isolation, and creating a true sense of home. For many Black seniors, cultural responsive care means being understood without explanation. As a population becoming increasingly diverse, it is important to have representation and the evolution of care in long-term care homes. And so we are honored to support the naming of this home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Holloway. Really appreciate your comments. Next is Bernice Carnegie.
Well, hello, everybody. I am the niece of Bernice Carnegie, named after her. And I had to come. I had to come today because this is such an amazing experience and historical experience for our family and for the community. So, when my grandparents came in 1912 from Jamaica, the population was around 500 Black community in Toronto. And my mother's family came in 1913, same time. So my aunt, Bernice Carnegie, I know I didn't appreciate what she did. Sometimes you don't know until later the effect of what it means to be the first person to do something and the toll it takes on you emotionally to do that. Canada is not ready to accept Black nurses in training here. She had to go to the US to do it. And when she went to the US, segregation was full blown. So she went from walking the streets in Toronto, but couldn't go to school to become a nurse, and then had to go to the US, and she couldn't drink from the water fountains, and she couldn't go to the restrooms, and she couldn't go to restaurants. That was the toll she took. She knew she had to be the best. Her father told her, this is so important. And this is what every ethnic community speaks about when they go, you know what, you have to give a little extra to make sure it happens. And so she made it happen. She actually got 2 scholarships while she was away. 2 scholarships to go forward to make a difference. But when she came back to Canada, she had to have lawyers to actually help her to get into the field because Canada was still not ready to have a Black nurse. This was my aunt. This is the legacy that I come from. I am so proud to stand here on behalf of her. I'm named after her, Bernice Carnegie. That name really resonates with me now. It means so much to me now because I carry her story forward. So I thank you all. Thank you for giving her this honor. Councillor Jamal Myers, thank you for leading that charge.
Thank you so much, Bernice, and thank you so much for being here. Those are our deputants on this item. Questions of staff? Speakers on this item? Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to say this is a historic moment, and I'm so glad to finally get to meet you, Bernice, in person. We've been corresponding over text and over phone. This is the first time we've been able to meet face to face, and she told me the incredible story of her aunt, and it just blew my mind. Just how much adversity she had to overcome, and just her resourcefulness, her stick-to-itiveness, her determination to see her dream come through and to see you carry on that torch for the family. You're the family historian, and you did your family well today. The Redmonds, if you don't know them, the Carnegies are an incredible family. They were one of the first Black families in Toronto. So oftentimes when their family did something, they were the first Black family to do X or Y. That is their story. And just to show you how incredible this family is, Herb Carnegie, who was one of the first Black professional hockey players, is actually Bernice's brother. And Herb Carnegie, father, sorry. It's her father, Bernice, I'm talking the other Bernice. Yes, so that's Bernice's brother, but that's Herb Carnegie, that's her daughter. And Herb Carnegie actually has a community rec center on Finch named after him. So brother and sister will both have buildings named after them on Finch Avenue, which is a very fitting tribute to your family. Thank you for your contributions, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm very proud to be in this room with all members of the community and, of course, with Bernice. We have a long-standing history and tradition. We work with you, Herb, Future Aces, and the initiative getting your own ticket for Toronto Youth, and it's been very powerful in terms of contribution. But I really wanted just to set in place in community the Redmond family in Scarborough, because Freeman Redmond, who we've named a street after, Freeman Redmond Circle, which is at Warden, just north of Ashenby, north of Eglinton. The family, the house has actually been on Wayne Avenue for about almost 80 years, and the contribution that your family has made, both the Redmond and Carnegie families, to this city is absolutely enormous. And the small token of appreciation of naming this facility after your namesake and so on is a small pittance of what we are owed to you and your family as a community. Freeman Redmond, who I spent many days, many hours with, many of the young people in our community, Black young kids, brown kids, white kids, all adored him because he was a salt of the earth. He was a person who fought prejudice and racism and so on. But he taught us all kindness. He was such an amazing human being that when you met him, he left his footprint. His heart was measured in your time with him. He was all about peace and so on. And so the Carnegie family and the Redmond family and the trucking company that they owned, the first in Scarborough, and racism was alive and well as it is today. But quite frankly, what they taught us was a great lesson in humility and understanding oneself. So when people perpetrate racism towards a person of color or a Black person, it is something that we were taught not to enable it, not to allow it to dysfunction us, not to allow it to create this condition where it allows us to feel less than we are. They made a sense of strength in community and collaboration. And so the naming of this facility and the naming of Freeman Redmond Circle in my ward is to allow for those who understand the challenges and to rise above them so that we can all live in a more just society. So the naming is a recognition, but it is part of telling people we have been here for a very long time. We're not asking for permission to be here. We are part of the very fabric and survivability of this very nation, and this very province, and this very city. So, Councillor Myers, thank you very much for bringing this forward, supported wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers on this? Councillor Sham?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to start off by thanking Councillor Jamal Myers for bringing this forward. I worked with Bernice Carnegie about 20 years ago in York Region District School Board, where Future Aces program was making a huge impact in York Region many 2 decades ago. And we also named a school after Herb Carnegie at that time, public school, in 2008 when I was a trustee there. And you know, that was a proud moment for me to be able to see York Region District School Board start to reflect the contributions and the stories of Black Canadians, particularly in York Region on those days. It was a pioneering effort to make that happen, and I carry those memories today. And you look exactly the same as you were 20 years ago. So I think this is if this was not convincing enough, the three people who spoke today, including Bernice, but the other two speakers as well, are testaments of the stories that we have in our community in Scarborough. Jay Can doing fabulous work with Black nurses coming together to support particularly our aging population in Scarborough, and giving so much more even after retirement to build a community, and Taibu as an institution that is transforming how Afrocentricity could be a solution to many problems that all communities face in terms of how we look at healthcare and a holistic way of healthcare. So I think this is a fitting naming, and in fact, Scarborough needs to do more of this to reflect the diversity, stories from various communities, but also stories that tell the struggles that communities went through, particularly. And when I named a park after Viola Desmond in Malvern, you know, that was a story. People asked, what is it connected to Malvern? And I think at that time we were looking at stories that could resonate with struggles. But I think stories that are from Scarborough, from Toronto, are very special. And if we can amplify them through these naming and renaming, it is a perfect way for us to build a more cohesive, understanding society as well. So I'm very proud to support this. Thank you very much, Councillor, and all those who worked on this.
Thank you, Councillor Shan. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none, so we have the recommendations before us. Recorded vote. All in favor? It's unanimous. Do you want us by name?
All those in favor of adopting the recommendation before you, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Shan, Councillor Myers, Councillor Candeville, Councillor Ainsley, that motion, Councillor Mantis, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, our next item is SC 33.1, 1911 and 1921 Eglinton Avenue East Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application. This is a decision report for final approval in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. And I have one registered speaker, Mark Yaraton from KLM Planning Partners Incorporated. Morning, sir. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sorry about that.
That's
My name
okay.
is Mark Yarrington from KLM Planning Partners, representing the applicants here today. In the interest of time, I did have a presentation. I'm happy to get the IT staff to help me load it up. But unless members of Scarborough Council believe that there's a need for that presentation, I did provide it in advance. It's on the public record. I'm just as happy in the interest of time, as I suspect some of you are as well, to proceed directly to the item. I'd just like to thank staff for their efforts. It's never easy. There's usually some give and take in these processes, but appreciate everyone's effort and being able to get it here today with a positive staff report. Look forward to being approved. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Aronson. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Questions of staff on this side? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? I'm going to move the recommendations and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. All in favor?
All those in favor of adopting the recommendations before you in the report, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Shan, Councillor Myers, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Mantis, that item carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next item is SC 33.2, 3310, 3312, and 3314 Kingston Road Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report for final approval in Ward 20, Scarborough Southwest. I have 3 registered speakers. The first speaker is Debbie Herms. Morning, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. As you know, my name's Debbie Hermes. I live at 6 Tollgate Mews, corner of Kingston Road, Bellamy Road South. I was here a month ago to oppose a bylaw amendment, which was passed against my recommendations. So I'm here again today on another development that is, I've also would like to say that I've sent an email to Councillor Candeville, who has now just left, to bring forward a formal motion to have this proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw deferred. I'm just going to read it to you. The Scarborough Community Council defer consideration of this application until the applicant has provided an updated comprehensive microclimate, solar, and transportation impact study that accounts for the cumulative impacts of the adjacent tree canopy that's going to be removed from the Bellamy project. I've reviewed those reports and I've submitted my letter to council, and I am extremely concerned about the 2020 study for the wind study gap. Then there's the structural shadowing and canopy loss study just this year, and traffic bottlenecks, and the root systems, 2025 report from an arborist. These developments, there's 4 in the area that are happening, and they're large developments. Our little area is adjacent to the Dorothy McCarthy Trail and Scarborough Bluffs. With these large developments coming into single-family homes area, it is going to cause a lot of damage to the environment, to the community, and also to the lifestyle. Now, I understand that housing's a right. Everyone deserves to have a home. However, we cannot go at this without any thoughts to what's happening around us. 4 large developments, all the studies that have taken place are individualized. The Bellamy project didn't take into consideration the other 3 projects that are going on around us. This development, same thing. And I asked Councillor Candeval to bring forward a motion. I don't know if he's allowed to bring forward motions. And I understand, yeah, Councillor Thompson, he wrote a letter.
Please.
My apologies.
Not a problem.
If my counselor's not here, I'm imploring the other counselors to bring forward the motion that I have submitted to Candeval. And I really want this development to be deferred until the proper studies are done. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputy? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, Mel. I appreciate your being here today. You talked about the wind study gap. Can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, the wind study is concerning to me because it was in 2020 and it didn't, a lot of things change in what, 6 years? The wind study does not incorporate the 100 plus trees that are going to be removed from Bellamy Road South, which is adjacent to that other development. So that's erosion, that's wind gusts, and that is a problem for migration, not to mention transportation. My concern is we all want to get out of our cars. We want better transportation, buses, and all this kind of stuff. That's fine. But when you remove that many trees and you're developing 4 huge complexes, guess what happens? Wind.
Fair enough. Tell me, help me to understand, you talked a little bit about the environmental damages. That's a fair point, and its reference is obviously to the wind study gap and the tree removal, the root system and so on. Help me to understand what is the damage to livestock.
Okay, so environmentally speaking, we've got a very unique area. We all know about the bluffs. Dorothy McCarthy Trail kept getting washed out, right? Until the city came in and they did a beautiful trail, just wonderful. By removing those trees, I am not an environmentalist per se, but I live on the street and those trees are like 100 plus years old. We have a root system that is going to stop absorbing water. And my little townhouse complex has already had a sinkhole.
Right. So,
So I'm very concerned about water.
Got you. So, you are not here to oppose development. You're saying,
That's right.
if I'm reading you correctly, there needs to be more work done.
Yes.
And identifying the issues that you have brought forward, you're not satisfied with the answers and or not satisfied with the detailed studies that have been done.
That's right.
To help you to appreciate how this development will impact your community. That's the reason why you're here.
That's right.
Okay, and that's why you're asking for the deferral.
That's right.
Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next deputant is Marina Tandek. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Marina Taddens, and I'm the director of the Cliff Crest Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association. And I want to state clearly that our association supports responsible growth, additional housing.
Sorry, Maria, I'm having trouble hearing you. The microphone on? Yep, okay.
Yep, okay.
I'll start your clock again.
Thank you. My name is Marina Taddens. I am the director of the Cliff Crest Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association, and I want to state clearly that our association supports responsible growth, additional housing, and sensible revitalization. In fact, the site at 3310 Kingston Road has been an eyesore and an illegal dumping ground for 12 years. We want to see it cleaned up, and we want to see it revitalized. I am here today regarding the proposed 11-story build at 3310 Kingston Road. While we are discussing a single property, I urge this council to look out the window. Recognize that you are approving massive density in total planning silo. Within a tight 2-block radius, our neighborhood is facing 5 concurrent dense developments. 3310 Kingston Road, 3350 Kingston Road, 3291 Kingston Road, 26 and 29 Parkcrest, and 5 to 11 Bellamy Road South. Our community has regularly raised severe site-specific technical concerns, yet we are repeatedly told that infrastructure capacity will be figured out later. Our association has requested a cumulative study for 5 years for this environmentally sensitive area running parallel to the bluffs, but the city defers it over and over. With each passing year, more density is approved with zero proof that our local grid will hold. Furthermore, a vital planning tool continues to be waved away, the holding provision. The H does not kill housing. It simply guarantees that a building cannot hook up to city systems until staff verify that infrastructure can actually handle it. Unfortunately, we see this tool consistently ignored. Look at 3291 Kingston and 5 to 11 Bellamy, where the city handled infrastructure math behind closed doors. At 5 to 11 Bellamy, the H was removed right before the final approval. At 3291 Kingston Road, the city bypassed it entirely, shutting our association out of discussions despite being a formal legal party. When you waive holding provisions, you gamble with our basements and safety. Private, isolated developer negotiations strip the community of any ability to verify cumulative impacts on our grid. It is my understanding that the planning decision report for 3310 Kingston Road explicitly recommends a holding provision. Council must enforce this recommendation today. Do not allow it to be quietly negotiated away down the line. Enforce a mandatory holding provision. Councillors, we cannot go back, but we can ask to understand impact. If you order a cumulative impact study for these developments before shovels hit the ground, so we can understand,
Could you wrap up, please?
Yeah, I'm the last sentence. So we can understand combined stormwater, slope stability, and traffic study of all 5 nearby sites before shovels hit the ground. Show the community that these approvals are safe. Protect our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Marina. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. You spoke about the H holding concern and then the infrastructure. Can you help us to understand what it is that you believe would actually affect the city's ability to negotiate and to release the H without impact to the community, or your concern about the impact of the community if the H holding is released? removed?
Well, from my experience, when we've attended these,
I can hardly hear you. My apologies.
sorry. From my experience, when we attend these community consultations, we come forward with on the ground concerns, site specific and technical details. What's talked about during the community consultation is policy. We're seeing all of these developments being approved through policy and told that the concerns that we're talking about will be reviewed at site plan, which at that point, the community is carved out of the communication. The holding provision would give us a sense of trust and security that things will be looked at, and it gives power to the city to do that.
Fair enough. Help me to understand the infrastructure concerns that you have. I mean, staff, tech services would go through and look at the water flow, the impact on our sewer system, and so on and so forth. You're not confident that they would do that work in a judicious manner? Or are there some other local issues that you may know about that they may not know about? And that is the formulation for your concern. Help us to understand that, please.
Yeah. Well, I can give you two examples, traffic and water, because I think they're both very important. So for traffic, we just went through our Safer Kingston Road project, which was a project that was initiated by the principal of Bliss Carman School because he was concerned about traffic in its current state. Safer Kingston Road is another project that talked about many accidents happening along Kingston Road. They had all kinds of data, and they approved bike lanes. All of the developer reports that we see are looking at movements to traffic just for what that development is bringing. It's not looking at all five together. And we don't understand if Safer Kingston Road and Scarborough Village street study is saying there's concerns today without all this additional density. I believe it's going to be like 4,000 additional residents. How could they contradict each other so much? How can you have studies, independent studies from the city that are saying there's problems on our streets today, and then have a developer report say there's nothing wrong?
So, you think that there is a necessity to have a more comprehensive approach and assessment to look at the total impact, not just the micro aspect as it relates to one development, but a much more comprehensive view and look. That's what you think is necessary?
Absolutely. When for 3310, the one that we're looking at today, I went to the site to take pictures of the sign because the sign wasn't posted in a location that was easily seen. So I took pictures of the sign to give to the councillor. I parked my car on Mason Road, took the pictures, went back. To get home, I live on Windy Ridge. To get home, I drove up Mason, across the side street there, I don't know what the name of it is, and down Bellamy. And I thought, when this development goes in, that's what residents are going to do. The 11-story condo residents are going to not go along Kingston Road because Kingston Road is already congested. They're going to go through these side streets. They're going to go and connect to Eglinton through the side streets. And what is that going to do to our side streets? No one is looking at that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you, Marina. Our next deputy is Brandon Simon from the Planning Partnership. Morning, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, committee members, city staff, members of the public. I'm from the Planning Partnership. We represent the applicant in this proposal. We're the planning consultant. I'll keep my presentation brief given the very full agenda. So just for a bit of background, the current owner took ownership of the site last year and sought to quickly and collaboratively work with city staff to update the proposal to address recent city initiatives, as well as city and public comments, and bring the application to this meeting, recognizing that it's the last meeting of the year, given that it's an election year. The site is designated as a mixed-use area in the official plan and is along Kingston Road, which is designated as an avenue. The city has taken some very concerted efforts in the last couple of years to facilitate and target mid-rise development to areas along avenues like this site. OPA 778 was adopted by the city last year that reaffirmed the permission for mid-rise buildings along avenues and targeted that development to avenues in order to reduce the growth pressures on other areas of the city, like neighborhoods. So targeting growth to corridors and nodes rather than to other areas. The mid-rise guidelines were also updated in 2024, and this proposal was updated to directly reflect those new guidelines. A number of sites across the city are also pre-zoned for mid-rise development in 2024. I understand this site was excluded only because of this ongoing application, which includes an avenue segment study, which is essentially a block planning, master planning exercise for this stretch of Kingston Road, looking at what future development could look like at a comprehensive basis. So not only is this type and scale of development exactly what's planned and permitted on this site and on this corridor, a number of positive changes have been made to the proposal since it was originally submitted. It's been effectively reduced from 11 to 10 stories. The 11th floor is just a mechanical penthouse with a small amenity space. There's no residential units up there anymore. The building massing has been updated to reflect the mid-rise guidelines. Number of units reduced by 48 from 323 to 275. The proportion of 2 and 3 bedroom units has been increased from 28% to 44%. So now nearly half of the units are 2 and 3 bedroom units. The proportion of parking has been increased from 0.75 to 0.83 spaces per unit, recognizing that there's still a need for parking in this location. We can't control what happens on other development sites, but we've also made significant changes to the underground garage so that we're now preserving 20 additional trees on this site. And that was hard work with city staff and planning and urban forestry to address their initial comments and concerns. A wide range of technical studies have been prepared to support this. A holding symbol is proposed, which we fully support and look forward to working with staff to address prior to development moving forward. And there's also obviously still the site plan application, which also requires more detailed technical study as well. So we've reviewed the staff report and the recommendations and completely agree with them. I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, sir. Questions of the deputy? Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thank you so much for being here today and helping us to understand I guess you're representing a company, a developer, correct?
Correct.
Right. Yeah. So helping us understand their perspective. You mentioned that there's been consultation and work with city staff because this owner has just recently taken over this particular site. That's
Correct.
Right. Right. So help me to understand the conversation that you've had with staff. Is it just city has a policy, we are adhering to the policy, do we fit into that box, how do we go ahead?
Through the chair, it's a comprehensive assessment of what are the developments happening in the area. The traffic study has to take that into account. This area has been very heavily studied from a servicing perspective through the basement flooding program. So a number of studies that we have to directly conform and comply with. And the holding provision relates to some additional outstanding technical matters that we have to deal with. But I think everything that staff do and that we do as well, look at things comprehensively. We can't look at sites in isolation because they fit into the broader framework. Obviously, that broader framework, as I mentioned, is a focus on mid-rise development along avenues. That doesn't mean that every site is appropriate for it or that makes sense everywhere. We've looked at the context, including the existing 14-story building across the street, 12-story building down the way. We believe this is exactly what is intended by the city for these types of sites, and we're confident that the work to date has addressed things on a comprehensive basis, but more work will be done through the holding provision and the site plan application moving
Thank you
forward.
very much for that, sir. You mentioned, again, just to reiterate, the conversation with the city. Tell us now about the conversation that you've had directly with the community.
Sure. So there was an initial community consultation meeting, and through that meeting, we've worked with staff to kind of codify the list of different comments and concerns. But obviously, I don't think we'll ever get to a point where we necessarily make everyone happy, but a lot of the concerns focused on unit types. Why were there so many 1-bedroom units in the initial project? We've increased the 2 and 3 bedroom units. Parking, not enough parking. We've increased the proportion of parking. Too many units. We've reduced the number of units. Too much tree removal. We've now preserving 20 additional trees, 50% of the trees on the site, which I think is very notable for an urban site. And consideration of impacts to institutions and whatnot. And on that note, I mean we have done some looking into the TDSB and what a kind of school utilization look like, and not unique to this area, but they're forecasting utilization to decrease over the next 5 to 10 years. And as much as that might not sound like a bad thing because it may mean smaller class sizes, it is a bad thing because it's harder for TDSP to maintain those resources, and it affects their ability to attract funding through development charges and things like that. So I think the proximity of 4 schools within this immediate block north of Kingston Road, as well as other amenities, we kind of looked at all of those issues that were raised and worked kind of one by one to try to improve the proposal to address them as best we could.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We're on to questions of staff. Questions of staff on this item. Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Myers. Oh, Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, I guess the first question I had was with respect to the first deputant. She said all the studies were looking at the individual projects in isolation, and they weren't sort of looking at the area as a whole. Do staff have any comments on that?
Through the chair, I'll make a general comment. The individual studies are prepared for the application, but they all are termed by our terms of reference to look at the area as a whole. So traffic, engineering, water servicing, and community service and facilities all need to look at existing populations as expressed by the census, apply growth factors to those populations for background growth, as well as taking into account developments in the area that utilize those services. So for engineering and drainage, for example, this is in a different catchment area than some of the other developments that were named by some of the deputies, which drain more west and north. This drains more east and north. So the developments would not show up in the servicing report, even though they're generally across the street.
Okay, so it's more on a technical, for the average person, that's a technicality in that they would see developments, but for us, if the engineering was on one side of the street, depending on what it connected to, that would be a different report.
That would be true. So the basement flooding areas are even different. This sits in a different, or drains into a different basement flooding area than some of these other developments too as well.
So if we were to look at the traffic study, for example, are we looking at that in isolation to the individual developments, or are we looking at the area as a whole in terms of these developments are all centered in the same area?
Again, traffic is scoped by the terms of reference. An area is examined, and different parameters around the area related to infrastructure, intersection controls, and any initiatives that are existing or coming are examined. If there's anything in greater detail, our colleagues from transportation can add that color.
Thank you. And I guess my final question is regarding the cutting down of the trees. Obviously, the trees are going to the existing trees do a lot to absorb a lot of the runoff water. That area, from what I understand, suffers from basement flooding and erosion because it's near the bluffs. Do staff have any comments on that in terms of what the likely impact will be on by the removal of the trees?
Through the chair, this is Urban Forestry. So overall, we've worked with the applicant to increase the number of tree preservation.
Sorry, could you speak into the microphone?
Sorry, is that better? All right, through the chair, Urban Forestry, we worked with the applicant to increase the amount of tree preservation on the site since the beginning to the current iteration of the site plan, or sorry, not site plan. Through the current iteration of the plan, there is an increase of 23 permit trees that are preserved, as well as a number of non-permit size regulated trees within the site. We've also worked with, I guess, community planning also to cut out the underground parking garage to also increase tree preservation capabilities for the site as well.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions on this? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. The infrastructure concerns that have been raised, and I understand, Mr. Francesca, your explanation regarding engineering studies and flows and how pipes are connected from east to west or south, or the whole connection, and that the general public may not understand because it is very technical in nature. Those concerns are valid, though, in terms of appreciating the need to understand for the community. Would you agree?
Through the chair, yes, I'd agree, and why they're taken with such care by our staff.
Right. And so there's a real need for the community to appreciate and our staff to communicate with the community so that they would have a better sense of understanding. Would you agree?
Through the chair, that's correct. And we have been on a number of these applications actually sharing our staff comments with the Residents Association.
How many meetings have you had with the Residents Association to help them to understand the overall concern, the wind issue, wind gap, infrastructure, the transportation impact, and sort of the overall need for a more comprehensive approach in terms of not only understanding, but the projection that we provide to the public?
On this particular file, we held the standard CCM through the chair. But again, given the cluster of development files in the neighborhood, we've had many meetings with the Resident Association and staff, as well as we're undertaking a neighborhood character analysis for a separate matter. So there's constant communication. On the wind study piece, staff reviewed the wind study and do not have any concerns. It's comfortable year round, and that would not take into account the saved trees, which are not examined through the wind study, because you can't assume they're going to be there.
Help me to understand you referenced the character study analysis for the neighborhood. What are the sort of factors and the characteristics? What are the component of that study framework, if you will? What are you looking at? What are you hoping to discern, and your findings?
To the chair, community planning is working with urban design and city planning to put together the Cliff Crest urban design guidelines. Through that process, which is ongoing, and the RA, the Residents Association, is an active participant and partner through that process. We're trying to determine what the determinative characteristics are in terms of built form, landscaping, setbacks, things like that, to help define what makes that neighborhood and what is valued by the community. So those are key items that we're kind of looking at as part of the study.
That work that's being done?
That's correct.
When is it going to be completed?
There is an open house coming up on the 22nd, and we're tracking to have a final report in Q1 of next year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions on this item? Councillor Mantis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back to that wind study, for the wind study. Can trees on a different, from a different location affect the wind pattern at a location that is further down, let's say, the street?
Through the chair, potentially, but the wind studies only examine physical features and built form. They do not take into account planting or existing or to come trees, just the buildings.
So, through you, Chair, to Mr. Vendraska, the trees that were mentioned were at the Bellamy project. So, I went online. I tried to see the distance between the Bellamy project with the project here, and that we're speaking about today, and there's a distance of 650 meters. Can a tree that is 650 meters away affect a project for this current site?
Through the chair, I can't claim to have expertise to give proper advice to community council today. I would think it's too far away, but it stands to be why the tree planting is not included in wind studies in the modeling. They model the for the wind tunnel specifically, they just cut foam shapes and stick it on a piece of topography, and then they put it in the wind tunnel to measure it. They don't use trees.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mantis. Any other questions? Seeing none. I did want to ask Christian, so there's a number of projects in this area, and the residents have been sending in their concerns. One of them is around a cumulative impact study of the community. And on this intersection, there's Bliss Carmen's on the northwest corner. It's not going anywhere. but the other three corners are all changing. There's a gas station, you know, if these buildings go up, maybe the value of that property goes up, but cumulatively, is there a better way for residents to understand the impact of a collection of developments like this on their neighborhood than going to different studies? Like,
I think to through the chair, and I'm speculating, I think that the individual applications, all, as I mentioned, speak to the cumulative nature of development as well as background growth. And I think that the residents, as well as residents in other parts of the city, are doing an admirable job of keeping tabs on that. They're very sophisticated, and our conversations are at a pretty high level in which they understand how the development process works. One of the deputies spoke to holding provisions. I think that what is important is that the expertise that's brought to bear by staff is given equal opportunity, because as we're going through some of these projects, we're seeing that the impacts are not projected in the way that may be represented, so that the engineering is working, which is why the holds were not requested of the Windy Ridge Kingston Road project through the OLT process, and why they were removed prior to council on the Bellamy process. And here there's work to be done before we can have that level of comfort. But again, we take these issues with great care and would not make recommendations to council otherwise.
but should we be, I guess this is a rhetorical question, but should we be looking at a better system? Like, there's a community association in this area that's very well organized. They have the time to dive deep into reports. I have neighborhoods in my area, there's no community association. There's lots of development going on, and trying to get them to figure out, or even for myself, you know, multiple traffic studies, engineering studies.
To you, the type of cumulative impact study to address these issues, get us the answers on a corridor-wide basis, and arguably remove the burden of applicants doing that work on a study-by-study basis. And it could, in some ways, invite additional, because the work has been done, and we know, for example, there is infrastructure capacity for X number of units, and that actually might draw development a little quicker to areas, or incent development to occur. When you think about avenue studies, it then just becomes a site plan process. So there's a large conversation around community with the community through a cumulative impact study, but then the developments are implemented on a site plan by site plan basis. So folks may not even realize that development is happening because it's now as of right.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's the end of questions on this item. Speakers? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the deputies. I have a motion that I'd like to move, and the motion is to defer this matter. I'm uncomfortable with respect to decisions that we have made and its impact on the community. I'm uncomfortable in the sense that we need to afford more time for members of the community to be able to be consulted with and so on. And in as much as we may think that because our policy says we can do something and applicants come in and say, look, city, we're following your policy, I think sometimes the policy has a negative impact on the overall concern of the community. And we need to figure out how to right-side that. The term equity and equality was used, but I think largely the equity and the equality balance is actually not in favor of the community. It's actually in favor of the development and the developer and the applicants and the resources and so on. And so I think with great care and great respect, the fact that the community is coming out and saying, look, we still have some concerns. And with great respect to Mr. Francesco, I appreciate and rely on him for his expertise because he's never failed us. But I do think there's an opportunity here for more work to be done. The character analysis of the Cliffside area and the community, I'm not comfortable that we have enough information that helps us to say, let's just move this along and approve it today and say to the community, look, the rules are the rules and we're going to keep it the way it is. let's afford them an opportunity to be able to have further discussion. I didn't hear from them saying they didn't want development in their community, because if I thought that was what they're saying, I wouldn't want to go down this road, because we're going to have development. It's a question of what type of development, how does development impact the community. I was actually taken when the speaker said, look, we have challenges in terms of how people traverse the area with their cars and moving around from one street to the next street, so on. Oftentimes we don't really take that into full consideration, but we build and we say, let's just build. But then the aftermath of that is that the community is left with the residual impact, the residual effect of those things. And people get a cry in their bonnet and they say, that city government is not helping me. It just seems to be one-sided. I think we need to ensure that we have the opportunity to time with respect to this development. Let's afford the community opportunity to work with the city, work with the applicant and their representative, developers, and so on, and come to a better understanding. The question that Councillor Manchis asked about the distance of trees and winds and so on, maybe that is true, but let's ensure that they understand, and let's understand what the impact will be of this area in the bluff. It is a treasure for us, and I think we ought not to just lose the treasure by quick decisions. So let's afford the opportunity for further discussion, more time with respect to the deferral, Mr. Chair, and that's the reason why I moved.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers on this item? Sorry, Councillor Mantis, did you want to speak? No? Okay.
I'll ask for a recorded vote.
Okay. So I just want to speak, just to say, so I had the opportunity to walk through this area the other day. I sit on the Toronto Region Conservation Authority, Doris McCarthy Trail, beautiful trail. You can get some exercise all the way down to the lake and back. But one of the things that's very evident, even from when I was walking through the area on a weekday, Doris McCarthy Trail doesn't have any public parking. You park on the road. And the amount of development that's coming into this intersection, you know, and the impact on the neighborhood. And I want to thank the Community Association for the amount of work that they are able to do to dive in, to look at issues and raise concerns, because as I said earlier, not every neighborhood has the Community Association with the resources to do that. They depend on the city. And I know from the Community Association, they've been asking for years about trying to understand the cumulative impact of development on their neighborhood. And that's important for residents, and that's important for us as city councilors to understand as well. I'm not comfortable moving something like this forward without having all those answers and the community understanding the impact. Because I know last month, the project on the northeast corner of Bellamy and Kingston Road, even we asked about city communication with the local school board, because we're trying to understand the capacity at Bliss Carmen. And there's, you know, there's that lack of understanding there. And residents, you know, understanding how we talk about a walkable community and having development, and then right off the bat, you're telling people you have to send your kids out of the community by bus. They can't walk to their local school. So I would like some more answers on this, and some more answers on, in general, that's what's happening in this neighborhood. So I'll be supporting Councillor Thompson's motion. Thank you. So we have Councillor Thompson's motion before us and a recorded vote.
Recorded vote, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Shan, Councillor Myers, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Mantis. That motion carries unanimously. The item is deferred.
Okay, thank you. So that item has been deferred. Our next item is SC 33.4 2240 Birchmount Road official planning amendment and zoning bylaw amendment decision report for final approval in Ward 22 Scarborough Agent Court. And we have registered speakers. The first speaker is Judy Sand, followed by Matthew Sam. Is Judy Sand here? Morning, Ms. Sand. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Oh, it's on. Okay, good morning. My name is Judy Sen, and I'm residing at 17 Horizon Crescent, directly behind the proposed development at 2240 Birchman Road. My family has lived in this house for nearly 50 years. We choose the property because of its access to natural sunlight and the gradual and quietness of our neighborhood. I understand that growth and new housing are important, and I'm not opposed to development. However, I have serious concern about the scale and impact of the proposed 10-story building on the existing residential community. Why couldn't this be townhouses? My backyard faces east towards Birchman Road. As a result, the proposed building will sit directly between my house and the morning sun. On a sunny day at approximately 7:30 a.m., the existing 4-story building, which is across the street from 2240, will cast a shadow across the road into the parking lot. So a 10-story building would create much larger shadow impact. A significant reduction in natural sunlight in my backyards and rear living spaces, particularly during the spring and fall when we spend the most of the time outdoors. I'm also concerned about privacy. Residents on the upper floor of a 10-story building will have direct view into the backyards and rear windows of homes along Horizon Crescent. This represents a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood with noises, lighting, and with the low-rise residential areas. I respectfully ask the city and the applicant to carefully consider the impact on neighboring residents and explore ways to mitigate them. A full shadow study from 7 o'clock in the morning to 9:30, the planning rationale and justification for permitting a 10-story building adjacent to an established low-rise residential neighborhood. Detailed regarding reducing the building height, additional step back, because original is supposed to have a step back, which will give a good transition, but it's no longer like that, it's straight out. And also the current rear setback is at 40 feet. The new building is also 40 feet for the rear setting. Confirmation, also my existing backyard fence is about 8 feet and 9 inches. I would like to see the same to be replaced. However, actually, I'm speaking on behalf of my good friend who passed away 4 years ago. When this project was initiated, she went door to door, locking the doors, and she got over 50 petitions. And some of them, they have got remarks, but it's not understood. So I'm here to speak on behalf of her, and I also hope the council will honor her wishes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sam. Our next deputant is Matthew Sam. Is your husband here?
No, he had a fell. He fell, he was hospitalized, and he's at home, so sorry about it. So we are very upset about this project. Not that I do not like the project, I like new development, and the mall at the back is horrible, it needs to be replaced. But I hope you'll consider, the applicant, consider building townhouses and keep our neighborhood quiet. And also the traffic in Birchmont Street is terrible, and you're adding more building on Birchmont Street. This is unthinkable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sam. The next deputant is Dan Lovell. Morning, sir. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Is this already on? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councilors. I am a resident of Ward 22. I'm not a resident of the Agincourt Village area, but I've been recently in dialogue with the Agincourt Village Community Association. And some of the concerns that they spoke that were most important to them in the area of Shepherd is that as the community grows quite quickly with the very large proposed developments in the vicinity of the Agincourt Mall on top of this one, there's a concern with the length of time it takes for residents to use public transit to get to where they're going. There is no higher order transit than TTC buses in all of Ward 22. I know that Scarborough councillors have been pushing hard to try to get Metrolinx to bring forward a timeline for the Shepherd extension, but who knows when or if that's ever going to happen. There is the Aging Court GO station on Shepherd that's east of Kennedy. But for residents, it's very difficult if they're heading west or south to get to where they're going in a timely fashion. And the congestion on Shepherd is very high. So I'm not opposed to this development. I think we need more housing in Ward 22. The only thing I would like to bring forward is the concerns of Aging Court residents that there needs to be higher priority for buses in the area while we wait for the Shepherd extension. There are some sections of Shepherd and Kennedy that have 3 lanes. It's not, all the way along, but perhaps there could be some consideration given to that 3rd lane becoming a bus only lane in those sections, or other ideas that I'm sure city staff could develop to give buses higher priority to try to reduce the amount of time residents spend stuck on buses in gridlock trying to get to work every morning. So it's not directly in favor or opposition of this development. I'm more in favor, but just a couple of, keep in mind some possible long-term solutions for the transit issues facing residents in this entire neighborhood as it grows rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next deputy is Connor Wright with Zelenka Priama Limited. Morning, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Community Council, and all others in attendance. Thank you for joining this morning. My name is Connor Wright, planner with Zelenka Priamo in the city of Toronto. I'm joined this morning by Dan Cowling, who's the project architect with CMB Architects, as well as online by Thomas D. Pasquale, Sam D. Pasquale, and Alan Savage, who are members of the owner's development team. So we are here seeking Community Council adoption of the proposed OPA ZBAs to facilitate this mid-rise 10-story, 172-unit rental housing project at 2240 Birchmount. We have reviewed and agreed with the staff recommendation to approve these applications and like to thank staff for their hard work. We do have a presentation we can provide if council would like us to, but for the sake of efficiency, we're happy to go directly to questions if you'd so choose. So we'll take your direction, Chair and Council, on how you'd like to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next deputy is Dan Cowling from CMV Group Architects.
Mr. Chair, Dan and the remainder of our group are one deputation, so I think we can leave it at that for the next 5.
And I assume the next 3, is that it, project management?
That's
all
right,
together?
unless I can defer to them if they have anything to add, Mr. Chair, but otherwise they're part of it.
Okay. Thank you. And then our last is Mark Smethurst. Morning, sir. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Judy Sand is my neighbor. I just live a few houses down from her. So I support Judy Sand. Buildings make winds worse for nearby houses by altering the natural flow of air through 3 primary forces: downwashing, funneling, and corner vortices. Downwashing comes from upper air currents that hit the building, forcing the wind downward. Funneling comes from wind that is forced through a narrow space between closely built structures. Corner vortices come from angular corners of a building. It accelerates sharply and forms localized miniature vortices like little tornadoes on their side. When localized wind speeds increase because of these building interactions, they can cause damage to nearby houses. Wind gusts of over 45 miles an hour can damage houses. Concentrated high gusts of wind passing over a house's roof create suction effect, causing immense upward pressure that can peel off shingles from the roof of a house. Concentrated high gusts of wind pick up and blow flying debris into houses' windows, breaking the windows. Concentrated high gusts of wind can cause other damage on or about the house, such as sheds being blown down, patio overhangs being blown away, or other backyard structures being damaged. It is true that homes can be fortified against high winds, but this is done during the construction of the home. These homes were built 60 years ago when no large buildings existed in the neighborhoods. The planners and builders of 60 years ago did not anticipate concentrated high gusts of winds impacting the homes. The homeowners would then have to pay for the repairs caused by this building. Just a 5-minute walk outside of our neighborhood, these wind forces can be experienced on the south side sidewalk on Shepherd Avenue, where new buildings have recently been erected at 3421 and 3429 Shepherd Avenue East, next to the Shell gas station. Here, the specific force is downwashing, and then upon the wind hitting the ground, it becomes funneling. I have experienced these concentrated high gusts of winds. The winds will go from a low speed to a sudden, very high speed. An umbrella was blown out of my hands, and I also witnessed a young mother struggling to keep her baby carriage upright while trying to keep her toddler from being pushed down by the wind. These are brand new buildings. This shows me that little consideration is given to how buildings make winds worse for homes. A report authored by Dr. Keith Porter for the Standards Council of Canada states that many low-rise residential buildings, homes, in Canada are not built to handle extreme high winds. Extreme high winds such as the concentrated high gusts of winds from downwashing, funneling, and corner vortices generated from taller buildings will damage houses. There, not bad.
Thank you, sir. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. And that was our last deputy on this item. We're going to move on to questions of staff. Questions of staff. Councillor Mantis.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ventresca, can you please go through the report and comment of your findings plus the concerns regarding shadowing, transportation, and wind tunneling?
Through the chair, the report goes through a detailed analysis of land use, transportation planning, servicing, height density massing, wind, and servicing, etc., beginning on page 6 of the report and carrying us through to the end. The shadow study was found to meet the city's objectives in adequately limiting shadow. That was done by setbacks, massing of the building towards Birchmount and away from the neighboring residential property. There's also a setback that exceeds the mid-rise guidelines for rear yard setbacks to the neighboring properties, which are designated neighborhoods. The wind study was found to be acceptable. That's found on page 9 of the report. There's a paragraph there. Acceptable for pedestrians on a seasonal basis. So that would be in and around the site. So as you get further removed from the building, the impact would be lessened. So some of the things that were mentioned about houses in the area, there's probably 40 meters plus between the side of the building and the adjacent house.
Now, buildings that were built even 60 years ago, did they not take into consideration through the building code for storms or high wind impacts at that time?
Through the chair, I don't know if I can provide you advice to that effect. It's a little beyond my area of expertise, but the building code is strongly regulates structure to ensure that some of these matters are dealt with: snow, wind, and extreme weather.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mantis. Other questions of staff? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just want to further comment from staff. Are there studies that show that wind tunneling can damage roofs, shingles, if you increase the density, that it increases the velocity of the wind, which can then damage a home?
Through the chair, for clarification, in terms of studies that the city would review as related to an application, so that would be above what we would consider uncomfortable conditions for a pedestrian. So if it's going to blow a shingle off a house, it would likely not meet our standards for being able to walk, sit, or be in a space that's being studied.
So that would have been considered in the wind study.
Yes, that's correct. And all the grade level areas, that's considered, as well as any areas of congregation. Sometimes we look at rooftop amenity spaces and those types of things. But those are all contained to the site. So the extension of that is as you move further away from the building, that would cause the downdraft, the downwashing, or whatever, the conditions would improve as you moved away.
And then one of the deputants brought up the issue of transit. Could you please describe what transit is available in the area? I know there's no high order transit. I understand there's parking on the site, but obviously we want more people to be using transit. So what is the high order transit in the area?
Through the chair, it's surface transit network, buses. There are express buses, short walk from the site that stop at Birchmount that serve Don Mills station on the subway and Agent Court GO station on the GO lines. Metrolinx is currently doing its base case, business case analysis for higher order transit along Shepherd. Staff, as well as many residents and the local councillor, have been involved in that process. I'm not sure how close they are to recommendations on alignment or technology.
Right. So there is a study to look at extending Don Mills and Shepherd to, I think, Shepherd and McCowan is what I believe. Is there anything that you know of the city's undertaking in terms of bus rapid transit along Birchmount, in terms of rapid TO?
Through the chair, I don't believe it's in the first tranche, and I'm not sure if it's being studied separately. Most of Birchmount, as you move south from the site, becomes reverse lot residential, so there's not a lot of growth potential for ridership. And then you get to south of the rail corridor into Ward 21, employment lands could drive some ridership, particularly with the new development that's happening along Birchmount, but it'd be a while before you get to some big node of new ridership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers, Councillor Mantis.
Mr. Chair, through you, I'd like to thank the staff for all the work that they have done. I understand that when you're building new development in communities, it's a balancing act that you need to make sure that everyone is comfortable with. Now, I understand that we're not going to be able to satisfy everyone in the community when we are building these projects, but I have a full reassurance from our staff that, to the best of everyone's abilities, that they're doing everything that is properly that we can do to make sure that development is done in a proper way. So I will be moving the staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mantis. Questions of the mover? Seeing none. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none. So we have the staff recommendations moved by Councillor Mantis. All in favor? None opposed, and that carries. Our next item is SC 33.5, 251 Staines Road, formerly address 311 Staines Road, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment decision report for final approval. This is in Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. We have two registered speakers. The first one is Sarah Gregory from Bowesfield Incorporated, followed by Soria Balendra from the Tamil Community Center. Morning, Ms. Gregory. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Wonderful. Okay. My name's Sarah Gregory. I'm an associate at Bowesfields Inc. We are the planning consultant for the TCC board in support of their applications for a nonprofit community center at 251 Staines Road. I do have a presentation, but because the agenda is so packed, I'll instead speak to the item, a couple key aspects of the project very briefly, and I'm here to answer any questions. And I note that we have a member of the TCC board, Surya, here today to assist in answering those questions, as well as members of the consultant team. So we, we reviewed the staff report and are supportive of the positive recommendation from staff and want to thank them, including and in particular Rosanna Punit, for their work and collaboration on moving these applications forward. As you're aware, this is a city-owned parcel of land. It's on the east side of Staines Road and west of the Rouge Valley that was leased to the TCC board in 2021 for the purposes of this nonprofit community center to serve the Tamil community and all residents of the city. The Tamil Community Center Board foresees this as a place for children to learn, for seniors to connect, for newcomers to find help, and for neighbors of all backgrounds to gather. The applications will allow for the development of this nonprofit community center on site that will have many different programming elements. And it's important to note that the construction of the community center will be phased and that this phasing is guided by funding availability. Phase 1 will be the portion of the building that's closest to Staines Road and will contain a gym, a walking track, meeting spaces and multi-purpose rooms, a cultural library, and a dance studio, as well as outdoor recreational space. And funding for this first phase has been secured. And phase 2 is a future phase that will include an auditorium component of the community center, and funding and fundraising for that will occur in the future. We do want to flag that we have heard from the public that through consultation with them and through discussions with staff that there are concerns with the proposed transportation matters, including parking, particularly with respect to the auditorium component of the building, and we'd like to address this matter today. The TCC board are committed to being good neighbors and have studied the transportation extensively through these OPA and ZBA applications and have worked with the city to come to a solution. This has been done through the implementation of a holding provision over the auditorium phase 2 portion of the site within this implementing zoning bylaw amendment that's before you today. This means that prior to any development of the auditorium or phase 2 occurring, the TCC board must satisfy certain conditions as a part of the application to lift the holds. And that means that a study will need to be submitted that assesses transportation impacts, including parking, and makes recommendations for that parking study to be accepted by the city. And second, the TCC board must secure that parking, whether it be on-site, off-site, shared parking strategies, or others, or seek a reduction in the overall size of that auditorium. So effectively, this coupled with the future funding is going to govern the ultimate size of the auditorium. And then lastly, I just want to point out a couple other positive elements of the proposal. As I mentioned, the site is adjacent to the Rouge Valley. We have implemented a 30-meter protective buffer or vegetative protective zone from that valley, which will be a no-touch zone. There'll be no development or site alteration within it, and it will be under the city's ownership. And then lastly, we are proposing bicycle parking for both visitors to the community center and for employees of it. So again, I just want to reiterate, we support staff's recommendation to approve the application, and we want to thank you for your time today. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gregory. Questions of the deputy? Councillor Myers?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So very exciting project. Tamil Community Center is on the border of Ward 25 and Ward 23, which is my ward. So we have gotten some questions from residents, particularly how are you going to, particularly during parking?
Right.
Obviously, there's, I think, 60 parking spots available.
That's correct. So 60 parking spots. Oh, I'm sorry. I interrupted you. You can finish your question.
60 parking spots available. Do you know roughly how many parking spots will be available? I guess if people were to, if there was overflow parking on phase 2 or on other sites of the development that will not yet be developed, how much maximum parking could you accommodate?
So based on the site plan or the sort of plans that we've submitted as part of the zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment, the site as it's designed today could accommodate 114 spaces. But again, like I said, you know, we are still kind of working on those parking strategies because we have considered parking from an operational perspective. So we're aware that although there's no minimum parking rates, we need to make sure that whatever size auditorium comes as part of phase 2, we have enough parking for it. So that might be more than just what's parking on site. We might need to look for, you know, off-site parking, shared parking strategies, things like that. So that's the purpose of that holding provision. It will allow us to study that in a little bit more detail, and that will kind of guide how much capacity the auditorium could have in the future, obviously coupled with the funding as well. So, you know, how much it may cost to like build the auditorium. But again, it's the 60 parking spaces that we're providing today was based on a study by BA Group as well. They looked at proxy sites in the city of Toronto, but elsewhere. And we tried not to look at really downtown community centers. We tried to find community centers that were in similar sort of scale and transportation context. So we looked in Etobicoke, North York, Brampton, Mississauga, and those proxy sites showed that there was an average peak parking requirement of 53 parking spaces. So we've brought a bit of excess to that just based on making sure that there is sufficient parking. But the future parking will be determined through that sort of holding provision when the TCC board comes in with an application to lift it.
Thank you. Do you know if the applicant will be putting in any mitigation efforts to prevent people from parking on the streets, particularly Staines Road, because that's going to narrow the road quite significantly. We have Amazon there, we have Canada
Right.
Post, so there are trucks going in and out of that area quite often. What measures are going to be put in place to prevent that road from narrowing down to 2 lanes?
It's a good question. We haven't explored the full suite of opportunities for parking as part of phase 2, so we haven't considered exactly whether or not there would be street parking. And if that is not one of the strategies that would be proposed, then we would look to those mitigation measures at that time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Gregory. Our next deputant is Soria Balendra from the Tamil Community Center. Sorry, Surya. My apologies. Morning, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chair, members of Scarborough Community Council. So since Sarah has pointed out the key project elements, I would like to reiterate about Scarborough City Council's prior commitments and prior support towards this project. We are truly grateful for the city's ongoing support from the very beginning. In 2021, the city contributed to the project with the land lease. At $1 per year, the land's estimated value is $25 million. Last year, council has also waived the zoning bylaw amendment fee of $80,000. These actions, we strongly believe, strongly signals the city's faith in this vision, and it helps us to move this project forward. From a community perspective, up to date, we have raised $17 million dollars from the community itself, and we believe beyond the major donors, it came from 850 grassroots level of community members who has been contributing with $10,000 towards this project. This wider grassroots level of commitment clearly portrays how the Tamil Community Center project is important to the community in the Scarborough altogether. So we strongly believe your support in approving the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendments, and this will be a new home beyond the bricks and mortar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yes, very exciting indeed. Some of the feedback I've been getting from my community is that obviously if you go to Morningside Heights, there's not a lot of community infrastructure there. There's no library, there's no rec center. Obviously the Tamil Community Center will be built in partnership with land that was donated to the city. Can you please describe how non-Tamil members of the community in the Morningside Heights community will be able to access services or the facilities available there? What's the vision or what's the plan?
Thank you very much for the question. So the idea of Tamil Community Center project, although it has come from the culturally responsive community center idea, the programming feature that can be meeting room, that can be gymnasium, that can be the community, the library itself is open to the whole public. So to be honest, like there's a community center, Rouge Valley Community Center is out there, but still we believe within this radius, there's much needed community center need for the demography, and almost every programming of this community center is open to the general public. And I just want to point it out, like we have secured the provincial and federal government fund, the fund of 26.3 million, with the assurance of the programming will be open to the all demography in the area.
Thank you. So just to be clear, I also have the Chinese Cultural Center in my ward as well. Obviously, it's, you know, a lot of the funding came from the Chinese community, but if you go there on any given day, you're going to see events from indigenous groups, Caribbean groups, it's quite different, Tamil groups, it's quite diverse, community members. So is that the vision for the Tamil Community Center? While yes, it will be funded and a lot of the activities will be centered on serving the Tamil community, there will be services, facilities, programming available for the wider community as well.
Absolutely. The community consultation, the community need, for an example, it can be mental health, it can be mentoring, it can be youth development program, will be catered towards the larger community. And I just want to point out from a fundraising perspective. So for an example, like even though 90% of donors are from Tamil community, we still have 10% of contribution from the other community at the pre-construction level. So we strongly believe the community will stand together towards this community center project, and we will build together and will cater the programming for the wider community as whole.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Any other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for all your work as well.
Thank you.
Questions of staff on this item? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just to dive in a bit deeper into the agreement, I believe the agreement stipulates that 50% of the time the facilities need to be open to community use. I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but could you just expand on that and what it actually means?
Through the chair, as part of the lease arrangement with the TCC, the city and the Tamil Community Center have entered into a community access agreement that does say just that. 50% of the total available operating hours are to be made available for local groups in Morningside Heights and Melbourne neighborhoods, particular with respect to Black, Indigenous, or Caribbean groups that would be seeking space. There's a reporting expectation of the TCC to demonstrate how that space was made available and how it was booked. And they're, I think, supposed to be providing that on the first day of each quarter. So it's monitored and it's tied back to the lease because if it shows non-compliance, then it kicks in some lease terms of default. So there's a lot of accountability that's brought to bear on that 50% figure.
Right, but we don't know yet how that 50% will be allocated. For example, Mondays and Tuesdays for the like we don't know, or afternoons for the community. We don't know how that's going to be figured out yet, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. We also don't know because there isn't any final appropriation of space yet. We don't know how big the gym is going to be, how big the library or spaces within. So there'll be further iterations necessary of the agreement as additional design work and implementation of the community center happens.
Thank you. And then to get back to the traffic and the parking concerns, do staff have any idea or any sense as to how this could possibly work with a 425 person, I believe that's roughly the theater auditorium? Obviously, we only heard that 114 spots are available. Is there a plan for potentially rapid transit? Maybe making the biking infrastructure safer, because you're going to have a lot of the area has a large Tamil community just within walking distance. So how is that going to be accommodated if and when we get to phase 2?
Through the chair, that's the discussion to come. We were not able to advance the auditorium because those are questions that could not be answered at this time. There was no sense of how transit could be increased, whether satellite parking could be made available, the walk shed of the community center, and the catchment of it as well. It will likely serve areas beyond the city of Toronto, given the Tamil community and where it is through the GTA, and the size of the facility, as well as its ability to be serviced by local and regional infrastructure, is part of the conversation before that auditorium can be advanced.
Thank you. And final question, how is the community going to be involved in these phase 2 discussions in terms of what are the possibilities in order to accommodate this facility? But also, I guess there's a larger question of now we have, like I said, Canada Post, Amazon, a lot of people are renting out their basements. So you do have a lot of people parking on streets. How is the community supposed to be involved in this conversation? What are the avenues available?
Through the chair, it's a difficult question to answer because, as you know, the lifting of the holds, that process is now a fully delegated process. So the community would be made aware of any application that would be made to lift the H through the notice of intention to lift an H. That's a public process and a public notification period, and they would have the opportunity to write into staff. I would suggest, given the nature of this application and the general importance of the facility and the issues within the area, that we may have to do that level of outreach that we wouldn't otherwise do on a holding application, given its delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of staff? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Francesca, can you help me to understand who will decide on the proportionality of how the space is used and allocated to the broader use, to the broader community? Who will make that decision?
Through the chair, the 50% has been stipulated through the lease agreement as well as the community access agreement. The community access agreement also speaks to notification of the broader community and local groups that they're aware of space at the center, and if they apply for space and the space is available, that decision gets made through the joint use agreement.
So I guess what I'm getting at is there's a board, right? And is the board, the composition of the board, is it made up of other representative groups in the community, or it is just one specific group?
Through the chair, I'm not sure I can speak to the composition of the board or any organizational elements.
Right. So then I'll go back to the question that I asked earlier then. I understand the agreement, I understand all of that, but we've seen situation where in as much as we have agreement, the relationship with respect to the more broader application of applying the rules haven't worked, and there needs to be fine tuning. Is there then the necessity then for us to make the fine tuning later, or is there provision within the agreement that allows us to do that now? Because I mean, if we can't do it here, I'm happy to do it at council.
Through the chair, I'll provide some insight that I've received from our colleagues in real estate. Corporate real estate, Parks and Rec, and the TCC will need to finalize reporting expectations to that effect as part of the lease. There is language in the community access agreement referring to a corrective action plan. So it sounds like, Councillor, if there were to be any issues of non-compliance on these decisions, it seems to be more of a corrective posture than a proactive posture.
30 seconds, question about the parking, large community, lots of events, et cetera, I'm wondering, have we looked at alternative options in terms of non-regular parking space, such as elevated, hydraulic, elevated portion to maximize or to multiply the number of parking spaces? That provision, or has that been looked at as an opportunity, as an option? Because what we have here, and as much as we're going to secure and find location, I'm unfortunately not part of that school to think that the roadway is not going to be sort of just overpopulated with vehicles with respect to events.
Through the chair, prior to the auditorium, there is an opportunity potentially to use the footprint of the land where the auditorium would sit for some overflow parking for larger events with the Phase 1 community center, and we could explore that through the site plan
That's
process.
short term.
In the longer term, again, if there is an inability to, those are strategies the applicant and the board could look at to maximize parking, stackers, utilizing the auditorium is likely a sloped seating. Maybe there's opportunities to build indoor parking, but it's actually under the slope of the auditorium. There just wasn't the requisite finality to come to that recommendation at this time with this report.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions on this item? Seeing none, speakers? Councillor Shan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2017, with the support of the former mayor, we were able to move a motion. I was able to move a motion to ask the city staff to work together with the community to explore opportunities for the community to build a community center. And the catalyst for this project was City of Toronto working together with community organizations, diverse community of organizations coming together and building this project together within the Tamil community. The area was heavily underserviced, as you know. It has, at that time, I live in Morningside Heights. I live in the neighborhood where this is being built. In 2000, early 2000s, when this community was built, there was a informal promise of a community center that never materialized in the local neighborhood. And many families that had young children at that time have now become teenagers, and some of them have married and have children. So I think this community center will be a great benefit to the local community there. In fact, I represented that area in 2017, 2018, and vast majority of the community members are excited, regardless of their ethno-racial background, about a possibility of having a community space. So I'm glad this is moving forward. It's also a very strong grassroots initiative. The city provided the lease, but the community came together, advocated for other levels of government, but more importantly, raised $17 million already in a hard economic situation with over 850 families donating 10,000 each. So it is being built through a grassroots community initiative, and that is part of the success story that we can all be sharing. And in fact, when this model was being developed, there was consultations and collaborations and learning from other community centers like the Chinese Community Center, the Korean Community Center, Japanese Cultural Center, and so on. In fact, now this model is helping other communities as well. Many have now come to Tamil Community Center project to talk about how this project is moving and reaching different milestones. So as someone who moved the motion many years ago, I'm very proud to see where we are at. It is going to be definitely an asset for many diverse communities as they would have space for seniors, youth, parents. There are the opportunities of what the promise of this space could be for Northeast Scarborough is phenomenal. I understand some challenges around transportation. I think the Steeles Avenue widening and potentially, hopefully, Morningside extension, if that happens, along with some changes to the flow of traffic, and including more talk, more conversation about parking. I think we can definitely get over that hurdle and be able to see this happen for communities in a time where isolation is a major issue in our community across the diverse communities. This would be a great benefit. So I'm strongly in support. I hope we can get unanimous support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shan. Other speakers on this item? Councillor Candavel?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the stakeholders part of the project, Surya, the Bousfield staff, Councillor Shan. This has been a decade plus, or almost reaching a decade project that involves multiple interests. And as the concerns outlined from colleagues demonstrate, taking on a project that has multiple implications requires a lot of work. However, as we've seen with the Chinese Community Center, the Armenian, the Japanese, and the Miles Nadal Jewish Center, there's such opportunity when stakeholders can come together to create opportunity for everyone, given the representative demographics that are in the area. And I think it's a model that takes a lot more work, but can be replicated in different parts of our city, given mixed communities and the ability to create space. So though it's not in my ward, being obviously from the Tamil community and being connected to the project through its inception and over the development, this has been a remarkable example of how community, public, of course, private corporate sponsorship, and the city can play a role to what it took was a land that was not in use and to activate it in a way that found financial resources from atypical sources to create a community center that will indeed benefit the entirety of the community. And I think perhaps to close with a Tamil saying, Yavumure Yalavam Kelir. Forgive my pronunciation, but it translates a 2,000-year-old proverb that says, to us, all towns are one, all people are kin. So I think that underscores the objective and purpose behind this community center.
Thank you, Councillor Candavel. Other speakers on this item? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just want to add my voice to say I am supporting of this project. This will be an exciting initiative for the community and for the larger Tamil community in the GTA. I do think there are some legitimate concerns that some community members have raised about parking, about congestion, about road safety. This area is underway of very significant transformation. This was a suburb created about 2 decades ago and has now undergone quite a significant transformation with the advent of the Amazon plant, the Canada Post plant, and now this Tamil Community Center. it will add quite a strain on the local resources. And I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that when we're approving these types of developments, there are adequate provisions to make sure that the infrastructure can actually support the incoming residents or visitors. So I would, one of the things I've been really emphasizing is the need for some sort of rapid transit to Morningside Heights. I took the bus out there a couple days ago, the 133 Nielsen, and it took approximately 45 minutes. So while the report says there's ample transit, many people are unlikely to take the TTC for hours, particularly if they're coming from Markham, Durham, the West End. They're more likely to drive. So I think it's important that we do have some provisions in place to make sure that when we're having events or when the community is hosting events there, that we do have adequate provisions for parking. I also want to thank, though, and recognize the leadership of my colleague, Councillor Shan, for his almost decade plus now of leadership on this file. So it's nice that you're back to see this coming through. Thank you. This is something that is going to be very badly needed and very much appreciated by all the residents in the community. As you know, as I said, there's not a lot up there in terms of community infrastructure aside from the 3 schools. So thank you to the Tamil community stakeholders, the larger community of Brookside, Morningside Heights, and to my colleagues and the city officials who have helped make this important development happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to lend my voice and support to this worthy initiative, and certainly to thank Councillor Shan. And I was there. We voted supportive for it. In fact, Councillor Shan and I and late Mayor Tory and others, we took a trip to Sri Lanka to look at the relationship and expanding that relationship. I've had a 38-year working relationship with the community. I've seen the community that has grown from around 1988 to this point where the men who had come initially because of the war, fleeing the war, who were a bit shell-shocked having arrived in Canada. And I've seen the transformation of the community, and it has been a wonderful transformation. As it's been stated by the local councillor, Councillor Myers, regarding the questions that are being asked, these are important work and decisions that we make here. It doesn't matter what community actually, or who the group or the individuals who come in front of us. We as legislators are required to ask questions and ask tough questions and to dig into the issues to ensure that at the end of the day, the best results are actually received. And I'm actually gratified that we are asking the questions and putting forward ideas through the staff to actually help us be able to drill through the challenges, because at the end of the day, there are challenges and there will always be challenges. The question is in terms of how we respond to those particular challenges and deal with it. This has been a labor of love for the Tamil community. It's been a lot of work that's actually gone in. And as been described, there are many other models and examples in terms of, community facilities that are shared right across this great city. This will be added to the inventory of community facilities that we actually have to share more broadly, particularly when we looked at this particular place and space many years ago as rather destitute, a very underdeveloped area and so on. And now we're actually seeing life being bred into the community, the vibrancy and the change and so on and so forth. While the facility is not fully up and operational and running, we can only just sort of whet our appetite in our expectation. But in doing so, we have to ensure that those who are going to benefit from these facilities are going to do so in a way that's agreed upon in principle and agreed upon in practice. So at the end of the day, we will see the best. And I think that we ought to congratulate the community. There's been a lot of work done, a lot of, pressing the pedal to the metal to be able to arrive at where we are today. So I fully endorse and support the item that's in front of us, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none, So we have the recommendations before us, moved by Councillor Shan. All in favor?
We get a recorded vote?
Yep, recorded vote on the recommendations before us.
All those in favor? Counselor Thompson, Counselor Shan, Counselor Myers, Counselor Candida, Counselor Ainsley, Counselor Mantis. That item carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. And congratulations to everybody involved. Our next item is SC 33.6, 3030 Markham Road, zoning bylaw amendment, decision report for final approval in Ward 23. And our first registered speaker is Martin Corcofoam from Weston Consultant.
Here we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Martin Quarkapome. I'm a partner and planning consultant with Weston Consulting. I'm here on behalf of the owners of 3030 Markham Road to facilitate the development of a gas station and associated car wash. With me is the project architect, Nitin Horta and George Fernandez, who I believe are online as well. They were the consultants working with planning staff over the last several years to bring this application forward. They are here to answer any questions, should there be any on process or details of the design of the site. I am also joined by Ali Saleh and Azhar Malik, who are the applicants and landowners of the property. On the speakers list, Nitin, George, Ali, Saleh, and Azhar are all listed as speakers. They do not intend to speak, but they want to be available should there be any questions for them. But generally, we have reviewed the staff's report and the recommendations and don't have any concerns with what has been provided. We support the recommendation for approval, and we thank staff for the diligent work on bringing this forward. They've been at this since 2018, 2019. So it's been several years to this point, and they're very excited to get their zoning approval and finalize their active site plan application that's with city staff. So I appreciate that there's quite a bit of an agenda this morning and afternoon, so I'll keep my comments short and leave it at that. But I will say that I can be available for questions, as can the architects and the landowners. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Corcofoam. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Our next two deputants are Nitin Malorda of N Architecture Incorporated and Jorge Hernandez, also of N Architecture Incorporated. Nope, okay. And then I have Ali Malik and Salim Malik, Ali Malik and Salim Malik of 9319654 Canada Incorporated. Are they online?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, this is Saleh. To Martin's point, we support the staff in their recommendation, and we're just excited to move forward with this project and the process. And we appreciate the staff for the work they've done thus far in these years since 2017, 2018. And we just appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, our last deputy on this item is Azhar Malik. Is there an Azhar Malik here? Azhar Malik? Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, my name is Azhar Malik, and I own this land to open the project for the community. Actually, that's my dream. So really appreciate if you help me out to open this business. Thank you very much.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the deputy? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. We'll move on to questions of staff. Questions of staff? No questions of staff, speakers? Counselor Myers?
Happy to move the staff recommendations.
Okay, Counselor Myers is moving staff recommendations on this item. All in favor? And that carries. Our next item is SC 33.7, which is 3583 and 3585 Lawrence Avenue East Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report for final approval. And we have one registered speaker, Jane McFarland from Weston Consult. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Jane McFarland. I'm a planner and partner at Weston Consulting. I am the applicant representing the landowners of the two properties at 3583 and 3585 Lawrence Avenue East. The proposal before you today is to develop the site with two tall buildings of 35 and 34 stories. We're proposing a gross floor area of just over 61,000 square meters, and we included a significant portion of non-residential space. So what's very unique to this project, and which is going to be a great asset to the community of Scarborough if this is approved, is we're bringing in a proposed medical office facility, which would encompass 2 floors of space on the ground floor and the second floor for the medical office, as well as just under 1,000 square meters of retail space to really help animate this great intersection and this corner. And that more than doubles the existing non-residential GFA that's currently on the property. We've made significant improvements, I believe, through revisions working with city staff. We've brought the height down from what was originally proposed at 38 and 37 stories of tower height. We've also reduced the podium height from 7 and 8 stories previously to the current 6 stories. And that resulted in a reduction of over 20 meters in metric height. In terms of the built form, we also increased the tower separation and the podium separation towards Lawrence Avenue. We've increased the setbacks, we reduced the GFA, reduced the number of units, and increased our outdoor amenity space. So we've reviewed the staff recommendations in the staff report. We agree with the proposal to approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, which would enable the proposed construction of the 2 buildings on the subject site. Thank you very much, and I'm available to answer questions from committee today.
Thank you, Jane. Any questions for the deputy? I just want to say thank you, and thank you very much for the work and your client have done and recognizing the concerns of my community and moving this forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions of staff on this item? Sorry. There's one more deputy. Sorry, I have one more deputy. Fortuna Behan. Behan? Is she online? Fortuna Bahan Gautam? No? Okay. All right, so we're going to go back to questions of staff. Any questions of staff? Councillor Canterville?
Thank you, Chair. Wanted to get a sense of the planning context. This is Markham and Ellesmere, correct? And as far as I know, it's not a Markham and Lawrence. Sorry, Markham and Lawrence. It's not a PMTSA. Getting a sense, is that the context for why it's an official plan amendment, and why a tower site as opposed to an avenue would be the prescription?
So through the chair, the official plan amendment was brought about by a technicality in the planning policies, where when the OLT approved the avenue policies, they made the in effect date retroactive to a date prior to this application, which at the time was for zoning bylaw amendment only, being complete. So as you know, the avenue policies speak to a will shall mid-rise for avenues unless close to transit as an as-of-right situation. Here, the built form and land use context do speak to the potential for towers. There's a recently approved tower context at 3434 Lawrence, which is just to the west of the proposal, and buildings that exceed the height of the right-of-way elsewhere along this stretch.
Okay, understood. So the heights of 35, 30, do they correspond to the right of way? Is that the
No, they are taller than the right-of-way through the chair, which is what is necessitating the official plan amendment. So while they're appropriately cited on the site and in the general planning context fit, because the policies say development along avenues will be mid-rise unless within 500 and 800 meters of transit, higher densities or forms could be considered. That necessitates the slight change in a site and area specific policy to allow for a tower here.
Okay, because I think at least my understanding of the context would for towers would be around high order transit. I don't believe the current TDC bus service qualifies as such. Was that part of the calculation?
Through the chair, in an as-of-right condition, yes, you would need to be within higher order transit. They are not, which is why an official plan amendment is required to facilitate the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kenneville. Other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, speakers? I'm going to move the recommendations. All in favor? And that carries. All right. Our next item is SC 33.8, 4129, 4137, and 4139. Lawrence Avenue East zoning bylaw amendment decision report for final approval. Excuse me. Our first registered speaker is Michael Heftichika from Neighborhood Community Homes. It's online. Michael, can you hear us?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. My name is Michael Vijiga, and I'm one of the representatives from Neighbors Community Homes, the applicant group for this file. I'm going to be brief because I want to leave enough time for the other speakers. I think all I'll say is that we've been working on this project as an organization for 3 years now. We've taken the time to make sure that we've been thoughtful of how the application and how the proposal will impact the community and our future tenants. So through collaboration with the community and city staff, we feel that we've landed on a proposal that meets or exceeds our shared goals. So with that, I'll pass it on to, I believe, Jane. Thank you for the consideration.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Questions for the deputant? Seeing none, our next deputant is Gautam Mukherjee from the Neighbors Community Homes. Afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Chair. Hi, councilors. My name's Gautam Mukherjee. I'm the CEO of Neighbors Community Homes. Here with our planner, Jane. I just wanted to open by actually start with thanks. I'd like to thank Community Planning and Priority Development Review Stream from Development Review for their support with this application. We're honored and privileged to be here today. I'll just take a couple minutes to share a little bit about our organization, and then I'll turn it over to Jane. So as you can see in the material, excuse me, we're a nonprofit. We have 53 locations across the city where we provide an array of different types of housing, mostly affordable, small number of market. We also support tenants who have had some challenges to maintain their housing and live successfully in the community. We have a long track record of going on 50 years, and we're really excited to get this project moving forward. The support that we've received in getting the zoning bylaw is exactly what is needed to get affordable housing projects built in the current context where all orders of government want to see shovel-ready projects. And our organization has the bandwidth to, with city support, to bring this project to that state and bring 259 units to West Hill. The last thing I wanted to say, although we're all over the city, you can see we're already part of the community in West Hill, and we're looking forward to being even more so. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Jane.
Sorry, I got to jump in here first.
So we
Questions
were
of the
trying to go
deputy?
as a team. Yeah, sorry if there are questions. Or we can do it together.
Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. Much
Okay.
appreciated.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Ms. McFarland, you have the floor again.
Thank you very much. So the subject application that we're speaking about today consists of 3 properties on the south side of Lawrence Avenue. We're just west of the intersection with Kingston Road. And what we're proposing is a 13-story mid-rise building. And it's a building that is compatible with its existing and planned context. It's located on an avenue, a major street. And the building is designed so that it enables site accessibility, connectivity, and safety and a sense of home throughout the entire building. We've also incorporated a ton of green space and a very enhanced public realm, including a mid-block connection, which will eventually provide a connection from Lawrence down to Kingston Road. The proposed building in metric height is 45 meters in height, 13 stories, as I mentioned. 259 units are proposed, and that includes a range of units from studio to 3-bedroom units. However, it's also very important to understand that 77 of the units will be secured as affordable units, and the 182 additional units will be rent controlled. This will be secured through a contribution agreement with the Housing Development Office for a period of 40 years. It's a great aspect to this project. GFA, we're proposing a mixed-use building just over 18,000 square meters, and that does include 125 square meters of commercial space, which is oriented towards Lawrence Avenue to animate the public realm. We have bicycle parking and vehicle parking both at grade and 1 level below, and amenity spaces programmed throughout the ground floor, through the building and in upper floors. Those are images for the committee members and those listening to the presentation today. I wish to state before the committee that we've reviewed the staff report and the supplementary staff report, and we are in agreement with the staff recommendation to amend the zoning bylaw to enforce the regulations to provide this building to be constructed. That concludes our presentation today, and I'm available as well to answer any questions from committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McFarland. Questions of the deputy? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. I don't know if Ms. McFarland is the one to answer this or was the previous deputy, but I'm going to ask. So I always get asked these questions. You know, people see these affordable housing projects going forward and they say, how do I get on the wait list? How do I access them? What do I do? And I'm often, I don't know. So I'm wondering if one of you could, yeah, please.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, we're a bit of ways from that, sadly, with this. I wish these things could go faster. Right now, the city is working on a new process for access to these units, which we'll obviously participate in. They'll sort of maintain a registry. My understanding, they'll maintain a registry. It should respect the local communities where these buildings are located, which is really exciting for folks who are in this community. And then I believe they'll do a lottery and then send us a number of hits that we'll then go through as the operator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of the deputy? Seeing none, questions of staff on this item? Councillor Cannavale?
Just a couple to build on Councillor Myers' question. Does staff have at this point an understanding of the new process that was referred to? Sorry.
Through the chair, I have a surface level kind of understanding of it, but it's supposed to be, I think it went through planning and housing last cycle. It is a more of a one-stop approach and a portal system, as opposed to having to go to individual application standards for different developments depending on where you are in the city.
Oh, sorry, no, in reference to the how residents can qualify for an affordable housing unit? Is it, I mean, beyond lottery, what's the filter system look like?
Through the chair, I don't have any specific information on that for you today, but I can answer offline if you need.
Great. Second question. I know there was a reference to potential archaeological findings, and what is that in relation to?
Through the chair, there's a two-stage approach recommended by the archaeological consultant. At the time of writing the original report, the stage 2 information was not submitted and vetted. Since the agenda was published, that information has come in. It's been cleared by Heritage Planning, so there's a supplemental report recommending that the H not be included in the amending zoning bylaw, which is before you today.
Just for clarity, was there any findings of archaeological?
There were no findings.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cannavale. Other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers on this item? So I'm very happy to, so I guess I'm speaking. I'm very happy to move the recommendations. This building's in my ward. I want to thank the neighbors. Sorry. Neighbors Community Homes. I always want to say community neighbors, but it's Neighbors Community Homes. I want to thank, welcome to my neighborhood. Thank you for all of the work that you've been doing on this project. This project's on Lawrence Avenue, just at Kingston Road. The property that it's on, when I grew up there, was single family residential. It's gone through a long history of single family residential businesses. It's flipped back and forth. It's derelict right now. When this project was first brought to me and I looked at the mix of single apartment, 2-bedroom apartment, family apartments, the mix of affordable versus rental, I was very excited. This building is very much needed in this area of my ward. This area, the Kings Road, Galloway, Orton Park, is one of our neighborhood improvement areas. So this type of housing is very badly needed in my community. So I want to thank Neighbors Community Homes for bringing it forward, and I'm looking forward to a groundbreaking and ultimately a ribbon cutting. So thank you very much. I'm going to be moving the recommendations. All in favor? Oh, sorry, and I have an amendment to, sorry, I have an amendment to move first. All in favor of the amendment? Item is amended, all in favor, and that carries. And I believe we're at 12:30, which is, we're going to take a 1-hour break and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you very much.
But it's like over 5,000 for Coronation Drive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Mantis, can you turn your camera on, please? Councillor Mantis, if you can turn on your camera, I need quorum. Can I have Councillor Myers or Councillor Cannavale in the council chamber, please?
Hi, sorry, I'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm calling the meeting back to order. And we just have a quick technical amendment to deal with. I need to reopen the rules of the order of business to add a deputant to item number 29 that didn't understand the deadlines he had for registration and has arrived. So all in favor of reopening? Sir, amend the rules. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Amending the rules. All in favor? And thank you. Sorry. Okay, and one more quick item, SC 33.13, 9940 Shepherd Avenue East, draft plan, a subdivision application decision report for final approval. I understand that we did have a deputant and they've withdrawn their name. Anna Wienveen. Okay, Councillor Shan, did you want to move the recommendations?
This is the
Number 13?
Shepherd Avenue.
9940 Shepherd Avenue
Yeah,
East?
I'll move staff recommendation.
Okay, all in favor of the staff recommendations on number 13? Carried. All right. So our next order of business is we're at SC 33.9, 507, 511, and 513, Victoria Park Avenue, and 4, 6, 7, 11, and 14, Thora Avenue. Official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report for final approval. And we have deputants. Our first deputant is Greg Ewens with the Battery Planning and Management. Afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair. I just have a brief presentation. Thank you. So there's a lot of moving parts with this one. I thought some visuals might be helpful.
I can still see. I can still.
I've also submitted this online. It's on the agenda page if anybody's looking for a copy. Same presentation. Not sure why this isn't working. I'm happy to proceed without it unless the clerk's able to share that presentation that was submitted earlier today. You know what? That's okay. I believe everybody can see the presentation online. Okay. Oh, there's part of it. Okay, let's just.
Nice screensaver.
Tranquil.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. Let's make this the full screen then, shall we? Great. Thank you for your patience. My name is Greg Ewens with Batory Planning and Management, and I'm here today on behalf of the owners of the site, an assembly of properties around Victoria Park, Thora, and Wakehood. You can see a concept rendering of the proposal there. We approached this site with a number of very specific objectives in mind. It includes a city-owned parcel, 6 Thora, and our client had previously been involved with the city in land swap negotiations in order to expand park space in the area. And I have a map showing that. But the consolidated site is an opportunity to provide a range of new apartment housing, a significant number of family-sized 2 and 3 bedroom units, 510 new homes in total, supported by existing infrastructure, a growing community, regional and local transit services, amenities, et cetera. And revitalize this site to deliver not only new housing, but new park space, new community space, and new market daycare. Here's the site. You can see the properties highlighted there in orange on either side of Thora and Wakehood. The development site is just on the west side of Thora. The proposed park is to the east side of Thora. Site's well served by transit, parks, GO Transit, about a kilometer to the west, and a number of TTC stations, surface transit routes, etc. in the area. This is a concept rendering of the proposal. It's changed a bit, but this provides a general sense of the proposal. It's 2 buildings, 135 and 117-story tower. 45% of the units are 2 and 3 bedroom rental units. There's 104 car parking spaces and over 400 bike spaces. The proposal includes a new 641, so almost 7,000 square foot community daycare space. It includes a new almost 15,000 square meter public park and a new daycare space. There's ground floor retail facing all streets as well. Here's the site plan showing the building situated on the consolidated site with the new park just to the east. Here's the ground floor plan showing a new daycare space on the southeast there and active commercial spaces on all frontages. To describe the land exchange that's ongoing, the property at 6 Thora, you can see here, is owned by the City of Toronto. Our client owns the 2 properties on the east side of the street. We are proposing and working with the city on an exchange for 6 Thora and part of the lands to the east and conveyance of additional lands through Section 42, requirements under the Planning Act to create a large park space and facilitate a through connection to Lucy Avenue that currently doesn't exist. This is a concept rendering, again, of what new park space might look like with the new connection. This proposal responds to numerous city objectives: transit-oriented development, new housing, a new park space, new community space, new daycare space, improved connections, family-size units, active streetscapes. As I said, 45% of the units, which is a significant number in new applications, are 2 and 3 bedroom rental units. There's a 7,000 square foot approximate community space that we're working with the city on, lots of parking, new park, ground floor spaces, and it's located in an area that's well served by transit where the city explicitly intends growth. I just want to thank staff for working on this. It's been a very collaborative process. There's been a lot of meetings, and this has been coming along for a while now. I appreciate the input of the community, and some of them are here to speak. I appreciate the work of the councillor's office and of staff, particularly Tommy, Janany, Swathika, Christian, the great team of staff that's working on this and helping ensure that these important aspects of community building are secured in the recommendations, which we support, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the... Seeing none? I had one about, so my understanding in the report, the city, you're acquiring a 560 square meter vacant property that's city owned to square up your development or make it viable?
It's, yeah, so there is a, if I can just show you here, the 6 Thora site right here, it's about, 560 square meters. And we're looking, there's 2 parcels on the east side of Thora. They're both about the same size, about 715 or 716 square meters. So between the exchange of land, and this is an agreement that's still being worked on, and the recommendations of the report facilitate these conversations continuing to happen. There would be an exchange of this land for a portion of this land, and then the money required through Section 42 of the Planning Act for parkland acquisition dedication would make up the delta of that in principle. And that's, that's subject to appraisals and other work that's ongoing and is facilitated by this report.
Sorry, you're going to be using Section 42 money on 11 Thora?
Section 42 is, Section
I
42 is
didn't quite hear what you were saying about section 42.
Section 42 is the parkland. What's that, sorry? Yeah, it's part of a negotiation. So there's the stop-up enclosure of the laneway, which you see here highlighted in blue. There's the city-owned property shown in yellow, and there's the two properties proposed as parks shown in green. So the idea is that we're working with the city on the valuation of all of these different parcels to make sure that at the end of the day, what's achieved is a city park on 11 and 7 Thora, and 6 Thora will become part of the consolidated site, along with the closure of this stub portion of the laneway.
Okay. And does your company own 7 and 11 Thora now?
That's correct, yes. The client does. Our client owns 7 and 11 Thora.
Sorry?
Our client owns 7 and 11
Client owns
Thora.
them?
Yes.
Okay. And what's on them now?
You can see there's two low-rise kind of warehouse buildings on them right now. Commercial warehouse type buildings with a bunch of vehicle parking in the back. I believe it's automotive related uses.
Okay. And then the building that you're looking at constructing, is it going to have community space in it?
Yes, sir. As proposed and as secured in the staff report, there is 6,900 square feet or over 6,000 or 600 square meters of community space on the second level with direct access to the street. That's part of the proposal.
Okay. 5,900 square feet of public community space?
641 square meters.
Sorry, public community space?
Yes.
Okay.
That would be in accordance with the terms and conditions the city has for acquiring space within development. We've been working with Social Development, Finance, and Administration, Craig and his team on that matter.
Okay. And how many of the units in your building are going to be affordable?
That's an open question. And right now, the subject site is in an area that is not currently subject to inclusionary zoning. If there are funding opportunities that are available to us to make some of the units within the building affordable, our client is certainly open to exploring that with the city. Right now, the Section 37 or the CBC money, the community benefit funding from the proposal, is going to fund the community space, which was identified as one of the priorities for the community. So that 641 square meter community space is part of what the community benefit money is going to fund. So there's nothing left over in that equation for affordable housing. If there was no community space, then affordable housing would be something that could be considered in that space.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Other questions of the deputy? Councillor Thompson?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Could you put the diagram back up, please? Yeah, thank you. So you have the city piece where it says 6 on the left and 6 on the bottom quadrant. That's the city piece that's there. You're just providing direction showing what that is, correct? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, that yellow rectangle there comprises the city properties. Yes, sir.
And then I'm assuming that's the east side?
The green rectangle is on the east side.
Yeah, the east
Yes,
side.
that's correct, sir.
What's the actual land? What's a sort of acreage there vis-a-vis that's 11 and 7, and then you have 14 Thura. What's the sort of land equivalent in terms of size? What's the size of the land? How many acreage?
So, sir, the 11 and 7 Thora parcel is about 1,430 square meters, and the city-owned 6 Thora parcel is 560 square meters.
Okay, I get that. What I'm just trying to understand, when I look at the diagram, 11 and 7, those are two pieces to the east, correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. Okay, and then what I see straight ahead is 14. Is that owned by your client?
Yes, that's correct. 14 is privately owned.
All right. So then you're looking at attaching the city piece to 14, which is 6 to 14?
Yes, 6 would be included within the consolidation that includes, yes.
And then you're looking at a swap with respect to the 6 piece with, is it 11 or 7?
It is 11. That was the original discussion before the development application was
And
submitted.
then you indicated or you intimated that section 42 which is an amount given for parkland dedication and so on.
Correct.
Right, and you're saying, it wasn't clear to me what you were saying with respect to that, because I'm just wondering, is that going to be added then to the value component with respect to 6 Thorough?
And I appreciate the question. I don't want to have misspoke earlier or said anything
Sure, I just wanted
confusing.
clarification.
I just, to put it as more directly as I can, there are obligations on the development for Section 42
Right.
requirements, parkland dedication, and then there is the ongoing process regarding the land exchange and so there is a conversation happening with the city about the valuation of all the parcels involved,
Right.
and whether or not that discussion includes money from Section 42, or if that money ends up going elsewhere. That is a conversation that we're still having with the city. Usually the value of 42 is assessed later in the process.
Got you. But then the value is a benefit to the community, to the city by extension. I'm just wondering, if we set aside the Section 42, what is the community value apart from the CBC that your client is actually providing to the community in exchange for the height and density?
Certainly. The future park space at 11 and 7 Thora represents a much larger, I think more usable park space than what would otherwise be able to be delivered on 6 Thora, which is surrounded by properties. It's further south. It's surrounded by developable land. And in addition to the opportunities afforded by, a very large rectangular parcel, you also have a pedestrian connection through to Lucy Avenue, which is a dead-end street to the east. So it improves pedestrian connectivity, permeability, there's greater utility in park space. And one of the city's policies in the official plan regarding land exchanges for parks is that what comes back to the city has a greater value or utility than what is being exchanged.
That's what I was trying to understand.
Yes.
With respect to the equivalent valuation and benefits to the city and the community. You just helped me in terms of clarifying that, because it wasn't clear to me at the outset. So thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputy? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm just looking at the site and I see Dentonia Park, Taylor Massey Creek, several green spaces within walking distance to the site. What is the value to the community of adding in an additional park?
Through the chair, there is a park, the lands, I'm not sure if I have the land use designation map shown here, perhaps I don't, but part of the lands are already designated as parks. The 6 Thora site is designated as a park. And so in order, it's our understanding that the city envisions there to be park space in this particular area. And so as part of the development application, we've worked with park staff and the city to say, okay, the plan intends a park in this area. What we're suggesting is having the park on the other side of the street in a larger, more usable space that provides better overall connectivity in accordance with what the official plan generally intends in this area.
So is the value of the park intended for the new residents or the existing residents? I'm just looking at the map and I see multiple parks within walking distance. So I'm just wondering what the value is, because I was listening in on the car. There's no affordable housing. I understand there's going to be a community center added as part of the development, but it seems a lot of value or weight is being given to this park that's being part of the development. And I'm trying to understand what the value is to adding a new park when the community already seems to be surrounded by parks.
I think this is an area that's intended to experience a significant amount of intensification. It's in a PMTSA. It's just south of a subway station. It's well connected to transit. And to answer your first question, sir, the intent of the park space is to serve both the existing residents and the new residents to the building. As areas grow and change, the city is responsible for ensuring that infrastructure and other areas grow along with them to support growth in population. And I think in this case, between the number of 2 and 3 beds, the significant community space, the new park space, et cetera, I think we're trying to hit a number of those points on supportive infrastructure and other pieces to support complete communities as areas do grow.
Okay.
And the existing land of that city land, is that currently in any use? Is that a park or is that a rec center? What's that land currently being done?
There's a building there is formerly used as a lawn bowling club.
As a, sorry, lawn bowling club?
Lawn bowling, I believe. Yeah.
And is it currently in use or is it closed?
No, it is not currently in use. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of the deputy? Sorry, with my colleague's indulgence, I just wanted to ask, so 7 Thora and 11 Thora, when they're swapped with the city, is your client ripping down the 2 buildings and remediating the sites for the city? Or how's that?
My understanding of the requirements for parkland conveyance is that when lands are conveyed to the city for parks, they would have to be remediated and improved to at least a base condition before being conveyed to the city.
So your client's going to
Yes.
remediate, tear down both buildings and remediate the sites?
That's typically the requirement for conveyance of new parkland to the city.
Okay.
Yes.
And then, do you own Wakehood Street, or is that something you have to purchase from the city? Or is that a privately owned?
Well,
The laneway on the one side.
my client, there's a stop-up enclosure application at the south part of the laneway around which my client's properties abut. So there's a small portion of the lane at the south end.
That you have to purchase from the city?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Our next deputant is former city councillor Janet Davis. Welcome, former councillor Davis. Janet, welcome, former councillor Davis. And younger. She's looking younger. Every time I see her, she looks younger.
That's what retirement does.
Sorry, are you doing the presentation
So,
by
Mr.
yourself
Chair,
or multi-person?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say our group has made one common submission. There are 5 organizations in the 6th Thora Project Partners Group. They have all registered independently to speak, but we would like to consolidate for the purpose of saving time, but ask if you would give us some leniency in terms of the 3 minutes, recognizing that, okay. And so there are 2 other members that are online as well. So they weren't able to be here. So I'm not sure whether they have added comments. So what we intend to do today is to first have us introduce ourselves. I want to talk very briefly about what our organizations do. 3, a bit of a background on 6th Thora, and speak about the application, but focus on 3 aspects of the development proposal. And then I have sent recommendations, which I printed out independently to have distributed, and I'm not sure if that has happened, but I'd appreciate it. We have made a written submission. So I'm Janet Davis, a retired city councillor, but I am also vice chair of Bangladeshi Canadian Community Services, and I've been serving on the board since I retired.
Good afternoon. My name is Nasima Akhtar. I am the executive director of Bangladeshi Canadian Community Services.
Hi, my name is Janatul Islam, and I am the co-founder and the administrator of Toronto Bangla School.
Sultana Jahangir is also the executive director of the South Asian Women and Immigrant Services that serves this community. And online, we also have Rezwan Karim, who is from Access Alliance, which operates Access Point on Danforth. And as well, we have Imam Udin, who is Executive Director of Bangladeshi Employment Information Services. I don't know where they are, but they're there. So our organizations, BCS, I just want to give you a quick, or of the groups that are here, we all serve the priority neighborhood of Taylor Massey Creek and Oak Ridge. And those priority neighborhoods have very high poverty levels, immigration levels, and have been seeking organizational space for many, many years and have been serving the community for over 20 years, but all of our organizations are insecure, inadequate, and expensive space in commercial properties. And we are looking for secure space, affordable space to continue serving primarily the Bangladeshi community, because the Bangladeshi community is the second largest community in this area and constitutes, well, I won't go into all the details about the poverty levels, the housing levels, but you can see that this is a community that needs community services. The development itself, of course, is going into, as the applicant said, into a priority PMSD, transit priority neighborhood. So we know there's going to be density, and we know that there's more density to follow. But we also believe, as I know every single councillor does, that that density needs to be accompanied by community services that will support that population growth. So we want to speak to this development. It proposes to include, and we have recommendations at the end. It proposes to include 7,000 square feet of community space, and we're very pleased that that is in this proposal. It will be conveyed to the City of Toronto. It will go through a transparent process to determine who the operators are for that space. And while we believe that we have been serving this community a long time, we do believe that the process should be open, but that we should be given special consideration in that process. And we look forward to working with SDFA around learning more about that process. We are concerned, however, about the tentative wording in recommendation 4. It says it may be allocated community space. It also says that you are going to be exploring the opportunity and it's going to report back to council. I don't understand why it has to come back to council. Every other decision in this document is delegated to staff, and legal and planning staff are being given authority. So I'm hopeful that this doesn't delay the fact that we will get community space in this building. We put forward a recommendation to make it more clear that there will be community space, although we do see it's in the bylaw, the proposed bylaw. On affordable housing, very clearly, this is in an inclusionary zoning area, and there should have been affordable housing in this development. I could go on about why. I understand why and what the constraints are under the current planning regime from the provincial government. But last month, City Council approved entering into development charges reduction program with the federal and provincial governments. And there is going to be money available for affordable housing, and we want this developer to apply for the funding under that program. And there's a motion here requesting them to do that and to ask staff to strongly recommend their participation to get affordable units. We acknowledge that the community benefits money can't fund all the affordable housing and all the community development space. And on childcare, we're asking that it be a nonprofit childcare, and we're asking that it be delivered under a contract from the City of Toronto to enable subsidies for this high needs community. And I know that Sultana has a separate deputation, and I don't know whether any of my colleagues want to add anything else. And I know we're already at 5 minutes, but our combined time would have been 15, so I hope you'll be indulgent.
Sorry, Janet.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm just going to pause.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask my colleagues so this sheet, I understand number 4. I think we all understand number 4.
Yes?
Can you explain the new recommendations and why you're asking for these?
Okay. The new recommendations. So one of the things that, as I said, there was an expectation. I didn't give you the background about a motion went to council in 2022. It's attached to your report. It was a motion that was moved by Councillors Bradford and Councillor Crawford, in which it directed staff to work with BCS and their partners to acquire and renovate Six Thora, the old bocce court. So there's a sense, and we've been working on this for over 10 years, that this site, as a result of all the work we've done, should be given, we should be given preferential treatment to it. However, since that time, there is a new community space tenancy policy. So we hoped that staff would come, meet with us, and explain how the new policy works and how we go about participating in the REOI process. So recognizing that there will be a process. That's the rationale for that recommendation.
Sorry, that's for these 4.
Oh, for the rest, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, we're just trying to understand.
Well,
the rationale.
number 10, I already spoke to, which is we really want this applicant to apply for whatever funding there may be to put affordable units in this building. I mean, I put in some information about the income levels. 75% of the residents in this neighborhood earn less than $50,000. So there may be, it may meet the family, raising families policy or whatever it's called under the planning regime, the planning policy, but very few people will be able to afford the 2 and 3 bedroom apartments that are intended for families in this neighborhood. And on 11, I do really think that the communities do not understand the planning process, and they do not understand how affordable housing policies work, nor do they understand the constraints that the federal government, the provincial government has placed on the City of Toronto around inclusionary zoning. The fact that the only inclusionary zoning policy that remains is a provincial policy that has been frozen and doesn't even go into effect until July 2027. So here we are in a community that deserves and should have affordable housing, and yet the tools that will allow the city to actually build a community that supports this community aren't there. So I think it's really important that the city start to build some understanding in communities about the planning process and about how affordable housing works. And finally, the last one. On the childcare, I think I already explained. I do think we need childcare here, and they should be required. If required can't be done, I think requested would be reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll start the clock when the next deputy is ready.
We were just going to add a couple of things.
Yep, no problem.
Sultana's doing one.
Yeah, so I don't have much to talk actually. Janet actually covered everything. You know that we are all the grassroots organization working for the community for last, BCS is working for last 26 years. And always we are struggling with the space. Sometimes we use our in the city park space, but those spaces is only a very small space. We can accommodate only 30 to 40 people. And that is also for 6 months. During the summer, we don't have any space to use. And then during the summer, the community has more program, but we don't have any space to go and serve our community. So since 2022, we are very hopeful that, you know, Councillor Crawford and Councillor Bradford in the city motion, they approve this one, that working for this space together. And then that's how we, 5 organizations, all our grassroots organization, we came together to make this application strong and then get a common space which will ensure our services for the community. So I would just like to urge to this council that please help us to accelerate this process and give us special consideration to get the spaces in favor of these 5 organizations. Thank you.
So Janatul Islam, just
Mr.
one
Chair,
point.
point of order, please. Point of order.
Sorry, Councilor Thompson.
Point of order.
Yep, hold on.
Just before the speaker speak, I wonder if I could ask the previous speaker a question. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. You speak about the space. Can you tell us how much space you're looking to acquire or that you're looking that we could help you with?
Yeah, actually, when we spoke with all of our group, we are 5 group together. So we actually did some, the exercise that how much space we can actually share. So it was like at least 7,000 square feet for all of these 5 organizations.
7,000 square.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Thompson.
So just to adding with these points, so we need the community space. If you go to the community, you can see that, and we've been working last 7-8 years for this space, and we have the background, and we worked with all the city councilors, and now there's an opportunity. So we need the affordable housing as well. It's a very very important, but I would say the affordable housing should be there with all other sources we can find to check and look for to make available for the affordable housing as much as possible, but not compromising this community space. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, the chair and the committee member. We already submitted extra deputation. My name is Sultana Jahangir, Executive Director of South Asian Women and Immigrant Services. We are a community-based organization. We established 2008, and we led by and for immigrant women living in Oak Ridge and Taylor Massey. The neighborhood I mentioned are only minute away from this proposal development. Today, I am here to share residents' concern, many who are burdened by the affordability and housing crisis, alongside growing inaccessibility in the neighborhood they call home. From our assessment, the proposal lacks clear information about community benefit and accountability measures. As my colleagues and I address some of this issue, the full information is available in the written submission, which outline concern and recommendation. Our first concern in the proposal failed to respond to the community's affordable housing needs. The surrounding area and neighborhood improvement area and home to low-income family and newcomer who rely on Banglatown cultures and community support in this face of significant economic and social barriers. The proposal does not indicate the city or developer plans to ensure that these units are affordable. And just to be clear, the definition of affordable housing is at the most 30% of the income. And Janet already said this area's average income is 50%. So 50% income, 30% should has to be go for the housing, and this is the human right. We recognize the limitation set by the province, but the reality is that there is a housing crisis and community needs to be done. The city must pressure alternative approach that uphold the community's housing needs, such as using an application screening tools to identify and work with developers that recognize and commit to their responsibility to this crisis. Our second issue in the absence of clear community benefit. The proposal does not include a plan for local job creation, economic opportunity, and incentives that has to be provided to the community. The plan does not have a clear commitment to ensure the community space is accessible to community organization and group who have been supporting this community for a long time and already has an application pending. And it does not guarantee childcare space accessible to parents in the community, which is also known as a childcare desert, and where residents have been begging to work with the city to build a non-profit daycare center. Lastly, the development is proposed in a neighborhood already have been heavily impacted by ongoing and delayed construction projects. Residents continue to experience transportation delay, gridlock, and other challenges impacting their health and of seniors and family with the young children. As a part of my final comment, I want to remind the city that the city has a primary commitment to its constituents. All development are a public concern and it must reflect what the public priorities are. And the city has the capacity to use unique creative tools to make this priority a reality. We urge the city to revisit the application to include following recommendation. Ensure adequate allocation for affordable units defined by the housing advocates in the proposal and full future development. Mandate a community benefit agreement that outline local opportunity, living ways, decent work, non-profit childcare, and clear commitment to the community space. Stronger environmental assessment to understand the impact during and after construction on transportation, air quality, urban street canyons, and visibility. And stronger accountability and transparent measures to ensure projects are complete on time and parties are held responsible for delay, cancellation, displacement, local residents, and environmental impact. And thank you for giving me a time to talk.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Sorry, Councillor Myers. Councillor Myers, question?
I just want to make something clear because I'm a bit confused. Are you all supporting the development or opposed to the development?
We will support the development if the development meet the community's needs. If they are giving us some affordable space, they're giving the non-profit childcare space, they're giving the communities, community benefit support for local hiring and everything, definitely will support. And we also see there is lots of establishment in this area, but it does not meet the community needs. So we need to talk together to say that any kind of construction happening here must think about the community benefit. We are suffering for the childcare. We are suffering from the housing. We are living in a community where you can see hidden homelessness, crowded house, intergenerational house. There is not a single house built up for the affordable for the people. So poverty is a chronic problem in this community. So when the builder is build something, city should hold them accountable to make something available for the community.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear, you were supportive of the development on the condition that these recommendations are adopted?
Yes, the recommendation that South Asian Women's Rights Organization already sent. All recommendation, if they accepted it, we are going to be accept this establishment. Thank you.
I wonder if I could answer your question as well. Okay. Of course, we would like to support fully a development that includes the three issues that we spoke of. However, we understand there are constraints under the current planning regime around affordable housing. The city does not specifically have an inclusionary zoning policy any longer. The provincial inclusionary zoning policy is not in effect until 2027. So the levers that the city has to impose affordable housing here is limited, and we understand that. So, it's hard not to accept. It's hard to say you're opposed or in favor of something that's not fully inclusive of affordable housing. What we're saying is this developer should be either, I don't know how you require them, you ask them to go after to make a commitment. If they should be making a commitment today that they're going to go after funding and apply under the, it's a long name, but it's the development charges. It's in my recommendations. Under recommendation 10, in participation in the call for applications under phase 2 of the purpose-built rental homes incentive stream and rental housing supply program. They should be going after whatever money they can find to put affordable housing here. And that doesn't compromise providing community space too. because we're trying to build complete communities that have the kind of amenities that will support this kind of intensification and growth. Look across the street at Shoppers World. That is going to fall like Maine and Danforth did, one after another, big buildings. And we've got to make sure that we, in fact, change this provincial government so that the city of Toronto gets back the powers that it had. I know that's not within your powers either. I would have made that recommendation 12.
I just want to add one thing. No, listen. I just want to add one thing only, please. The things is in here that if someone say community really do not understand what the policy, a policy should has to be support the people. So if the policy is not working, build the policy. If you cannot get the fund from policy, let's go together. But don't let us say that, okay, the policy is not going to be, allowed to build more, the city cannot build more social house because the province is stopping something. Let's work together. Our community need more space. Definitely, our organization need more space. If someone can visit our organization, they see how we are working. We are working like a fish market, but still, like community also need the space. So please consider this.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, Janet. You're at 12 minutes.
We'll give you back 3.
Sorry, Councillor Shan has a
We're
question.
going to give you back 3.
Councillor Shan, did you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question just on the 6th project group that you talked about. You said 7 organizations or
5.
5 organizations? Which are the can you name the 5 organizations? I know
Yes.
a couple of representatives.
Nasima and I'm on the board of BCS. Nasima is the executive director. So BCS, BIES, which is Bangladeshi Information and Employment Services, Toronto Bangla School, SAWIS now, and Access Alliance. So Access Alliance, as you know, runs Access Point on Danforth, which is a community hub, or a community health center. It also is in space that is private space, that is tenuous and is beyond capacity in terms of its uses. And they're looking for additional space too. So we're looking at the potential of operating a hub that would be in a kind of an integrated form that would allow us to share space and have some exclusive space for offices, because right now we don't have that. So we'll have to work through the model.
Yeah. So out of the 5 organizations, 4 are grassroots, ethnoculturally run organization. Access Alliance is a great organization. I've worked with them as well. But I wanted to know whether how you envision this group working, because they are a large organization, a United Way member, or if they have membership now, but Access Alliance and the role of Access Alliance in this partnership. Can you explain what their role would be?
Well,
are they going to be the dominant host of the thing, or?
So if you look at the community space tenancy policy, which is new since I was at council, it sets out a number of models for what a hub might be: a hub, shared space, one organization that manages the building, the others are tenants or subtenants. So we're going to work through what that model might look like, and presumably when we we will have a model confirmed when we know their space and when the REOI process call goes out.
But the broader vision, I guess, is equitable leadership in decision making from grassroots.
Yes, I think it would have to have a board, advisory committee for decision making and governance, and we would work with the city on some looking at other models that have worked in other areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Janet. That's the end of the deputants?
Yes.
All right.
C'est fini.
So sorry, I just want to make on my list. So Nasima Akhtar. Yep. Janatul Islam. Uden?
Who are in,
He is online somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
And
so
Rejwan.
He's online.
And Rejwan.
Sultana spoke. Debbie Warlow.
No, she's not in our group.
She's not here?
She's not in our group.
Oh, not in your group?
Oh, there's Imam.
Yeah.
Okay, and sorry, then I have Todd Blank and John Krakovic, but they're not
No.
in your, okay.
Rejwan is.
So we're on Imam Uden.
Yes.
Imam, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm
You have
hearing
3
you.
minutes whenever you're ready.
And, yeah, I'm ready. So no, thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone. My apologies. I was unable to attend. So as Jenny, I agree. All of our partners, all of our organizations are like charitable organization funded by the like federal government, provincial government, and also some kind of city government as well. And we serve more than 10,000 minimum clients, all the organizations. Like I think Access Alliance is more than that. So we don't need the community space. Basically, we are struggling a lot. So this is our request to ensure the community space. And that's all from me. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell something.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you. Next on the list is Debbie Warlow.
Mr. Chair. Rejwan Karim is part of our group, and I don't know if he's online.
Sorry?
No? Rejwan Karim from Access Alliance. He's down below the.
So sorry, I have Debbie Warlow next.
Okay.
Debbie Warlow? Debbie Warlow online? Calling Debbie Warlow twice, 3 times. Nope. Next I have Rejwan Karim from Access Alliance. Rejwan Karim, Access Alliance. Nope. Okay, so next I have Todd Blanc. Todd Blanc. Todd Blanc online. Okay. Todd Blanc, can you hear me? Todd Blanc.
I'm here. How do I camera on?
Hi, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Can you folks hear me right now? Sorry, is my audio working?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Brilliant, thank you. Okay, hi folks. So I'll be right to it. I have a few things to say here. One is the fact that I'm a resident of Thora Avenue, and I have 3 pieces I want to speak about. One is actually also related to SC 3339, which is Oak Ridge Streets Plan, which I'll speak to in a minute, and why that's relevant to this particular item, which might not be relevant for people that are familiar or not. Okay, so first piece is the fact that the development was actually going to rely on Wakehood Avenue for vehicle access during construction, as well as once residents move in. And the Oak Ridge Streets Plan, which is going to be talked about later on today, is actually going to limit the way that vehicles can move through Wakehood, particularly turning left from Wakehood Avenue south onto Victoria Park. From a concern standpoint, as a resident of the street, there's some concerns about how it may influence the routes of construction vehicles as they depart the site. And without clear expectations around what routes will be, there's concern that there'll be increased construction traffic on Thora Avenue, which is a residential street. So my first set of questions are, accounting for the Oak Ridge Streets Plan, what construction routes will be permitted for the vehicles accessing the site? And then secondly, how will the city prevent unnecessary construction traffic being diverted onto Thora Avenue? A second item I want to talk to, which kind of builds off of this, is about construction access and enforcement. Those that are familiar with the site know that just south of this location is currently a storage facility at 2 Thora Avenue. Over the last few years, our street's been navigating and experiencing a whole set of different challenges, including heavy trucks and machinery operating on Thora at all hours of the day and of the week, damaged overhead internet infrastructure impacting residents like myself who work from home, cleanliness and drainage issues from debris leading to street flooding on the street and our like water mains, Some traffic safety concerns, including reverse traffic, reversing into oncoming traffic for big heavy vehicles, as well as disregard for our stop sign at a really bizarre and fast and unsafe corner of Thora and Wakehood. And lastly, significant challenges with reporting, enforcement, and follow-up, with the burden of responsibility being on residents to do the reporting. So the concerns here is that this is going to continue to be a bigger problem as a much larger development gets happening on our street. And we recognize that a construction management plan is not required at this moment, but will only be effective as it comes forth if there's reliable mechanisms for us to monitor and enforce compliance moving forward. So my questions for this item now are, can we receive a commitment that Wakewood Avenue will be the primary construction access route? And how will compliance for this be monitored, and who's responsible? Lastly is timeline and resident certainty. As mentioned earlier, residents have been experiencing years of construction nearby, and this is going to be much more time as we move forward. And so the context of that also involves that we're not just having one small project or one project you were talking about, rather in a swath of others. There's one on Danforth that's happening right now, just east of Victoria Park. The one we're talking about here, I mentioned just the storage facility, and lastly, the one south of the train tracks for Birchley Park, or what was actually going to be Birchley Park. I mention this because that's become a stagnant project that has now stopped and is more or less a pit of dirt for the last 5 years or so. So the concerns we have here are, without a clear timeline on development, residents can't really make plans for themselves moving forward. I have a young family. I want to figure out what my life's going to look like on this street over the next couple of years. So what will what will this disruption look like over time? And when can the neighborhood expect transition into a more completed state, with this ideal state with parks and land transfers and all these good things? Other things I want to also inquire about is if the project falls through, delays, cancellations, people experience that, or that are on the street mostly. And so what accountabilities do we have with that? And so my questions to close out my time here are, if all items here pass at SCC and City Council, what is the anticipated construction start date? What is the expected duration of construction? How will residents be kept regularly informed? And perhaps most importantly, is if construction is delayed or does not proceed, what measures are available for the city to address prolonged inactive or stalled construction sites? This, along with the concerns around
Sorry, I
having
need you to
traffic
wrap up.
flow. Yep, no problem at all. And now I'll end on that. Thanks for my time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputy? Seeing none. Next, our final deputy is John Vidkovic.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, sir, about your surname. My apologies.
Well, I was going to coach you on it. That's fine. So my name is John Kikovic. I'm a lifelong resident of this area. I live 750 meters as the crow flies south east of this proposed development. I've lived in this area my entire life. So a lot of the prior deputants have said a lot of the things that that I was going to say. So I want to echo the issues raised by Janet, the concerns and the statements that Janet Davis and Sultana raised. I am actually in quite uniform solidarity with their points. I have a bit of a background. I'm going to try to be quick. So that whole block south of that, the 6th Thora specific parcel, there's train tracks and then a bunch of developments. Birchley Park is one of them. The Conservatory Group has development proposals or approvals, sorry, back from the 70s and 80s. It's never been developed, and that property is now for sale. So basically it's a corner or a block of the city that's filled with, I mean, I don't want to use the word urban blight, but it's just a blighted parcel of the city right now. 6th Thora specifically is currently a Parks and Rec facility. It's closed. It was the Oak Ridge Bocce Club, and it was the Oak Ridge Bocce Club for 30 years. Now, just that Birchley Park development was a golf driving range that was on city-owned property, but it was a private service provider. That was still a recreational service provided to the community. And this community, along with pieces of land that were then used for transitional housing, which I support fully, on St. Dunstan Avenue and Macy Avenue, it bookends those two streets. We're losing parkland. We're losing recreation space. This property being lost to development without concrete, absolutely concrete commitments to future below market rent space for the City of Toronto residents is what my concern is with with this development. We're giving away, my line of the day is, we're giving away $5 for one. And anybody in this room would buy that $5 bill off me for $1. And what I'm asking is that what we get out of today is the commitment. If we can't get the commitment, I can't support the proposal as it sits, because we have no certainty. And there have been too many times where we haven't received the community benefits that we've been promised. Big promises by developers, including today, the daycare portion I heard was at market rates, is what I heard. That's not what we need. What we need is below market rate. Sultana said it perfectly. This community is in need. It's one of the original Scarborough priority neighborhoods. It's a community in need. And it would behoove us all to take care of that community. Losing Sixtora as a recreation space or community space, not ideal. There's too many community organizations in that area, including other, like I'm gonna use West Scarborough Boys and Girls Club, that all need space. I'm gonna use City of Toronto. We have a need for employment lands. Frontline services need to deliver. I know I'm over my 3 minutes, but I urge you to defer this or strengthen the language, because right now we're not gonna get the benefit that I think we deserve.
Okay. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
That was the last deputy on this, so now we're on questions of staff. Questions of staff. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to staff, in a usual situation where we would have limited powers because of the provincial legislations, I understand, but here in this situation, there's the City of Toronto land that is part of the negotiation, which gives us additional layers of ability to confirm some of these things: not-for-profit childcare, affordable housing, community space. All of those in totality might be harder, but at least is there been any formal commitment? I see the commitment to the community space in there, though it doesn't say how or who it would be involved in. But I'm just asking if the staff are confident that we followed to the maximum possible point the kind of leverage we have with this land, which is a Parks and Rec land.
Through the chair, as a general comment, this is being stage gated in a way to maintain that leverage. So even if community council today and city council at the end of the month were to approve the zoning bylaw amendment, the bills would be withheld until those additional conversations around the real estate transaction and the valuation that could lead to the park and other things, and also fund additional community affordability in the CST space are concluded. So there will be no enactment of the zoning. The applicant would not be able to proceed towards development until those conversations happen and the real estate transaction is fully vetted.
As a follow-up, that would be a delegated role to the staff, or would that be something coming back?
Through the chair, it would be delegated. However, given the nature of the CST space and the CST program, there would be opportunities through the request for information program and other meetings that would be committed to make sure that it all works.
In terms of the history with this land and the Torah project partners, or the 5 organization mentioned, how long has the city been engaging with them about this particular land? And I don't know if this is a question to social development, who might not be here, but just asking if it predates this negotiation of a land transfer, and when did, or potential negotiation of a land transfer or land swap?
Through the chair, there's been engagement on the 6th floor property, I've been advised, for approximately 3 years, and the motion from former Councillor Crawford and Councillor Bradford came in 2022, in July of 2022. So that would be 4 years now.
Okay. And this, so it predates the conversation about a land swap with the developer.
Through the chair, I would suggest it predates the conversation around a land swap. It predates the conversation around a development opportunity for the lands that surround the Sixth Thoros site.
So it's correct to assume, my last thing, correct to assume that that particular conversation was happening ahead and it's continuing today.
Through the chair, yes, as an adaptive reuse of the building, which is in significant disrepair. So the ability of the building to be used and occupied right now is not an option. And the motion specifically directed to explore the feasibility of adaptively reusing, renovating, making the building safe for use and for occupancy. Again, prior to my involvement in the file, it's my understanding that the councillors who moved the motion were briefed that a swapping of lands or finding a different space than the building was probably the more cost-effective outcome. The proposal in front of you kind of makes it a both and. So the existing asset, which is not in a suitable usable condition, would be upgraded to a new purpose-built asset with an elevator to grade and potentially parking, as well as recreation opportunities in the form of a new park. And the Section 42 monies could pursue additional lands in the community with an off-site parkland dedication, which is in the recommendations before you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shan. Other questions of staff? Councillor Myers?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I'm just reviewing the report. I don't see anything in there about a holding provision.
Through the chair, it's not a holding provision in the zoning. We're requesting that council not enact the zoning, which is not giving the permission at all. In a holding situation under Section 36 of the Planning Act, the permissions are granted subject to a condition of an H, which is an application and can be applied for and appealed. In this case, we're looking for the ability to advance the zoning and official plan amendment, but not actually enacting it into law until the conditions referenced in the recommendation. I believe it's recommendation 9 or 10 are met.
I only see anything in here about withholding enactment is with respect to wind tunnel studies. So I don't see, maybe I'm missing it?
Yes, through the chair, it carries on to the next page where it speaks to the owner applicant has entered into a land exchange agreement to acquire the lands, and there's 3 more on the next page.
Okay, I understand. So given what the community is asking for, is there a reason that since the city has more leverage than it does in traditional development applications here because it's city land that we're talking about, is there a reason why we couldn't enact some version of the recommendations put forward by the deputants? Is there anything preventing us? Because I know when it's a traditional development application, we're confined by OLT concerns and major transit area concerns, but here those are less. There is some leverage on the city side.
Through the chair, there is a level of leverage in that the city owns Sixth Thora. It would take about $1 million to bring that to a state of good repair that could be usable again, and the leverage instead is being advanced to use the value of the lands once rezoned to secure a purpose-built space built by the developer when the development happens.
Just to clarify, sorry to cut it off. The city doesn't have to give this land over, though.
Through the chair, yes, the city can retain the asset, and
if that happened, the development wouldn't go through.
If that happened, the development in its current form wouldn't go through. There is an opportunity. The applicant's client still owns lands in the area and could pursue individual development applications on the 7 and 11 Flora property, which is a park, and the other remnant parcels of the lands.
Okay, and sorry I cut you off. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. What would happen as a plan B for the developer? You've got on the west side that's adjacent to Sixth Thora, and you've got the east side, which is you have 2 plots there. What would happen if they structured something with cantilevering over and connecting the properties as such? Is that a possibility?
Through the chair, are you suggesting over the Sixth Thora lands?
Well, no. There's a piece on the north, right? And then the Sixth Thora is on the south. I'm just simply saying, I don't know but creative architectural design can be done in such a way. I'm just assuming if the developer decided, well, city, we don't need your land because this is so challenging for us. I'm just wondering, is there a possibility that we could see a development and still make the connection with the east side, the two parcels that they own, and still have something, I don't know what the height would be, and then obviously have a more intensification on the east side. Is that a possibility?
Through the chair again for clarification, and this is the failed architect in me, but putting it over, cantilevering it over Sixth Thora or over Thora Avenue, full stop, would be a complicated exercise, would be a real estate exercise again. What is potentially more likely is the developer could see through 3 separate standalone sites.
Right.
And then the park connection, the ability for the city to leverage Sixth Thora to secure space in the new development is
Would be
likely
negated.
lost. Yeah, it's likely lost at that point.
Right.
And we'd be left having to repurpose the Sixth Thora space at a significant cost.
Right. And so what I'm trying to open the conversation to is that we need to be mindful how we proceed down this road. Would you agree?
Through the chair, I would agree, and that care is meant to be taken to ensure that the opportunities that have been presented
Right.
are fully explored and met. And over playing a hand, if you will, may not be beneficial ultimately to what is currently emerging as some clear outcomes in the community space front, clear outcomes on the parks and public realm front, as well as non-residential and daycare spaces.
Thank you, which is the point that I'm alluding to. Now, the report, the summary, speaks to, and maybe I heard it incorrectly, so if I did, I apologize. But the report does speak to 641 square meters of community space. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, as secured in the recommended bylaw.
Which is almost 7,000 square feet of space, right?
That's correct, and it is a minimum.
All right. And then it also speaks to 184 square meters of daycare space, which would be about just under 2,000 square feet of space.
I'll trust your math there.
Yeah,
Yes.
agree with me on my math. That's fine. But my point, though, is that with respect to, and again, speaks to the request from a Councilor Davis regarding the childcare facility. It's perhaps the plan does. Oh, I apologize, Mr. Chair. My last question. I realize I'm in 3. The plan does contemplate those services in the community. It's a question of who's going to operate or how it would be operated. Would you agree? As it relates in the report.
Through the chair, as reviewing the deputy's correspondence and listening this afternoon, it would be more about who is operating the space than the daycare space than the inclusion of it at all. That would support the inclusion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of staff? Seeing none. So I wanted to ask, so about the report, there was a notice of motion by Councillor Crawford and Bradford about making use of the bocce ball space, that property. Where is that outlined in the report? Did I miss it?
Yeah, through the chair, it's in the community services and facilities section, which is, as a page reference, the bottom of page 19. The bottom of page 19. And that speaks to the connection being made from that motion, which again spoke to the existing structure and adaptively reusing and repairing the existing structure, and the potential for new space that would meet the community space tenancy policy and the process by which a potential tenant could be found for that space.
Okay. And that just kind of got that morphed into this whole discussion with the developer because the space has been unused for 4 years, basically.
To you, potentially longer than 4 years in terms of being unused.
Well, since this notice,
but since the notice of motion
July
passed,
2020.
that's correct. And also, I guess at the end of the day, as an asset, seeing an opportunity to, as mentioned in the report, secure a turnkey, brand new facility as opposed to spending significant amount of city resources to retrofit something that may not fit needs of future tenants.
Okay. And then I guess kind of in conjunction with the conversation we had this morning around a couple of developments around taking community feedback or input into place about what happens in a development. And this has been a neighborhood improvement area for a long time, needs daycare. Why within that discussions with the developer, would we not be pushing for nonprofit or affordable daycare space, for example?
So through the chair, there was probably, without knowing the valuations for CBC, primacy given the motion put to the CST space as being a primary area of negotiation. At the Housing Now site currently under construction at 777 Victoria Park next to the station, and a new daycare is a non-for-profit city-run daycare is being constructed there, and I believe will be ready for 2029, as well as 4,500 square feet of community space in that Housing Now proposal. So given the connection of the members' motion to Sixth Thora and the bundle with land exchange that was potential here, I think primacy in the negotiation about the feasibility of the tenancy space being the first priority. If the valuations increase such that daycare could also be put on the table, we would obviously be looking for that and or affordable housing there.
Okay. And was nonprofit or affordable daycare brought up in the community meetings for this project?
Through the chair, not directly. The conversations were more about the development built form and any community space, community agency space related to the Sixth Thora project.
Okay. And how was the Sixth Thora group involved in consultations up to this point? Because I know from my history, there was former councillor Berardnetti had this area, then Councillor Crawford had it. So I'm trying to understand how Sixth Thora was incorporated up to this point, where they felt it necessary to come in here today with a set of recommendations.
Certainly they were
engaged?
No, they were at the community consultation meeting, as well as in pretty consistent communication with my colleagues to my right here. Again, in being faithful to the community space tenancy policy, it's important that it be fairly neutral, and that the expression of interest process that goes out in terms of tenanting the space does not bias one way or another, one group over another. So we try to listen, ensure that the quantity of space, as you've heard, was properly secured, but had to get to this point to move it through this process so that we can carry on the conversations and continue to engage.
Okay, and just my last question is around, so the proposal is to swap city land for land that the developer owns. How does affordable housing fit into that? When we're doing a land swap like that, is there somebody that says we need a certain percentage of affordable land? Or is that just different from each developer?
So to level set to begin, the Sixth Thora parcel is designated in the official plan as parks and open space. Parks and open space designated lands cannot be disposed of without receiving lands for parks and open space of equal or greater value, both utility and cash value. So that is how the land exchange and swap has to work, as opposed to, say, if it was a right-of-way, works yard, something like that, maybe that policy burden is not there and we can explore affordable housing first. Also, when these conversations started, inclusionary zoning was in force. It was paused during these conversations, so we weren't able to specifically visit affordability until later in the game. But there is opportunities, as we've heard today, through potential second call of the rental housing supply program. It is a rental project. If the applicant were to provide 20% affordability in the project, in the rental project, it would be able to receive development charge relief and other incentives through that program.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I believe we're on speakers. Okay. Thank you. All right. So first off, I want to thank all the deputants for coming in this afternoon for their suggested recommendations on this project. So I have worked with myself, my staff, and our city staff. We've made some revisions to the recommendations that work in the context of what the city is able to do and what it can do. And for us as city councilors, listening to the community so that we can advance while respecting the development, but more importantly, respecting the needs of the community and trying to meet the needs of the community. So I do have a motion or motions to put forward. So the first one is delete recommendation number 4 and replace it with this new recommendation number 4, and then add 4 new recommendations at the bottom. And on this one about the nonprofit entity, I would have preferred requested. Originally it said required in the third word, and we had to change it to encourage. Councillor Shem? Good? Okay. Does anybody else want to speak? All in favor of the amendments? That carries. Item is amended. All in favor? And that carries. Sorry, recorded vote? Yep. Yep, recorded vote on item as amended.
All those in favor of the item as amended, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Shan, Councillor Myers, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Mantis. That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody. All right, our next item, SC 33.10, 1020 McNichol Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report. And this is for final approval. And sorry, my speakers list. I have 2 registered speakers, Emma West and Charles Ma. Emma West. Emma, you have 3 minutes. Ms. West, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
I do have a presentation that if I could have some help getting it connected, that would be appreciated.
Staff are coming down.
Which one do I? You can just do
Yeah.
Okay, all set. So I'm Emma West. I'm a partner and planner at Bousfields. We are working with the applicant, Extendicare. I'm here with representatives from Extendicare, and we're happy to answer questions. First, I do want to start by thanking staff. This has been a really great collaboration, particularly with Carl. I don't see Carl. Carl Geiger has been a great person to work with at the city. So this application is a zoning bylaw amendment for long-term care. I think all of us here know the importance of building new long-term care beds in the city of Toronto in particular. There is a significant need In this ward and the adjacent ward, there's a waiting list of over 6,500 people trying to get into long-term care homes. So the importance of this project, not just for the city, but the community, is high. I want to touch briefly on some of the key things that we've thought about with this proposal. You can see the site outlined in red. The north part of the site has an existing long-term care building on it. The south part of the site is where the development is proposed. As a part of this, we've taken into account what's on the site itself, as well as what's in the immediate surroundings. You can see on this image that the immediate surroundings are quite varied. We've looked at land use compatibility in terms of the employment uses in the immediate surroundings, but importantly, we've looked to the retirement homes immediately to the east of the site, and we considered the siting of the building and the built form in the context of where those are. So at the closest, the new building would be 25 meters from those existing buildings. That's like putting a road, an arterial road, in between the buildings. In other parts, it's 60 meters away. So the proposal is for a 9-story long-term care building, about 3,200 square meters. It's going to provide over 500 long-term care beds. The site gets reorganized, so there's additional parking added to the site and bike parking. And just ever so briefly, we support the direction to approve the zoning bylaw amendment application. We agree with staff's conclusions that the proposal is consistent with the provincial planning statement and that it conforms with the city's official plan. The use is already permitted on the site. There is a long-term care home on the site already, and so it's consistent with the vision that the city has for the lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. West. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you. Our next applicant, Charles Ma.
I'll probably need some help with setting up my PowerPoint.
Okay, staff are coming.
I want to ask for leniency too for the 3-minute limits because I was given the impression that by the city clerk that I'm supposed to prepare the presentation for 5 minutes, and that's what I have prepared.
Yeah, sorry, it's presentations are 3 minutes today.
Is that a no?
Yep, 3 minutes. Sorry, is your presentation's 5 minutes?
Well, yeah.
Yep. It's okay. Yep, go ahead, sir. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the
All in favor of
committee.
varying-
My name is Charles Ma, and I'm resident of Vintage Garden Phase 2. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. While I fully support the city's goal to expand long-term care beds for our aging population, I'm here today to ensure that this development does not come at the expense of the health, safety, and quality of life of the surrounding neighborhood. I have 3 primary concerns. The first one is the critical loss of green space and mature trees. Second is grossly inadequate parking and traffic infrastructure. And third is the concern is the public safety and building heights. I took this picture from my balcony. The trees will disappear once the new building comes up. The proposed building footprint removes virtually all existing green space. For the hundreds of senior residents living in Vintage Garden 1 and Vintage Garden 2 and Tender Care, this space is not a landscaping luxury. It is a health necessity. Many of these seniors lack the mobility to travel to distant parks. This accessible green area is vital for their daily physical and mental well-being. Furthermore, the mature trees act as a crucial environmental buffer against odors and dust from the nearby Victoria Park transfer stations. This is the Victoria Park transfer station. Newly planted trees, which takes years or even decades to mature, cannot replicate this immediate benefit. Okay, the number 2 point we're concerned about is the grossly inadequate parking and traffic infrastructure. Doubling the facility capacity from 254 to 512 beds will automatically increase traffic from staff, visitors, and delivery services. Yet the proposed offer only offers 67 parking spaces. I want to compare these two diagrams. This one is going to be replaced by 67 parking spaces. This is what is going to be in place. This is the 67 parking spaces, but it comes at the expense of what's current. Oops, sorry. This area. Right now, there are 48 parking spots belonging to the Tender Care nursing home. So they are taking away 48 to give you back 67. So this is like robbing Peter to pay Paul, leaving a net increase of only 19 spaces, a measly amount that is utterly inadequate for a facility of this scale. We would like to ask the committee to ensure that they can handle future demands without spilling over and gridlocking neighboring residential streets. Furthermore, the surrounding traffic infrastructure simply cannot support this expansion. The current access road, this is the access road. The current access road leading to the building entrance is a narrow 2-lane paved road. It is already heavily utilized by VG residents walking around the block or heading to the TTC bus stops. Functioning more like a restricted flight route than a major thoroughfare, this road is unequipped for the influx of heavy vehicles like delivery trucks and ambulance. Leaving the infrastructure as is means parked emergency vehicles will inevitably block traffic in and out of the entire campus, creating a serious bottleneck. For safety and accessibility, this infrastructure must be upgraded. We are very concerned about the proposed rezoning from 6 stories to 9 stories. This increase will double the nursing home capacity to 512 beds, but the supporting infrastructure has not kept pace. We already discussed this loss of green space, the removal of mature trees, and concern about parkings and traffic. These concerns are shared by many people in our community. Today, I'm submitting a petition signed by 132 local residents who respectfully ask the committee not to approve the proposed increase from 6 to 9 stories.
Sir, Mr. Ma, I need you to wrap up.
Oh, okay. Our goal is not to block additional long-term care beds. Our goal is to ensure responsible development. We urge this committee to balance the need for healthcare expansion with environmental stewardship and respect for the existing community by addressing our concern regarding green space, parking, public safety, and building heights. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ma. Questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Questions of staff? Councillor Myers?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just a quick question. This is an employment lands, correct?
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Ma, you can sit down. Mr. Ma? Yep, you can sit down. Thank you.
Through the chair, they're actually institutional lands.
Institutional lands.
Yep.
So are there employment, is there heavy employment industry in the nearby area?
There are employment lands surrounding these. These subject lands were redesignated through OPA 591.
So are there going to be any provisions? So I understand there's already a long-term care home operating close by. Are there going to be provisions in the lease or in the tenancy agreement that the residents understand they're moving in an area that might be subject to loud noise, smoke, dust, that kind of thing? I'm asked these questions just because I have a large employment area where I have one resident, in particular, a few, who consistently call the Ministry of Environment to the point where a lot of the business, some of the businesses actually want to leave, which is going to rob Toronto of jobs, not rob the nearby residents of their jobs. And there's nothing the city can do because it's the Ministry of Environment. So that's where my questions are coming from.
Through the chair, a land use compatibility study was prepared and was peer reviewed at the applicant's expense. It was identified as a very low risk proposition, this proposal. That said, there were recommendations to include air conditioning facilities, air filters there, and warning clauses as part of the lease or tenancy agreements, just acknowledging the fact that there could be at times more audible noises.
So there are warning clauses in the lease agreements that the residents sign.
I'm not privy to I'm not sure if they even have those prepared right now, but those are the recommendations of the land use compatibility.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of the staff? Sorry. Councillor Mantas? Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Mantas?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Can staff please go over the report and identify transportation, the mature trees, and the accesses, because I believe that the access is also being upgraded, and especially the light that is right north, the north entrance of the property.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll go first with the trees. As mentioned by an earlier deputy, there are mature trees to be removed as part of this application, private trees. As part of the overall redevelopment of the site, they are going to propose 62 new trees proposed on the site in conjunction with the building that's going to be proposed.
Now, isn't there also the green space that is on the north side of the property?
Through the chair, for clarification, are you referring to the amenity of the proposal or the green space north of the existing tender care building?
The green space that is north of the tender care building.
Through the chair, that's proposed to be retained as part of the development is south of that building. So everything to the north is pretty much remaining as it is.
Right. So there is green space and amenities that would be still on the premises. It might not be right across from Vintage Garden Phase 2, but there is green space on the property.
Yes, through the chair, that for reference, there's a pretty deep setback from Victoria Park to the existing building that's landscaped and naturalized. That would be retained in its existing state. And as the development, for my colleagues' comments, matures and is realized on the south side of the site, 60 trees are in excess of 60 trees will be planted and given the opportunity to mature.
Now, can you just speak a little bit about the access points and how the access for ambulance and fire services.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the consultant transportation impact study, the vehicle maneuvering diagram contemplated that McConnell will be the main access point for the site, and the north new access on Victoria will be the exit point of the site, and the vehicle swept path analysis they provided that deemed satisfactory by the staff in terms of the safe operation internal to the site.
Okay. Mr. Chair, those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mantis. Other questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers, Councillor Mantis.
Mr. Chair, I would like to thank staff and everyone that has taken part in this application. LTCs are needed. We are in a very large shortage, and seeing that we are creating more long-term care beds in our community and in the surrounding communities is very much welcomed, and we ask that other sites as well to be considered for long-term care facilities in our ward and in our community. So I'd like to thank the applicant. I'd like to thank staff for all the work that they've done, and I will be moving staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mantis. Questions of the mover? Seeing none, other speakers? Seeing none, so Councillor Mantis is moving the staff recommendations on number 10. All in favor? And that carries. Our next item is SC 33.11 1571 Sandhurst Circle draft plan of subdivision application. This is the decision report for final approval. And we have speakers. One registered speaker, Courtney Heron Monk from Bowersfield Incorporated.
Hi there. I'm just going to ask the team to help me set up my presentation if that's okay.
He's on his way.
Thank you. Yep. Apologies, they're just looking for an adapter. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, my speaking notes are not loading now. Okay, I really wanted to go forward with projecting the presentation, but I don't want to delay. So I'll just go ahead. Sorry for that delay. I do want to mention, so good afternoon and thank you so much for your patience there. For members of community council staff and members of the public. My name is Courtney Heron-Monk and I'm a land use planner at Bousfields, the planning consultant to the applicant with respect to this draft plan of subdivision application for the Woodside Square Mall at 1571 Sandhurst Circle. I did prepare a formal presentation as you saw. It was submitted as part of the public record. And so in the interest of time, I'll just move along. And before I begin, I'd like to thank staff for their hard work in bringing this forward, especially Laura Daynard. The Woodside Square Mall occupies the northwest quadrant of Finch Avenue East and McCowan Road, and it's served as an important commercial community and service hub for the surrounding neighborhood for nearly 50 years. The proposal before you today is the result of a long, comprehensive planning process that began in 2019. Council initiated the Woodside Square Planning Review to establish a long-term planning framework for the site, and the process included extensive technical analysis, stakeholder consultation, community engagement, and staff work closely with the residents and agencies and landowners, as well as the local councilor, to determine how the site should evolve over time. And this work culminated into council's approval of a site-specific official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. And together, these approvals established a vision for the redevelopment of the existing parking areas around the mall for new housing, parks, public streets, and community services, and enhanced public spaces. So the purpose of this draft plan of subdivision application, it's important to emphasize that the application before you today is not seeking additional height, density, or land use permissions. Those matters were thoroughly considered and approved through the previous applications that were approved. The purpose of this application is to establish the legal and physical framework in order to implement council's approved vision. So specifically, the draft plan will create development blocks, public streets, park blocks, and supporting parcels required to facilitate the future development in an orderly manner. The approved framework supports approximately 2,555 residential units, new commercial opportunities, public parks, a daycare facility, and new seniors housing. And I just want to mention that the site and area specific policy requires the submission and approval of this draft plan of subdivision application in order to advance into detailed design. So in closing, this application represents the next step in implementing the vision of Woodside Square Mall. And I'll leave it at there as I see I'm at time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions of the deputy? Councilor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Courtney, have you been on the file this entire time?
Yes, I believe it's been 6 whole years.
6 whole years. So I just want to be clear, when you reference you had worked with the counselor, a lot of the actual community work and the decisions were made by the previous counselor, correct?
That is through the chair. That is correct. Cynthia Lai was our counselor when we initiated this process, and sadly she did pass away. And we've been working with you in the more recent years.
Yes. So I think it's just important just to get that on the record, and that there were a lot of development changes to the planning law that happened in between when this was first being proposed and now, in terms of, you know, the future possibilities of what could be developed, what could be proposed for the site. The second question I have is, I get this question asked quite a bit, is regarding to parking, as you know. Can you explain a bit what the applicant's proposal is to either provide underground parking or overground parking?
Sure. Through the chair, the adequacy of parking for the new residential development in the existing mall was extensively studied through the previous applications. In order to replace a great deal of the existing parking around the mall, a rooftop parking structure would be introduced in the third phase of the development, and that would provide 410 parking spaces to replace the majority of the surface spaces that are being redeveloped for the new residential buildings. And the new buildings will have multiple levels of underground parking to support the residential uses above.
And can you quickly explain how many spaces are going to be available in the underground parking? The existing underground parking, and I understand there's work being done to expand that.
Just give me one moment. So you're looking for the total number of parking spaces that will be provided across the site?
Correct. Or at least for, I guess what I'm getting at is a lot of people who currently drive to the mall, get their groceries, come back, they're wondering where they're going to park.
Okay. So as I mentioned, through the chair, as I mentioned, the rooftop parking structure will contain 410 parking spaces. And for the new mixed-use development, there's a total of 1,556 parking spaces that are proposed. And an additional 384 spaces would be shared between non-residential uses and visitors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of the deputy? Councillor Thompson?
I apologize, but I'm not being the local councillor, which you are, Councillor Myers. Can you help me to understand? So there's going to be 5 blocks for development on the site. Yes?
That's correct.
And they're going from 12 stories to?
We have, through the chair, the approved building heights through the zoning application and official plan amendment application already approved are between 12 stories and 33 stories.
12 and 30. Okay. And then it is a mall. It is adjacent to it is part of a mall property.
Correct.
And the features as the 5 blocks, is it a specific area or is it throughout the malls? For example, what we're doing here at the Scarborough Town Center, we've got a number of different sites in the mall itself. Can you help me to situate that?
Through the chair to Councillor Thompson, the existing mall is to remain.
Yeah.
And the surface parking lots that are around the north, east, and south portions of the mall are subject to the redevelopment. And they are proposed for both buildings and also public park blocks and enhanced landscaping areas.
So the mall space itself is not being infringed upon. You're basically using the parking lot for this 5-block development.
Through the chair, that is correct.
All right, and then help me to understand then, I think the question was about parking. How many parking spaces are you losing as a result of the development? And what is the corresponding compensation? How many will you actually provide as part of this development? Because I gather some of that will be private, and I'm hoping that some will be available for those people coming to the mall itself.
Through the chair, the total number of vehicular parking spaces, including the existing and the proposed, would be 2,698 total parking spaces. And the adequacy of parking, this was all part of the detailed technical studies that took place for the previous applications.
Got you. And then the conversation, community consultation is such that members of the community are in concert with respect to the proposal? For the most part.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, absolutely. I'm just asking in terms of this application, how well was it received as part of the consultation process?
Through the chair, I can say that there was extensive consultation that took place.
Gotcha. And then
Right.
finally, though, this is a good use for this site vis-a-vis the complex needs of more housing in the city of Toronto.
Through the chair, I would agree with that statement. This is a true mixed-use development that will provide open spaces and commercial uses and multiple residential types of units, including seniors housing, as well as a daycare that will be integrated into the seniors building, which I think will bring really positive synergies.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other questions of the deputy? Councillor Candavel?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, to build on the questions about parking, I think roughly speaking, there are existing 2,700 parking spots, and what is being proposed is 500 odd. Are those numbers roughly correct?
Through the chair, I believe so. I'm just referencing the approval report from the rezoning application. The numbers that I provided are from that, which is the process that determined adequacy of parking.
It seems like a very drastic drop over 2,000. That will invariably have an impact on the viability of the mall. So though the mall's being retained, what is the plan B to keep the mall viable for commercial retail purposes?
Through the chair, I think that the addition of a number of residential units on the periphery of the mall will support walkability to the mall. So patrons from the mall will likely be made up largely of the folks living within the new buildings. And as I mentioned before, there will be parking to support folks coming outside the subject site. And this was the reason why the applicant agreed to introduce the rooftop parking structure over the mall to help supplement the parking required.
What are the long-term interests of the land of the applicant with regards to specifically the mall?
Through the chair, the owners of the mall have over years dedicated a lot of time and effort into improving the mall, and there is no vision to demolish the mall at any time. That is not part of the current plans at all.
And the 500 odd spaces that you referenced is entirely on the surface of the mall, will be provided there. Sorry, if my time can be paused.
And through the chair, I apologize. I don't have a breakdown of the existing parking versus the new.
Sorry, I'm just going off of your language. You had said it's going to be on the surface of the
Are you
top
referring
of the mall.
the rooftop parking
rooftop.
structure? I'm sorry. Yes, it'll be a structure that would be built over the surface, over the roof of the existing mall building. So the footprint of the rooftop parking structure would generally follow the footprint of the existing mall.
Yeah, no, it's
Last question, Councillor.
it's a bit challenging to understand and reconcile the complete rezoning of the existing parking, which is 2,000 spaces, towards more density without understanding the impact that would have on the viability of the mall,
given that it's a very busy mall. If you go to Woodside Mall on a Saturday morning or anytime on a Saturday, it's packed. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just say, add through the chair, the site area specific policy lays out phasing requirements. The phasing is intended to allow for parking to be removed and provided in a sequenced manner. So these blocks wouldn't be redeveloped in tandem. It would be happening one block at a time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cannabell. Other questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much. Questions of staff? Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So could staff please just give a brief overview? I know you're not the experts on this, but on some of the work that we've been doing to make mobility easier in the area with respect to the Sandhurst Connections project and looking at rapid transit along Finch.
Through your chair, I'll start first and then I'll there has been ongoing work.
Can you speak in the mic?
There has been ongoing work with transit improvements along Finch and McCowan, specifically with the development and Sandhurst Circle that surrounds the site. There were previous agreed upon improvements from the applicant to pay for bike share and other bike facilities within the site for the overall development of the site.
Through you, Chair, as well as there's actually a group going on right now. I honestly cannot remember the name of the group within the city, but they're actually working also too with bike share improvements, working with the TTC, especially the stops and things that are around Sandhurst Circle because of the existing school that is to the west. Also, there's going to be again, cycling infrastructure. There's going to be additional sidewalk improvement as well. So all the sidewalks are going to be meeting that 2.1 meters, especially along the major streets. There's also going to be bike share and everything, and we're going to be tying that into the draft conditions because the draft conditions is a working document, and we're still continuing to do that. And that's going to be one of the things that's going to be integrated into that to ensure that we're providing as many mobility options for people living in the areas as we can.
Thank you. And there's obviously the development of the Shepherd and McCowan subway station and Rapid TO along McCowan and Rapid TO on Finch, correct?
Through you, Chair, yes, that is correct. That's part of the working group, who unfortunately his name I cannot remember right now.
That's okay. And then as part of this proposal, there was there was a requirement to have seniors residence. Can you please speak about that?
Through the chair, it was secured through the zoning bylaw amendment as a permission. And it seems to be that the applicant is exploring that option as a first opportunity for development on the site. I believe around a life lease program, potential integration with the daycare, as the deputy mentioned, which was the secured in-kind community benefit for the site.
And there's also there's also a requirement for daycare and a new park in this development, correct?
Through the chair, yes, daycare and actually 2 new park blocks. And the park blocks are what's before council for information today.
Thank you. And final question. So when I came into this role, largely a lot of the provisions, a lot of the agreements had already been negotiated by my predecessor. And one of the things I was told was if you were to open this agreement back up, you would not be able to secure the types of benefits that are currently in this agreement, such as the daycare, the park, due to the changes in the planning law. Essentially, Section 37 would provide more of a benefit to the community versus the current community benefits charge. Is that correct? And can you just explain that a bit more?
So generally, I would agree with most of the statement. This was actually a package that was secured pursuant to the new community benefit charge regime. So it was certainly not as broad an opportunity to secure additional community benefits. The planning law sands continue to shift beneath our feet, particularly as it relates to parkland. and ensuring that the vision of the site is seen through to the development of the site. Securing those matters is important to advance this proposal so that we can start to have those park blocks conveyed to us before any further legislative change occurs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Other questions of staff? Councillor Canavelle?
Thank you, Chair, through you. Do we have a sense of the timeline? I think it was indicated by the deputant that this is a phased approach.
Through the chair, it is definitely a phased approach. There's also a holding provision on the site for engineering, which I believe is advancing. The importance of moving through these technical matters is so that the development can begin to be phased, as opposed to what is currently a very conceptual phasing. There's a lot of engineering that needs to be done internal to the site. But given the recent activity around the seniors building, it would seem that development is a little bit more imminent than, say, 3 years ago.
Do we have a broad timeline for all blocks at this point? Do we have any sense? Like, is it 5, 10, 15?
Through you, Chair. So actually part of at the very beginning of the attachment and everything for the draft conditions, it actually lays out the phasing plans and everything. So the first phase and everything, which at this point, they have an option between two. One of the parks has to come on in phase 1. That has to happen within 5 years. Then it goes to a 10-year. And then once you hit the 5th phase, they have to do that within 20 years.
Okay.
That's part of the conditions at the beginning of it.
Okay, understood. So this is this whole entire project in terms of the entire lot, it would be 5 to 20 years.
Everything, yes.
And for the benefit of everyone, what is the value in approaching this from a holistic perspective versus if we as council were to approach it by one block and then approvals for the second block? What's the value from this approach?
Through the chair, this goes back to the origins of the Woodside Square planning review. Prior to council's approval of the redesignation and rezoning for the site, there was a specific policy put in place with the official plan that indicated it was important prior to the introduction of any new uses, i.e. residential to the site, that a holistic approach was taken and that the commercial viability of the site was maintained in the center of the community. There's a similar policy and designation for the plaza around Alton Towers to the north along McCowan. So the broad view that was taken to the site to ensure that both residential and commercial uses could be balanced, as well as the implementing pieces that are before you today, was important to be done as opposed to a one-off, one-at-a-time approach. It's preferable to revision these malls in that kind of phased and holistic approach, so you're not precluding potential future opportunities for parks or open spaces that would otherwise be lost on a one-off approach.
Fair enough. Last question. Had the approach been taken to do one block approval at a time, wouldn't that allow for in real time to evaluate if the commercial retail viability is still if it's being impacted or not?
It could be hard, through the chair, it could be hard to speculate on that in the abstract. However, it would have precluded, for example, a single block development would likely have parks recommending cash in lieu as opposed to a park block. So in considering it as a whole site, we were able to secure, I believe it's close to 1,700 square meters of parkland and new public streets and access that if we just sort of drifted along one at a time, they may have not come to fruition in the same way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Canavelle. Other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Myers?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I just want to add my voice to this important conversation that's been going on in the community now for about 6 years. I think it was important just to have community members understand that a lot of the decision making that had taken place before I was elected, and that was a very different planning context. However, I will say that since I have come into this role, the applicant has been very, very collaborative very respectful to the community, has been very willing to work with city staff when issues have been brought up, and I have enjoyed working with them, and I can see that they are all in making sure that this is a good development for the not just the new residents, but also the long-term community viability. I also want to add that, you know, we've heard a lot of discussion today that a lot of the city's powers have been taken away. However, some things that we have been doing at the city level, for example, have been to make sure, for example, that if we're going to be losing parking and we want to make sure this is a walkable community where people can cycle safely, we are adding in cycling infrastructure. So that's why the Sandhurst Connections project has been fully underway. We are going into consultations right now in January to put in actually permanent cycling protected bike lanes along Sandhurst Circle so that children, seniors, families can get to where they're going without having the need for a car. We've also been in preliminary conversations with TTC about not just having rapid TO along Finch and parts of McCowan, but actually looking at exploring at bus rapid transit to make sure that people can get to their destinations, particularly if it's other orders of rapid transit, quicker rather than just relying on the current bus service. So there has been work that's been going on in the city to prepare for this development. The applicant has been, as Henry said, you know, very willing to work with the city, has also made a commitment, I believe it was $50,000 to expand bike share for the community. So this is all goodwill, and the applicant has been working very closely with my office. And for all of those reasons, I'm happy to support this development.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted just to speak to this item and to reflect, as well as to remember our former colleague, Councillor Cynthia Lai. She was very much a proponent and very active with respect to this site. This is one of the areas and site where she had actually put her fingerprints on, and she was very purposeful and focused. I know this because I spent lots of time with her, talking with her about the whole development process. And the applicants who are the owners of this particular site are just tremendous city builders. And I think Cynthia would be very proud if she was here with us today. And I simply want to maybe suggest to the applicant that they may think about naming some element of this new development after Cynthia Lai. I know there's a location at Bathurst and Lawrence, Mike Feldman, former councilor Mike Feldman, where they named something after him. But Councillor Lai was so much very energetic proponent of this particular application, and she was very steadfast in that there needed to be protection of the commercial component of the mall itself, and also wanted to see the mall come of age and to encourage development, to encourage where you would have people living and being an asset to the mall, asset to the community. She was also very focused on ensuring that all of the community and members of the community were brought together to understand what the goals and objective was to her support for this particular development. And so I'm really happy that it's actually here with us today going forward. There was a lot of work, a lot of extensive work that went into this in our planning and preparation before Councillor Myers became the councillor. And of course, I extend to him as well, obviously, a big thanks for the continuity with respect to Councillor Lai's work and his adding his touch to it to make sure that her dream and her vision has been realized. And I think that is something that we need to recognize his leadership and his support for this really worthwhile development. It's in principle demonstrate how these things can be done. So we have lots of other malls in the area that in Scarborough that perhaps will see this as a way forward. And so I just wanted to offer my thanks and appreciation to everyone involved. And of course, we say God bless, and may Councillor Lai rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Other comments? Seeing none, so we have the recommendations before us. All in favor? And those carry. Our next item is SC 33.12, 60 Guildwood Parkway, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Decision Report for final approval. And our first registered speaker is Pamela Erickson. Nope, not online. Okay. Next is Wendy Otsu. Good afternoon, Wendy. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready. A little louder.
Is that okay? Thank
Better.
you. Okay. I've been here all day too, just like you guys have, and it's been a long day, but I'm glad that I was here because I heard the tender care application, and I hope you will, as counselors, you will hear the similarities between the two. As I prepared my presentation, I was kind of nervous about some of the things I was going to say about extended care. So I'm going to start. I'm requesting that you oppose the to amend the bylaw to allow a 9-story building to be put in place of what is already there. I'm a Guildwood resident, and my husband and I own a property directly behind the extended care property. Obviously, as a property owner, I don't want my privacy invaded, and in this financial climate, I don't want my house to devalue. But I hope that the points that I feel that I had to make today will convince you not to dismiss me as someone who opposes development or change or has NIMBYism. My first point is that extended care has not been a respectful neighbor. We have been in our home for 26 years, and my neighbors on both sides and over have been there for over 40. And these are observations. We have noticed how poorly maintained the property is, poorly draining roof, gutters that were bent over and fell off, panels of their fence that trees were growing into and eventually pushed over, and weeds that were taller than me growing. Last winter, during that big windstorm, a patio umbrella blew over from their patio over to the other side of the building and was upside down and broken and outside of one of their windows on their east side of their building, and was left there all winter. And not until the property management came to mow the lawn there that it was actually moved. But those are just my observations, and I don't know the rationale for all that kind of stuff. But I did look at the arborist report that was submitted with this request, this proposal, because we have a huge elm tree in our backyard that precedes the subdivision, and it's estimated to be about 100 years old. In this arborist report on table 1 is the tree inventory, which identifies each tree by a letter or a number. It also identifies the species, and it rates the conditions of the tree by looking at 3 things. And it grades each attribute using the scale good, good, fair, 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 poor, and poor. So the tree inventory indicates there are 165 trees on Guildwood property, or within 6 meters of the neighboring property. So my tree is included. Extended care will remove 63 of these trees, 12 because they are in poor condition, and 51 because they're going to be in the way of the development. That leaves 102 trees on or near the property. And if you look through table 1, you'll see that only 17 have good condition across all 3 attributes, and 39 have fair to good across those conditions. So that leaves 56 in fair to poor condition. And the arborist didn't speculate on how many of these trees will survive the construction. And I understand that that is part of development, but this confirms for me that Extendicare did not care for their property and the trees that I consider it to be an asset on any property. And this is what I mean by not being a respectful neighbor. Caring for a property takes time and money, whether you're an individual homeowner or a for-profit facility. As for the business, as a for-profit
Sorry,
long-term
if I can ask you to wrap up, please.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. As for their, I'll just be a few seconds. As for their business as a for-profit long-term facility, it is a fact that during COVID, 48 residents died at that Extendicare Guildwood. And at that Tendercare, Extendicare, there was also 84 residents that died. So I feel that this is just being a rebranding of Extendicare.
Sorry, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for the time.
Next on our list is Martin Rendell. Afternoon, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Sure. Good afternoon. In the interest of time, I did prepare a presentation. I prepared printed copies, old school. I see some of you have. Thank you. I'll give some high-level comments here and then respond to some specific comments that you've received from the community association. So my name is Martin Rendell. I'm the planning consultant retained by Extendicare for the Guildwood redevelopment. I too would like to express my appreciation to city staff, Philip Liu, Catherine Moore, as well as Lale Farahad, who helped us with the priority development stream. I do appreciate Councillor Ainsley and the board of the Guildwood Village Community Association having conversations with me and our team about the development. I'm here to fully support the staff recommendation before you today on the official plan amendment, redesignating this to institutional, just like the other site is, as well as rezoning the site to an institutional use. Briefly, Extendicare has been in the seniors care business for over 50 years. They operate 99 homes across Canada. The Councillor Mantis, in his comments on the McNichol home, commented on the, I think everyone accepts that there's a need for long-term care given our aging population, etc. Just to put some numbers on that. Across Ontario, long-term care has not kept pace with the aging population. In fact, the ratio of long-term care beds to population over 65 years of 65 years of age rather has dropped in the last 20 years for a whole series of factors. The other matter that plays into this application is that older homes like the home at Guildwood that's on the site now was built in 1967 to standards that were applicable at that point in time. They no longer are. And the Ministry of Long-Term Care requires that these older homes be redeveloped or brought up to modern standards, which is what is happening with both this home and, as you'll see in the materials, with the other Extendicare home on Lawrence, just west of Galloway Road. In fact, province-wide, there's 30,000 beds, Class C beds, that have to go through this process. And Extendicare in the last while has in fact opened 3 replacement homes for that. In terms of the OPA and the ZBA application, this building is essentially the same building that you saw on the McNichol application. It's 9 stories, 512 beds. The design and footprint here follows the design guidelines of the Ministry of Long-Term Care. I know there's been community comment about why can't it be shorter and spread across the site more. That's been looked into, and again, it's slides 12 to 18 in the deck that you have, shows the concept of a residential home area, which is a ministry design guideline, which again, if you've been in a newer long-term care home, the wings with the beds and the rooms go out from a central core service area where there's nursing, the elevators, the amenity rooms, etc. That leads to the wing design that you see in our site plan and the site plan you saw on McNichol. This new building is located essentially in the southern portion of the site, the same area where the existing home is. There has been comment from some members of the community that this is a rather large site, and if those of you that have been down to Guildwood will know that the northern portion of this property slopes up to Kingston Road. The comment's been made that Extendicare may develop that. That is not the case, and Extendicare has in writing put that to city staff. And the zoning bylaw, the draft zoning bylaw, limits development essentially to the southern portion of the site. The northern portion of the site remains green tree area. My slides 19 to 21, basically, in my view, the development aligns with your housing strategy, your housing action plan, and your senior strategy. As the staff report says, the height and massing meet or exceed the mid-rise development guidelines for the city. In terms of the comments that we've heard, and these are found in the correspondence you got from the Guildwood Village Community Association about building and fit. This is an extremely large site. It's 7.5 acres in area, which allows us to have greater setbacks from all sides and reduce the lot coverage, etc., on the property. In terms of tall buildings in Guildwood, there are existing 12, 14, and 16-story buildings a block away on Livingston and immediately adjacent to us to the north, the gates of Guildwood, etc. Those have not destabilized the community.
Sorry, Mr. Rendell, if I can ask you to wrap up.
Sure. In terms of shadows, the shadows are generally limited to the site. None of the parks or public realm are affected by that. The traffic study, the parking study, was reviewed by transportation staff who agreed with conclusions around the amount of parking and the operations of roads should the home be in operation. The association made a comment about there's really no gain in beds here. There's a net gain of 189 beds here that don't exist today. We're replacing beds in 2 existing homes and a net gain of 189, which is larger than some of the long-term care homes councils approved in recent years elsewhere in the city. Lastly, there's been a comment about, well, what happens to the existing residents while this construction, the demolition, the construction happens? And the ministry requires that operators work with the existing residents, the family councils, the resident councils, and other healthcare providers to provide for that transition. And of course, the existing staff and residents will be able to move into the new home and work in the new home when it's done. I'll stop there, sir.
Thank you. Questions for the deputy? Councillor Cannavale?
I think the point you were alluding to in regards to how many net beds was a reference to the Lawrence site closing. Is your Lawrence site closing and you're merging the two?
Yes.
So if the argument is to have more beds, why not do both? Keep the Lawrence and expand the Guildwood.
Because both are old Class C bed homes that no longer meet requirements of today. The Lawrence building is again a pre-1970s building. The province, the ministry has said those beds have to be replaced
Right.
with newer beds. So
Right. So is the intention to also grow the Lawrence site?
there are no plans that I'm aware of that Extendicare has with that site. This is what's happening now.
So the intention is to close the Lawrence, sell the site?
I don't know that, sir. I'm not Extendicare. I don't know what their plans are, but what they are doing is basically.
Oh, so are you the planner?
I'm a planner, yeah. I'm not
representing
Extendicare.
the. Okay,
That's me.
understood. Second, my limited experience with LTCs, they tend to be 3 to 5 stories. How common are 9-story LTCs?
They're really common. In other material I provided to staff, just give me a minute. Well, for example, at the beginning of this council meeting, there was the naming thing for the one at 4610 Finch. That's 13 stories on a much smaller site, much higher density, lesser setbacks than we have here. There's a 13-story building at 55 Eastern that was approved by a minister's zoning order. There's a 16-story building at the North York Hospital site that was approved by a minister's zoning order with council support. 55 Belmont was approved last year. It's 11 stories. 309 George Street was approved by council at 10 stories. So there are other buildings that are of a higher height that are long-term care buildings.
Are there any impacts, given the clientele is a sensitive clientele, obviously, by having 10 stories, which may have an impact on elevator access or mobility within the building? Is that a concern?
It's only 9 stories, it's not 10.
Sorry, 9, yeah.
All of the elevators, again, the ministry acknowledges that these are frail, elderly individuals with health issues, mobility issues, mental cognition issues, all of that stuff. So these buildings are designed from the client outward in terms of their physical and other care needs, and the facilities like elevators, amenity areas, the amount of space, circulation space, outdoor amenity space, etc., are all tailored to the needs of the client group, which is frail elderly who typically on average are in their 80s.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Cannaville. Other questions of the deputy? No. Okay. Seeing none. I had a couple, Mr. Rendell. So there was a community held that had, I guess, over 100 people at it.
Mm-hmm.
One of the big concerns was the height and the massing of the building. So at night, there's 1 story now, 169 rooms, looking at 9 stories, 512. So what concessions has the applicant made around height and massing? Have they made any?
Well, I guess the design process for this, I mean, like any building that a developer or a proponent would do, is you start with the site, you look at the site features, you look at the context, you look at what the policy context is, and then the physical building is the product of, and we had a really healthy exchange with city planning and urban design staff when we started this 18 months ago in terms of the design, the building, the height and the massing, fitting the site, and being contextually appropriate in terms of the types of impacts that planning looks at, like shadow, wind, all of those things. And again, I would direct you towards the staff report. It's a rigorous planning examination on all of the criteria that planners normally go through in terms of determining compatibility, fit, etc. And sure, people always would like shorter buildings that are smaller, etc. But speaking as a planner, and this is, I think, reinforced by the conclusions your planning staff came to, the building is appropriate, it conforms to the official plan in terms of its impacts, whether it's shadows, traffic, all of those types of things. They're appropriate for this site. This is on the edge of the neighborhood. We're not on the heart of the community. And, you know, this council last month approved the neighborhood character guidelines for the residential area and the homes of that nature. So again, you asked me about concessions. We're confident that this building that we've worked collaboratively with staff on to arrive at the massing and everything else on this that you see before you today in terms of the bylaw and the OP amendment does reflect good planning. I'll stop there.
Okay, and can you, so when you talk about LTC being on a major road, Guildwood Parkway is 1 lane each way. Can you think of another long-term care home this size that's on a road 1 lane each way?
Well, okay, long-term care residents do not have driver's licenses. They don't drive.
No, but the earlier you made a number of comments to one of my colleagues about 9-story seniors homes. There was one by North York General Hospital, one I believe you said George Street. You listed off a number of them that are all on much larger roads, more denser neighborhoods than what this is being proposed for.
Okay, but what those have, and Guildwood Parkway is a major street in the Toronto official plan. Council passed OP amendments and zoning bylaw amendments dealing with major streets, and I know there's a lack of acceptance, I'll say, by some that Guildwood Parkway is a major street. One of the analysis we did for staff was comparing an as-of-right 6-story building versus the 9 stories and the incremental difference between that. In terms of the other buildings that I've mentioned, yeah, like Leslie Street is 4 lanes, etc. But what does that give them? It gives them transit access and other things which this site has. It has good transit access, a good street, road access, etc. 11 Belmont is on Belmont Street, which is a 15-meter wide road. And if you've ever driven down Belmont from Yonge Street over to Davenport, you'll see immediately on the north side where the long-term care addition is going on. Single-family homes and townhouses dating back to the late 1800s. So the proximity there, in terms of traffic, people drive down Belmont. I think it might, well, no, it's two. If the traffic impact study here was done according to the City of Toronto terms of reference and accepted by staff, they didn't find any, they agreed with the conclusions that the parking and road and other access was appropriate for this. I don't think that, and in terms of the height of the building, we had extensive discussions with city staff in terms of the mid-rise guidelines, which deal with tall buildings on major streets. And you'll see in the report that they concluded that the building meets or exceeds the mid-rise guidelines, which are all about building built form fitting into the site, its context, street proportionality, the public realm, all of those points.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Kendeville?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I think one of the concerns outlined and provided directly to us from community was around the precedent that would be created by 9 stories in the stretch, which I think part of it is going some under review, under major streets. Given that it's institutional, does that concern hold?
The redesignation of the site to institutional areas from neighborhoods was intended to clearly signal that this was a site-specific solution. Similarly, where the other tall buildings are within Guildwood, I believe apartment neighborhoods is the designation. So to signal that it's different from the neighborhoods that front Guildwood Parkway.
Okay, so to clarify that, would this have any planning context towards the majority of Guildwood, which I understand it to be low-rise residential, which is, I guess, neighborhoods, right?
Generally, yes, as a major street, Guildwood would have 6-story permissions, Guildwood Parkway. Between Livingston and the site, it is a 4-lane cross-section with a median, so it is quite a wide street. It narrows to 2 lanes past Livingston as you move east. But the immediate context is a neighboring townhouse development and then a bunch of semi-detached and walk-up duplexes, I believe, until you get to Livingston, and a plaza on the south side of the street. So the plaza is designated mixed-use areas, so there would be some development potential there should an application come in. But they are isolated pockets of potential, not a consistent wall of intensification potentially down at this scale.
Understood. And secondly, are there any concerns from staff due to shadowing, any potential shadowing impacts?
Through the chair, the shadow impacts are considered pretty minimal. Shadows on the neighborhoods don't start until 118, in which case they're relatively fast-moving shadows that will only be impacting 1 or 2 dwellings at a time for 1 or 2 hours each. It's not until 518 where 3 lots to the north and the townhouse blocks will be shadowed. But then shadows on Guildwood Parkway are not expected until 618, so those are all considered relatively minor.
Does the 618 on Guildwood Parkway, is that a reference to the area surrounding the site or the actual road?
Yeah, that's specifically in terms of the right-of-way, in terms of the sidewalks, etc., south of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kenneville. Other questions of staff? Seeing none. I wanted to ask, so we had a community meeting, which was well represented. I'm trying to understand what changes the applicant made to the proposal based on that meeting. Concerns heard at the meeting. What substantial changes were made? I know a garden was added at the back and there's some look around parking, but what else was done?
Through you, Chair, yes, you're correct. One of the major changes that have been proposed since the resubmission after the meeting was that a new outdoor amenity area has been added at the front of the building. It's the south end of the property along Guildwood Parkway. Not only will this provide additional outdoor amenity area for the residents living at the long-term care home, but then the enhanced landscaping will help screen the surface parking, will activate the pedestrian environment, and just improve the overall visual appeal of the proposal. In addition to that, the landscaped berm in between the turning circle has also been expanded to now include a garden, which will now also include large growing shade trees as well as native plantings. In addition to that, on the eastern property line, some of the grading has been changed to help preserve one of the relatively large neighboring trees to provide further privacy privacy for the townhouse to the east.
Okay, thank you. Speakers? Thank you. Okay. So as a local councillor for this area for the proposal, when this proposal was first brought forward to me, my first thought was great. It's a seniors home, long-term care home. I don't think Guildwood is like any other community. You know, you go into a community, you buy a home, you raise your family, kids move on, you have your neighbors and you want to stay there, and you look for somewhere like a long-term care home to stay in the community. And I think Guildwood is very much like that. Single family residential, There's local apartment buildings people move into, and there's 2 seniors homes, long-term care homes in Guildwood. One was Chartwell, it was 2 stories high. It was renovated, I'll say about 8 years ago, and it's 5 stories. It was very well received in the community. Guildwood Extended Care, when it was first brought to me, you know, I will recognize the building is old. It's a 1-story building. I think it was built in the late 1960s, 169 beds. What Guildwood Extended Care is proposing is a 9-story building for 512 rooms. It's a beautiful building. I think it would do very well in probably any community on a major street, thoroughfare area. We just proposed one not long ago, approved it not long ago in northern Scarborough. The difficulty I have with this one is that in the public consultations, the communications that went out, it was all about increasing long-term capacity in my area, which, as I just said, is needed. It's probably needed in every community. It was only until we were well into the process that it came to light that Guildwood, the Lawrence Extended Care, is going to be closed down. So the overall gross number of beds is not as high as our community was led to believe. That the net gain in beds is going to be considerably lower than communicated. And for my community, this distinction is critical in the evaluation process of this proposal. Any assessment of need and community impact should be based on net new capacity rather than gross figures. Where the justification for increased height, density, and massing is tied to addressing an urgent shortage of long-term care beds, it's essential that this rationale be grounded in the actual incremental benefit to the system. And I'm not seeing that with this proposal. And without this clarity, the proposed scale of development risks exceeding what can be reasonably supported under the official plan policies related to proportionality, contextual fit, and minimizing impacts within an established neighborhood. As it stands, there's a disconnect by how this project has been presented and its likely outcomes. And my residents, we had a community meeting, there was over 100 people at it. They're very clear about their concerns about the massing and the height of this building, that it's unacceptable in a community that's mostly single family residential, with the tallest building in the local community in Guildwood being 3 stories. So I cannot support this proposal. Thank you. Other speakers? Okay. Oh. Sorry. Sorry, Councillor Myers. Move the recommendations. Okay. Okay. All in favor of the recommendations? Can I have a recorded vote?
All those in favor of adopting the recommendations in the staff report? Councillor Myers, Councillor Shan, Councillor Mantis. Any opposed? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Candavel, Councillor Ainsley. That motion fails on a tie vote. The item moves to council without recommendation.
Okay, thank you. All right. And our next item. Our next item is SC 33.14, Coronation Drive Employment Area Review, City Initiated Official Plan Amendment, Decision Report for final approval. And we have 4 registered speakers. The first one is Catherine Down, Lanix Canada Corporated.
Hello, hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Excellent.
Whenever.
Okay,
3 minutes
thank you.
whenever you're ready.
Excellent, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, and to the members of Scarborough Community Council. My name is Catherine Down, and I'm the plant manager of Lanxess Canada in the Coronation Drive employment area. I'm speaking today in support of this official plan amendment. We believe that this is a practical and balanced approach. It recognizes that the Coronation Drive employment area remains an important industrial employment district, while also acknowledging the concerns of our neighbors about traffic, safety, and compatibility. As part of the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada, Lanxess is a responsible care company. Through responsible care and our 40 years of participation in the Toronto East Community Awareness and Emergency Response Team, we are already obligated to regularly work with emergency services, industry partners, schools, and community representatives on topics like transportation safety and emergency preparedness. Good planning starts with understanding the impacts before changes occur, not after problems emerge, and this amendment ensures that review occurs. We view the city's proposed transportation impact requirement as being fully aligned with the principles that responsible care companies have been applying for decades. In short, we support the amendment because it formalizes good planning practices that responsible operators already follow. I also encourage Council to look at the broader transportation picture. While truck traffic receives the most attention from our neighbours, it is important to recognize that rail access is one of the most effective ways to reduce truck movements in this employment area. At Lanxess, about 1/3 of our raw materials and finished goods ship by rail. We would use rail more if adequate service was available. Today, we receive rail service twice weekly. To meaningfully reduce truck traffic, we would require rail service 3 to 4 times per week. However, our employment area continues to lose access to rail services. One of our members of the Toronto East Care team actually had their service reduced last year from twice weekly to once per week. That's a change that inevitably means more trucks, more disruption to our community, and a higher environmental footprint. From our perspective, maintaining and expanding rail access is one of the most important long-term economic development and transportation opportunities for this employment area. If the city's goal is to reduce truck traffic while preserving jobs and industrial activity, improved rail service should be part of that long-term conversation. Lanxess has operated in this community since 1962 and remains committed to West Hill and to Scarborough. Our operations generate about $38 million in economic benefit annually, with about $15 million in payroll and benefits. And over the last 5 years, we've invested $23 million in capital improvements and capacity enhancements to support future growth. We are making those investments because we believe in the future of this employment area, and we're encouraged that this amendment helps preserve and grow our community. We encourage Council to approve this amendment and continue supporting policies that balance community concerns with the long-term viability of industrial employment in Scarborough. Thank you for the opportunity today, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputy? Catherine, I had one about rail service.
Mm-hmm.
So I know, so you're on the CN GO line, Metrolinx.
Correct, yeah.
And I understand most of the freight service is done at night when, so are you'd be looking at increasing nighttime freight in and out of the area, or?
Yeah, the challenge that we have with CN is they stagger the service across the Coronation Drive employment area. So we receive service Sundays and Tuesdays. Some of our neighbors receive service Thursdays and Saturdays. So it is kind of staggered across the week. And really one of the pushes that the Toronto East Care Group has had in all of their individual conversations with CN was, look, you're already servicing our neighbor, 2 doors down or two tracks down. Can we not also receive service on the same night? So, certainly from a community aspect, rail is also, it's not a blanket, easy 1-for-1 replacement. But for us, it's, 4 to 5 truckloads of product for 1 rail car of movement. So it's kind of that service is already happening. It's really just one of those things that we've started to see deteriorate as CN will say, hey, you know what, we're not doing any more Friday afternoon or, Friday evening service. So you were Friday afternoon, sorry, you're done for.
Okay, and is there a different safety risk involved in moving material by freight? Because I know most of the manufacturing facilities are involved in the chemical industry.
Yes, yeah, for the most part, we're all chemistry based. Certainly it's a review case by case process for Lanxess specifically. Our products that move by rail are typically non-hazardous oils, so certainly combustible, but at very, very high temperatures. We have a hazmat that moves by truck. Some of that would not be replaced because of rail restrictions on moving those goods by rail. But certainly our products are non-hazardous products. We ship them down across the US in particular. A lot of that goes by truck. It wouldn't necessarily constitute a real major change in risk. Those products are already shipping by rail. Those types of products are shipping by rail. Really, they are interchangeable, and we're shipping the same products by rail as we would be shipping by truck. It just depends on what we're able to fit in the space for our rail shunts, basically.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Our next deputant is Colleen Chong.
Hello. Hi, my name is Colleen Chong, and I'm a resident on Janellen Terrace, a street only about a half a kilometer away from Coronation Drive, which is on the eastern portion of what is the Coronation Drive employment area. So I present to the council some comments, concerns, complaints, and suggestions that I hope will be seriously considered in the proposal to amend the official plan, and that will also be considered when creating the new site and area-specific policy if the motion passes. I've spoken to many neighbors, and I believe my input here reflects the views of several neighboring residents, especially those living on Beach Grove Drive between Lawrence Avenue and Coronation Drive. To begin with, I only learned a week ago about this public meeting from a direct neighbor who received this letter in the mail. As such, I don't really have the details of the creation of the new policy. I didn't have time to contact the office to receive the details. So I'm more addressing to considerations in the creation of the new policy plan. I did ask other neighbors, and I'm only aware of 2 neighbors who received this letter, and that's because they have attended past SCC meetings. So I promptly copied this letter, the hard copy letter of the public notice meeting, and I distributed it to interested neighbors. And according to this notice letter, the purpose of the meeting is for the SCC to receive input, to review in the requested proposal, and to make recommendations. As I see it, the most valuable input to receive and review would be by those directly affected, and they can't do that if they're not aware of any meetings. So first suggestion is that a notice of public meeting letter should be distributed to all adjacent residential neighborhoods. In recent years, residential neighborhoods adjacent to Coronation Drive employment area, specifically those homes south of Lawrence Avenue and bounded by Beach Grove Drive to the east and Mans Avenue to the west, have seen a density in home building. In the city and province's desire to increase housing, there are now more residents in these neighborhoods who are facing many challenges with some of the industrial businesses in the employment area, in particular, most recently, GFL Recycling. No doubt a search in the 311 calls or a survey of local residents will indicate overwhelming complaints of heavy truck traffic movements of materials on the only 2 roads that trucks can access the Coronation Drive employment area, which is Beach Grove Drive and Mans Avenue. So along Beach Grove Drive, there are now nearly daily continuous travel of large trucks such as GFL recycling trucks, dumpsters, and big rigs. It's been observed by all neighboring residents that the severity and frequency of heavy truck travel is significantly greater this year than any time in the past, and this is in addition to a variety of other general smaller trucks, commercial vehicles, and passenger cars that use this stretch of road. It is, however, the parade of heavy trucks that create the greatest challenge and frustration for local residents. Deafening noise, rattling vibrations, dusty air makes it undesirable to open windows, to chat outdoors with neighbors, to allow children to play safely out on front yards, to take naps, or even sleep because the trucks continue into the night. Furthermore, the heavy truck traffic has resulted in negatively impacting the property value of our homes. My friend here who is with me and will be speaking later has already been warned by her real estate agent that the value of her house will not be as she hopes if she were to move because of the obvious heavy truck travel on Beach Grove Drive. So I suggest that the city's new policy...
Sorry, could I ask you to wrap up, please?
Oh, sorry. There's an overwhelming concern for the neighborhood, also for speed, the heavy truck travel, and so in particular, the concerns of heavy truck volume, noise, and speed. The policy should consider any new businesses and industries will only further promote increase will further promote negative impacts on the neighborhood. And we would just like to see a common sense approach to development on the Coronation Drive employment area that would include community consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the deputy? Councillor Myers?
Just one quick question. When you moved to the area, was there already heavy industry operating there?
Heavy
Or
industry.
trucks, and was that already an industrial area?
It always was an industrial area. I believe it's a designated industrial area. It's considered the Coronation Drive employment area. The only heavy truck area that I can think of is that coming from the filtration plant, the treatment plant.
Okay.
Currently, the GFL recycling depot is relatively new,
So it's increased.
significantly increased. Yes, so much so that there is a neighbor who has only been there for 1 year, and he has put a for sale sign up instead of consulting the city councillor first. Decided to put the for sale sign up instead.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shan?
Thank you. Thank you for deputing. I just wanted to ask about the consultation part. You said your neighbors did not receive a copy of the.
Yes, yes.
They didn't? Okay, only some people received.
Only 2 that I'm aware of, and that is was discovered because they have attended a past SEC meeting, so they likely had their information. But I did go around to neighbors, particularly on Beach Grove and the adjacent streets, and no one else had received this notice of public meeting. So that meant that they were not able to give their input today.
And in the previous version of the consultation, when this was initiated by the former councillor McElvey, there were meetings. Did you receive any of those meeting?
That one, there was one that I recall. I don't know if it was last year or when. I was not able to attend it, and I do not recall how I got the notice. There might have been a letter in the mail, like that gets distributed in the mailboxes, but not for this particular notice.
Thank you. Thank you for raising it. Thank you.
Any further questions? No? Thank you very much, Colleen. Leanne Lai?
Hi, my name is Lian Li, and I'm neighbor of the Colleen Chung. I completely agree with her. I have lived on Beach Grove Drive for over 18 years, and the amount of traffic, it has been increasing since the GFL truck coming. Apparently, that's under City of Toronto Municipal Code, they designate Beach Grove Drive and Mans Road has the major road with no restriction for commercial vehicles. So now there are more and more trucks, vehicles traveling down. Those are commercial trucks, dump trucks, create rattling noise. I have retired since Met for 10 years already. So I'm here at home 24/7. I can hear the dump truck is rattling my windows. My neighbor living 200 feet away from the main road, like Beach Grove Drive. She's on Beach Grove Drive, 200 feet back. She can hear from her house that the windows are rattling here. Okay, and I want to share with you my neighbor who sent me a text message. She's unable to speak. She did not register on time. They say, my name is Larissa Wolosansky, and I live in the neighborhood. I'm not here to argue whether this development should happen. Grove is part of living in Toronto, and understand that. What I'm asking for is a common sense committee to protect the people who already live here. Our streets already experience significant truck traffic. My house literally vibrates when trucks pass. Crossing the road with my dog can feel unsafe, and I've been honked at by drivers while trying to cross There are many seniors and young families in our neighborhood who experience these same conditions. As you consider this proposal, I will ask that you also consider practical measures to protect residents, things like stronger traffic calming, safer pedestrian crossings, even though effective noise mitigation and meaningful enforcement if traffic or noise become worse. Development and neighborhood safety don't have to be competing priorities. We can do both. I simply ask that as this move forward, you make protect the people who already call this community home part of the plan. And recently, because there's a lot cars or trucks are passing, I submit on May 12, I submit file a complaint about speeding to TBS, and I have not heard back anything. Nobody replied back to me, assuming that this road is can be traveled by commercial truck vehicles 24/7. They ignore it. I did not hear anything back from them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions of the deputy? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next we have Brenda Lebretz, who's online. Is Brenda online? Brenda, can you hear me? Brenda?
Okay, can you, here I
Hey,
am,
Brenda,
sorry.
you have 3 minutes whenever
How
you're
are
ready.
you? Okay, thank you. I appreciate and respect your time, so I'm going to be brief. I did submit, I am representing SCRO, Scarborough Community Renewal Organization, and I happen to be their representative on the local advisory group that was convened by the local councillor, previous local councillor, with the planning staff to talk about the Coronation employment area and to try to come up with a balanced approach to the needs of the residents and businesses within this particular area. And there's a balancing act, which I have to say SCRO appreciates in terms of what has achieved in this report that's come forward, because it's a very tangible, I would say a difficult situation. The employment areas have been there since the 50s. And as you know, Councillor, Mr. Chairman, I have a background in economic development, and I can tell you many of those businesses have been there a long time, and they've been good citizens in terms of their formation of it's called CARE. It's the Community Awareness and Emergency Response Group. So having it balance the interests of all, and I'm a resident in this area too. I'm not directly there, but I'm very close. Is to say that we're appreciative of the fact that the staff came up with two important components to help address and mitigate any future issues that may come about as a result of any expansion in this area. So we're pleased to see that there is targeted measures to ensure the continued viability of the area, employment area, and to address long-standing issues related to transportation concerns and pedestrian and cyclist safety. In addition to that, I'm just going to say two key components of that is a strategic business attraction plan, which will have the purpose of minimizing land use conflicts. So that can be done. And I'm pleased to see that as one of the recommendations going forward. So there can be avoidance of concerns related to the GFL, which is a recent addition to that employment area. The rest of the employers in that area have been consistently good in terms of being good neighbors. And the other point is around the transportation improvements, which are absolutely needed, and not just for trucks, because trucks are getting a lot of conversation. There are issues of speeding and racing and a lot of noise issues there as well. But in terms of changing the speed limits and adding new sidewalks, truck aprons, signage, I think those will help try as a first step in achieving that balance. So thank you very much for your time. And I know you have a lot to do. So we support this report and the recommendations and thank the staff for their work and efforts and thank the other members of the LAG group. Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda. Any questions for Ms. Lebretz? No? Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to questions of staff. Councillor Shan.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions, so I'll try to see if I can get them coupled together. I want to start off with the community consultation side of things, and I know there were meetings that were held prior to me being elected, and I just want to know how big the participation on those meetings were, how extensively they were promoted, and why this particular meeting was the consultation meeting in terms of what the notice was and where it was distributed for this. Just clarification on that, please.
So through the chair, there were, as detailed in the 2021 status update report that went to Community Council, there was a public consultation strategy that was put forward and detailed in that report. What came out of that was a local advisory group that was, I think, mentioned by some of the deputants, that included local residents, but also industries in the employment area, such as Dow Chemical and Holtec, as well as Scro and Care, that was also mentioned. The first meeting was held in 2023. The local advisory group consisted of approximately 15 representatives from those organizations, as well as the community that I mentioned. And then the second local advisory group was held in 2025. And those were the two meetings. There were also individual meetings with those stakeholders that took place between those times. And the second local advisory group was to discuss some of the potential feedback that came from the community meeting. And that community meeting was held for the general public in 2024. Approximately 5,000 notices were sent out. And so that may be what was referenced previously. That was a mail out that would have gone as high as Lawrence and west to Morningside Avenue. And from those 5,000 notices, approximately 60 members of the public, as well as industry reps, attended that meeting. It was actually a facilitated working group where staff suggested wanted to hear from the community, wanted to hear their experiences about living in the area, working in the area, and then to hear their suggestions on what could be done to mitigate some of the issues that were heard, including the truck traffic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, in the interest of time,
Sorry.
I'm hoping I've already lost 2 minutes. I might be asking the permission from the rest of the council if I can get a bit more time. I wanted to check in on the improvement to this from coming out of this review that was initiated by complaints about noise and traffic and so on. The significant improvement is about the future, I'm assuming. That is going to be the site and area specific policy, which will shape what comes in future. I just want to ask staff to be clear if there are some improvements that needs to be done to the present context. This particular report does not exclude or prohibit us from doing that in the coming months and so on, if motions are brought in and stuff like that. So that community is clear that this doesn't mean it's a finished conversation around some of the traffic calming measures and safety measures that we talked about.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'll try and be brief. City plan or community planning cannot impose requirements on existing buildings and minor renovations that were to take place. So that's why we have made recommendations for new developments. But you'll see in the report, and my transportation colleagues could speak to it further, there's a whole list of transportation related improvements. Some of them are scheduled as soon as this summer, 2026, that will help improve the area as well.
Just to wrap up this part of the question, if I can, I'm just going to ask a bunch of things. I think it'll be helpful to see if GFL recycling could be formally requested to be brought in as a participant in the community awareness and emergency response group. I don't know if that's something that you do officially, as CFL has been often discussed through many deputants and community members as well. And my next question is around when the report says we want to attract businesses that are compatible to the area, who makes that decision and how can that decision be made or collaboratively with the community? And the last thing I want to ask is that the same thing, when you have site and area specific policy that evaluates transportation impacts, is it also a delegated authority to the staff, employment related staff, or is that something that can continue to be a community-oriented thing? Just the reason I ask that is we don't have an active, I don't know who the residents were, but we don't have an active association in this area. And that partly, I don't know if the residents in the group are reflective of the local population. I want to ask those, and then I'll finish with that. Thank you.
Okay, so through the chair for the GFL question, there is actually a site plan application in for the GFL site. It's just deemed incomplete currently, so they will be brought into the process. And should the recommendations be adopted today and through City Council, then they would have to adhere to those as well. I'll pass on to the next question.
Through the chair, the questions around compatibility and what would be deemed appropriate. It's obviously an area that is moored to the rail, as one of the deputants mentioned, but also would have, if the Scarborough Expressway had come to fruition, would have benefited from expressway access that would have serviced the area by truck, but that's not the current state. So any change to zoning permissions or uses that would not be permitted would be scrutinized for that compatibility lens under current official plan policies. And any site plan related matters, while delegated, would still be subject to the site and area specific policy around reviewing the appropriateness of truck traffic, taking into account the traffic improvements that my colleague mentioned that will be implemented, as well as the general carrying capacity for some of these intersections. Certain trucks are not, those double carriers may be able to make some of these turns, and thus the site would have to be planned to not have those types of uses that use those types of trucks.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions of staff? Seeing none. Can I ask, and I'm not sure, Ian, I see you over there from Economic Development. I'm trying to understand, so what the end game of this process is. This area was established in the 1950s. You know, it was very rural then. I've seen pictures. It's all single family residential. It's surrounded by single family residential now. There's only like 3 entry exit points, really: Beach Grove, Mance, or Coronation. Coronation and Mance both have schools on them. So when we talk about truck traffic, so we're going to talk about promoting, like the first recommendation is to market the Coronation Drive employment area. Is it underutilized in terms of density of facilities? Or I'm trying to understand, like, if we market it more to get more traffic in and out, it's either by truck or rail, and there's a lot of issues around rail. So I'm trying to understand what we're doing, because I see that in the report it says the employment numbers have already gone up. So I'm trying to understand what we're trying to accomplish.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, thank you. That's a very interesting and complex question. I think I'll start by saying that doing our best to preserve our employment areas and to increase the density of employment, as you've suggested, because as population grows, we need to grow the jobs. That said, this exercise, I think, was very helpful in zeroing in on the idea that while zoning can be used to identify certain industries that may or may not be appropriate, marketing is the way we actually can attract. And several efforts have been made already. My colleague Margie Galarno, who has been involved in this exercise, sent me a note indicating uses like research and development, laboratories, technology-based industries, clean technology sectors, and so on. And so through these methods, I think going forward, it's not that the area is experiencing greater than normal vacancies by any means, but what we would be trying to do is to encourage, and we would do this through a number of our contacts, such as the local realtors. We would be trying to encourage the types of businesses that would be light on trucks and heavy on employment.
Okay, thank you. And then, sorry, what does the second recommendation involve? It says amending the official plan for the area.
I believe that would be my colleagues in planning who would speak to that.
So to you, Chair, the site and area specific policy would involve requiring that future applicants of future development applications submit an transportation impact study that would include a focus on the truck traffic movement, the types of vehicles they would be using for their operation, in order for our transportation staff to study that and to provide mitigation measures or work with the industry, depending on their operations, to minimize the impact on the neighboring residents.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my questions. Speakers? Councillor Shan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the staff for all the work and everyone who participated in it. I think this is a great step forward, but there's a lot of real concerns that needs to be addressed, and I'm sure it won't be an easy path because obviously it is that balance that we are talking about. We are looking at things like speeding, noise, heavy traffic timing and nighttime. There are possibilities of alternative routes, objects that are falling from the traffic. So I think this will require a lot more collaborative planning. And I think one of the challenges has been the area residents formally do not have a structure right now in terms of engagement with this issue, and therefore I don't, from what I gauge, is that there has not been enough engagement. Because if you look at the area impacted, it's a very selected group of residents, and if those residents are not part of this conversation, it then does, like, resident engagement, broadly wouldn't make sense. And I don't know if we can answer every question that can be brought up by these residents, because obviously the industry had been there. But I do think there could be possibilities of arrangement that could be made. And I think that is part of the challenge that we'll have to undertake. And the GFL being part of the conversation is very critical, and we've tried to reach out to them as well. But I think it's important to have a formal way of engaging with them. I think when we talk about compatible with the area or future development or redevelopment come through this new policy of site and area specific policy, it is critical that there's a vibrant community engagement process that continues to support it. Employment areas are critical for us. I know I've been pushing for more employment in Scarborough, so 1,200 people working right here in Scarborough Rouge Park is a great thing. But I do think that how we attract the next set of businesses coming in here could be complementary to the type of businesses rather than the same type of business that may add to the traffic concern. So we might be able to figure out a way in which a proactive business development model is created and we get a bit holistic. And then my other concern technically is that with roads without sidewalks, with schools in the area, with senior population growing, I understand there are not too many routes to use, but some of these streets need better protection, whether it's Beach Grove or Mans or Coronation Drive. And so I know there are sub measures that are in the plan. There's also speed reduction that came in, but I hope this doesn't stop us from bringing additional layers of traffic calming, protection, and pedestrian safety and other measures that we could bring in. I think the last thing I'll say is that the rail service option and some other things that were mentioned by community members could be further explored in coming months. We also had a very long, detailed email from Toivo Taimla yesterday. I hope that gets added to that was sent to Scarborough Community Council, that could be added to the list of background communications, so that we have some of these concerns that are not lost as we move through this. So, but I'll finish off by saying that this is a work in progress, and I wasn't part of the early stages of it as it was initiated by the previous councillor, but I'm hoping the next part of this work is much more grounded with the local community that is actually directly impacted by this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shan. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none. Sorry, Councillor Shan, did you move the recommendations?
Yeah, I can move the recommendation.
Okay, all in favor of the recommendations? And that carries. Thank you. So our next item is, SC 33.15, 3718, and 3730 Kingston Road zoning bylaw amendment. This is an appeal report. And the first registered speaker is Marina Tandek from the Cliffcrest Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association. Sure. And I have a John Hartley. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to try and connect here. I know that time is precious, so it won't affect the amount of time. Well, maybe it will. Plugged it in. This is now. There we go. And we're on here. You can hear me? Good. Duplicate it. So, yeah. Great. All set? May I say you're certainly earning your salaries today. Not sure what the record is for agenda items in a one day, but it's impressive. Yep. Okay, so I'm going to talk about process, and I think the other speakers are going to talk more about the merits. But basically, the message is that we would like to see the previous council directives be honored before taking a definitive legal stance at the OLT. Going quickly through this, I think, you know, what council actually decided in the order that was decided, City Council had on April 30th refused the zoning amendment and directed, if appealed, that the city solicitor would oppose the appeal and retain outside experts. As you know, in the May City Council meeting, that was not adopted, but there was a community process referred. However, the developer bypassed that process and went straight to OLT. And now we have a staff recommendation that the solicitor attend the OLT to support the application in its current form. So the missing democratic link and to preserve the sort of municipal process here is that the community meeting called for in the May 2021 meeting has not occurred. If we look at what that April 30th decision was, just if I can quote from it, it said, in the event of an appeal, City Council direct the city solicitor to attend the hearing to oppose the appeal and retain external consultants to provide expert opinion evidence in support of City Council's refusal. And now we have a staff report saying City Council direct the city solicitor to attend the Ontario Land Tribunal hearing in support of the zoning bylaw amendment. We've seen an increasing scale as time went on for this project. What the staff report itself flags is that there are TDSB capacity warnings, there's funded EELRT dependency, and there are severe residential deficits. Just taking them one by one, the strain in metric one is the TDSB advised that there are maybe insufficient capacity to accommodate students anticipated from this development at Sir Wilfrid Laurier Collegiate Institute. That may mean busing, boundary changes, or portables. But if we also look at the density increase, you know, staff justify this by citing that the site is going to be served by emerging higher order transit networks through the EELRT. But we all know what the status of that is. The funding hasn't been secured, and there's no estimated completion date. So it's a bit like wishful thinking at this point. And then there's the issue of the parking allocation deficit. There's 419 residential units proposed, 219 total vehicular parking spaces, 193 that are dedicated, and then there's 26 visitor spaces which are shared with retail visitor parking. So there's a serious question of what would happen with the parking overflow in this development. What we would suggest is that there is premature support if this were to be adopted in the manner in which it's being recommended now. There's skipped community input, there's the unaddressed deficits. So the result that we'd like to see is don't support the appeal as filed, decline to direct the city solicitor to attend the OLT in support of the application in its current form. Honor the April 30th resolution by directing the city solicitor to oppose the appeal consistent with Community Council's own SC 31.2 recommendation, and complete the process that was endorsed in the May 2021 meetings. Now I will stop there because I know there's other speakers and I know you have a lot to do.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much. Peter, you're up, or is it Marina?
Good afternoon, Chair and Councilors. For the record, I'm Peter Thatchuk. I'm a director with the Cliffcrest Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association. And I live at 248 Scarborough Golf Club Road, about 700 to 800 feet north of the subject site at 3718, 3730 Kingston Road. We are here today with one specific ask. Please direct City Legal to attend the Ontario Land Tribunal hearing and fight this 24-story proposal. Do not walk away from your previous rejection of this proposal and let this developer win by default. In our opinion, the developer's behavior over the last few months reveals their true nature. My understanding is that on May 20th, 21st of this year, City Councilor gave the developer a clear directive. Hold a community meeting at your own expense in order to bring forward an alternative plan. Instead of following through on this directive, they immediately fled to the OLT on a non-decision loophole. This is in keeping with their history of neglecting our concerns, including a previously canceled public meeting because of their failure to post mandatory community signage. This community cannot help believing that their behavior is highly hypocritical. TAS brands itself as a certified B Corporation. It is our understanding that B Corps are legally bound to prioritize community, welfare, and transparency over raw profit. Skipping community consultations to force a 24-story tower through a provincial tribunal does not appear to us to be befitting of a B Corporation. Furthermore, councillors, as stewards of our community, you must look closely at the severe risk of project failure. Internet research reveals that TAS is navigating through severe financial constraints, having recently lost control of their Labatt Village and Dundas Street West projects to receiverships. If you rubber stamp this massive 24-story upzoning for a company facing public insolvency issues, you cannot be certain that you are approving housing, affordable or otherwise. You are risking a potentially massive multi-year hole in the ground that will become a permanent blight on Kingston Road. It seems that planning support for this project is built on an unfunded ghost train. It relies on future transit promises that do not exist today, while offering a mere 219 parking spaces for 419 units in a currently car-dependent neighborhood. This vehicular gridlock will dump directly onto Scarborough Golf Club Road through a single driveway, dangerously close to a very busy intersection. Worse, the physical transition is flawed. A minimum setback of just 7 to 11 meters to the south-facing backyards of the 3-story townhouses directly abutting on the north is a blatant violation of stable neighborhood transitions. In summary, please, councillors, do not reward a developer for so disrespecting the existing community. direct the city solicitor to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal to oppose this developer's appeal and protect our neighborhood from an unstable and inappropriate development. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Peter. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it. Marina?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Marina Taddens, and I'm a director of the Cliffcrest Scarborough Village Southwest Residents Association. I am here regarding 3718 Kingston Road. Scarborough Community Council deferred this dense 24-story proposal because community consultation was unfinished. But instead of working with our neighborhood, the developer chose to walk away, exploit the planning timeline, and appeal directly to the Ontario Land Tribunal. I am here to demand that City Council immediately authorize the city solicitor and crucial independent third-party planning and engineering experts to attend the OLT to oppose this development. The Director of Planning issued a positive approval report for 3718 Kingston Road. At 5 to 11 Bellamy consultation, city staff openly admitted that legal reality of this. Once city planning writes a positive report, the city is barred from using its own internal planners to oppose the project at the OLT. We know exactly how this plays out. We look at 3291 Kingston Road. It had a positive staff report too. Why wasn't an outside planner assigned there? Because city legal used a positive report as an excuse to wave the white flag, head behind closed doors, and sign a confidential settlement directive under CC 8.14. If the committee does not explicitly vote today to authorize the budget for an independent third-party planning consultant, City Legal will use the exact same playbook for 3718 Kingston Road. They will claim they have no planning witnesses to defend the file, they will settle with the developer, and they will completely erase our community consultation again. If a positive policy report is all a developer needs to strip the city of its internal legal defense at the tribunal, then zoning holding provisions are no longer just an administrative option, they are an absolute last line of defense. Do not let this developer bypass the community through a procedural ambush at the OLT. Authorize the budget to hire an independent third-party planning and civil engineering witness who can actually speak the truth about our infrastructure capacity, school safety, and flooding risks. Secure the H provision needed on this property at the tribunal, or the legacy homeowners of Scarborough Village will pay the price for this flawed system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for the deputant? Seeing none. Thanks, Marina. Appreciate it. We have one more deputant, John Hartley. John's online. Okay. Mr. Hartley, can you hear me? John Hartley?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, John. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Firstly, let me express a little sympathy for our counselors in front of us today. You're subjected usually to an unending stream of supplicants with vested interests seeking your beneficence. Yesterday, I actually had the astounding experience of listening to Mr. Perks, one of your colleagues, confess to the fact that this council has created a condo nightmare. It's something that you've enabled, that you've supported, that you've pursued constantly by constantly upzoning properties. astounding as Mr. Perk's confession was, given that he's actually on the way out the door, he then proceeded, of course, to propose several more upzonings. Not only were they upzonings on Queen Street West, but they're also upzonings without any parking. So what I'm urging you today to do is to consider that the electorate is waking up. They're very unhappy with the performance of this council because they have borne the results. They are living in a city that's infested with vacant, boarded up lots. They're living in a city with a huge number of homeless people. And yet we have a huge number of chicken coop size bachelor units that nobody wants to buy and nobody wants to live in. And Mr. Perks actually, rightfully so, confessed to the fact that it was the city itself that promoted and pursued and made this huge land speculation boom happen. You have the power to stop that. This just one small application today, an application that you've actually decided in the past not to support. You have the resources to do this. You have hundreds of lawyers on staff at the city. So many lawyers that in fact, it would be one of the largest law firms in the city if it was a private law firm. You have the power to stop this. You just need to choose to use that power. And in the famous words of Nancy Reagan, just say no. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. We're on to questions of staff. Questions of staff? No questions of staff? Speakers? Okay, I have an amendment that I would like to move, or a motion. Yep. So I'm moving the following recommendation: that City Council direct the city solicitor, together with the appropriate city staff, to attend the Ontario Land Tribunal hearing to oppose the zoning bylaw amendment application for the property at 3718 and 3730 Kingston Road in its current form. City Council authorizes the city solicitor to retain external consultants to provide expert opinion evidence in opposition to the application and in support of the City Council's position at the Ontario Land Tribunal to oppose the application to amend zoning bylaw to permit the proposed development at 3718 and 3730 Kingston Road in its current form. City Council authorizes city solicitor and city staff to take any necessary steps to implement City Council's decision, including requesting any conditions of approval that would be in the city's interest in the event the Ontario Land Tribunal allows the appeal in whole or in part. And so, to my colleagues, I'm moving an amendment directing our city solicitor to attend the Ontario Land Tribunal hearing to oppose this application in its current form and to authorize the hiring of external experts to defend council's position. In May, City Council gave the developer a fair opportunity. We referred this item back to today's meeting to give them time to revise their 24-story proposal and to hold a community meeting. Instead of working with the community and the city, the applicant chose to walk away and bypassed our residents by filing an appeal directly to the Ontario Land Tribunal. They did not change anything in the plans, and they'll be asking Tribunal to force through the exact same unrevised 24-story that this community council already recommended for refusal. The community was very clear at the last meeting, and now as well you can see by the communication submitted to this item before us and the deputants today, they remain strongly opposed to this development in its current form and height. My amendment ensures the city will be able to oppose this unrevised proposal and community council's original decision and hire the necessary outside experts to protect the planning integrity of the Scarborough-Guildwood community. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you. Sorry, questions of me? All right. So all in favor of the amendment? That carries unanimously. Don't have to do item as amended? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks everybody for coming in, all the deputants for coming in this afternoon. All right, we are on to SC 32.22 for Brooklawn Avenue, an application for a fence exemption. We have one registered speaker, Mukta Hassan. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes
Hi.
whenever you're ready.
I'm here to speak for my dad. He had to go to work. 1 second. Basically our fence is a bit longer than it should be. We live on a slope, so unintentionally the back is longer than the front, and it's a couple of inches longer than it should be. Also, another reason is because me and my brother like to play outside, and there's always balls, like basketballs and stuff, like flying to like our neighbor's yard. So they made it a bit longer for their privacy and also just not to disturb them. Also, a couple of months ago, someone trespassed onto our property and basically stepped onto the gutter and damaged it, which left my family very scared and they felt unsafe. And I also have neighbor support. One of them is from our neighbor Raphael. This was on May 23rd, and he was basically saying that the fence has been up for a year and he doesn't believe in shortening our fence. He also made another email on August 7th trying to let us know that he doesn't object it as he doesn't have any problem. Is there? Okay. Okay, thank you. This is from Raphael. This is the second email, and I'll give you guys a second to read it. Just cover that with my fingers. Okay. Here's another email from him. Okay, okay. Just read. Okay. This one isn't an email, it's just a note from our neighbor Ronald. He's neighboring our backyard, and he just wanted to say that he has no concerns with our fence and he's okay with it being how it is currently. And that's about it. Oh, actually, there's two other emails. One is from the owner of 5 Brooklyn Avenue, so the house across from us. He says he's fully okay with our fence staying as is. We also have another email from 7 Brooklyn Avenue, and the owner, Erin, said she has no problem with the fence staying as is, and she thinks that since it's been like this for over a year, she doesn't think that reducing the height by a few inches would provide any meaningful benefit, and that's about it.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Kennebell?
First of all, thank you for deputing. I hope it was also a learning lesson as a student. And just wanted to confirm all the letters of support are from immediate neighbors surrounding your house.
The only two that aren't immediate are 5 and 7, but 6 and 32 are immediate neighbors.
And they're just directly opposite 5 and 7, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councillor Kennebell?
Thank you, Chair. In the staff's opinion, does the existing fence pose any significant public safety or neighborhood concerns?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, in my opinion, no, it does not. It is strictly just an overheight fence.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions of staff? Speakers? Councillor Kennebell?
Thank you, Chair. This exemption request, I think, is very legitimate, reasonable. The neighbors in the immediate vicinity are supportive. It's just a slight, I guess, above the bylaw. I'm supportive of granting an exemption. So that'll be the motion I'll put on the floor for this item. And given staff's response regarding public safety or any there isn't any significant public safety or neighborhood concerns. Given that support,
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Kennebell. Other speakers? Councillor Thompson?
I just wanted to lend my support to the councillor's motion, but also to commend the young lady who was exceptional. She's 15 years old, and she's here very confident speaking to us on behalf of her dad who had to go to work, and she's standing in. I just want to say that is just really wonderful, and to thank you, and you should be very proud, and I know your dad's very proud, and I just want to say this is the state of leadership for our young people who are just phenomenal, Mr. Chair. I'm so very happy that you're here. It is such a pleasure to hear you speak with a poise and confidence of a 15-year-old. I want to say that maybe one day you'll be sitting around this chamber as a leader in the community. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other speakers? Councillor Manses?
Mr. Chair, I'm also giving my support to Councillor Kennebell for the item, and I also want to commend the young lady for her speaking at today's community council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Manses. So we have the motion before us. All in favor? And that carries unanimously. Well done. Our next item is SC 33.23, 10 Whitecap Boulevard, an application for a fence exemption. And, oh, sorry, am I on the? Sorry, there's no speakers on this one. No. Councillor Kennebell? Questions of staff?
Thank you, Chair. Just give me 1 second. Pulling up the question. Has staff engaged with the property owner regarding the issues of the fence enclosure, and if they can speak to those engagements?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, I have been engaged personally with the homeowner for the past 2 years on multiple occasions each year. There have been a number of attempts by the homeowner to create different enclosures that would have resulted in more violations than are in the current fence exemption. And at this time, this is where the homeowner decided to stop. So the exemption was put forward.
Thank you. And secondly, is the current pool enclosure a safety hazard?
Through the chair, in my opinion, yes, it is. It violates the bylaw and poses a significant safety hazard.
Thank you. Thank you, staff.
Those are your questions, Councillor? Okay. Anyone else to question, staff? All right, seeing none, Councillor. Anyone to speak? Please go ahead.
Through you, Chair, I'll move the staff recommendation on this item.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Candaval is moving the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We are now moving to our next item. That's SC 33.24, 116 Priestley Avenue. Application for fence exemption. Councillor Candaval, this is your ward. I don't know staff. Is there a speaker? Okay, I don't have the list. You have the list, and
I think the speakers agreed to deferral. Him and the neighbor have agreed to a deferral to sort it out.
Is Mr. Hogue here? Okay, I don't see. So they spoke with you and they. Okay, so Councillor, you'll be moving a deferral on the item?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have a motion?
Staff, I'm sorry if we haven't provided it, but I guess for the first regular meeting of 2027, or I'm not aware. Is there one in November, December?
Do you need a minute then to? Or should we?
What do you recommend? Yeah, sure.
Clerk
We'll do that.
front.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, it's on the screen, Councillor. Do you want to read it?
That consideration, the item be deferred until the first Scarborough Community Council meeting of 2027.
All right, what say you members? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right. Moving right along, we are moving to SC 33.25. It's 125 Priestley Avenue. That's the application for a fence exemption. Is there a speaker? There's no speaker on this particular item, Councillor.
Thank you. This is a minor application, north side fence. Can staff explain, through you, Chair, can staff explain how the retaining wall or raised garden bed affects the measured height of the fence?
Through you, Chair, yes. So the property in question, as they back onto a different zone property, are allowed to have a 2.5 meter fence behind their property. But in part of their build, they put a retaining wall and a garden bed and built the fence on top of that, which increased the height of the fence by about 20 inches across the board. And as such, it put that back fence in violation. The side fence that runs between the two properties starts out at proper height, but then they wanted it to match the back fence, so it then steps up to the same height at the back, but it is purely just an overheight fence request.
Right, and that overheight is only there because of the garden bed, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Councillor Candaval. Other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Candaval?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, as we heard from staff, the overheight is only in relation to the garden bed. I support this exemption given that it is a minor and only in relation to a garden bed. So I'll move the recommendation to exclude or exempt from the fence exemption.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Any other speakers on this item? So we have the amendment before us. All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. Our next item is SC 33.26, 20 Chatterton Boulevard, an application for a fence exemption. Councillor, questions of staff? Councillor Candaval?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to staff, have you inspected the site to see what the violations initially were?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. Yes, Councillor, I have multiple times. I started with this. I've been working with the property owner for 2 years to come to where we are now to bring the property into a better compliance.
And have those interactions been positive and meaningful, substantive?
Through you, Chair, yes, they have been very positive. The homeowner has been very willing to work with MLS to try to rectify some of the violations.
Gotcha. And can staff confirm whether the applicant has substantially or meaningfully replaced the previous fence?
Through you, Chair, yes. So when I first started out there, there were very different violations than where we are now. And the homeowner has taken substantial steps to try to come into compliance, but there are still some areas of deficiencies based on the materials that she bought.
Gotcha. And have there been any complaints from neighboring properties regarding the current fence?
Through you, Chair, not to my knowledge.
Would staff agree that this is not a case where the owner ignored the bylaw, but rather one where there has been substantial compliance and it's been achieved with limited deficiencies? Would that be fair to say?
Through you, Chair, yes, the owner has done what we have asked from the get-go. And even if the owner had have stuck with their approved plans for the pool permit, there would have been a violation based on the backyard that would have had to come to council for an exemption anyway.
And then lastly, in staff's view, would requiring complete reconstruction result in replacing fencing that is otherwise functional and in good condition?
Through you, Chair, yes. So for complete compliance, they would have to take fences out and replace them, which would be a significant financial burden on the homeowner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Canaville. Other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers on this item, Councillor Canaville.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. As we heard from staff, the applicant has worked in good faith with MLS over 2 years now, and as we heard, have made substantial changes that are in the spirit of the bylaw. There haven't been any complaints from any folks in the immediate vicinity or on the street. And they are moving towards full compliance. And on this issue, given that it would be incredibly, I think, expensive for full replacement, and there isn't significant concern from staff, I'm willing to move an exemption on this item for Chatterton.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Canaville. Questions of the mover? Seeing none. Other speakers? So we have the item amendment before us. All in favor? That carries, and we're on to item number 27, SC 33.27, 2217 Kingston Road, application for a fence exemption in Ward 20. Questions of staff? Councillor Canaville?
Just for context, this is an important institution in our ward. We're home to Ontario's only home for previously incarcerated Indigenous women. This is the Thunder Women Healing Lodge, and we've been supportive through many iterations to see this project, and it's actually the second in all of Canada. It's an important institution in our country, and they're seeking a fence exemption. I just wanted to ask staff, does the fence exemption, would this support the safety and the privacy of the individuals who live in the shelter or in the healing lodge?
Through you, Chair, that is correct, Councillor. It would very much provide safety and security, which was what they were looking for with the application.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff on this item? Speakers? Councillor Canaville?
Thank you, Chair, and I'll move, given the importance for safety, privacy, and the of this important institution, I'll move the exemption for 2217 Kingston Road.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the mover? Seeing none. Further speakers? Seeing none. All in favor of the amendment? That carries. And our next item is SC 33.28, 31 McDonald Avenue, request for a fence exemption of the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, Ward 20. Questions of staff? Oh, sorry, is there a deputy? My apologies. My apologies. Sarah Sherban?
Yes, I'm here present.
All right, you have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sarah Sherban, and I am the owner and resident of 31 McDonald. I'm here today to respectfully request approval of my application for this fence exemption. I believe the circumstances of my property do make it appropriate for council discretion. When I first purchased this property in 2021, one of my first projects was replacing an aging chain link fence that surrounded the property. I did hire a professional contractor at that time. And before construction began, I specifically instructed this contractor that the fence was to comply with all City of Toronto bylaws. I had believed that those instructions were retained and followed. I had no intention of constructing a fence that did exceed the city height requirements. It was only after receiving the notice of violation that I became aware that the fence had exceeded the permitted height. And once I became aware of this issue, I have followed all city process to submit this exemption and resolve this. I did review the staff report from the site visit, and I respectfully note that the report did not identify any adverse impacts arising from the fence itself. The report did not identify any public safety concerns, any traffic or pedestrian sightline issues, any encroachment onto public property, any structural concerns, or any impact on municipal infrastructure. And a little context just surrounding my property. Unlike a lot of residential properties, my rear property line does not back onto another traditional residential backyard. Instead, it actually backs onto a parking area that's associated with a shared residential property. As a result, this does experience considerable more activity than a typical residential backyard. There's 3 to 4 cars that are in this parking area and upwards of 10 garbage cans. And additionally, just replacing or reconstructing this fence would impose a significant financial hardship on myself. I'm a first-time homeowner and I live here with a single income. Rebuilding this structurally sound fence because of this variance would cost me several thousands of dollars and provide very little practical public benefit. So in closing, I do respectfully ask that you consider the circumstances before you today. I did act in good faith. I hired professionals. I specifically instructed that the work did comply with city bylaws. The variance is modest. The fence is professionally constructed and very well maintained. The city report does not identify any public safety concerns or adverse impacts aside from the fact that it does exceed the permitted height. And for these reasons, I do respectfully request that the council approve my application. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. Questions of staff? Councillor Candabel?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff, just want to confirm the amount of overage or overheight. My understanding that it's 3 inches. I just want to confirm that if that's what we're dealing with.
Through you, the chair. On the south side, the difference is approximately about 6 inches. And on the north side, the difference is approximately 9 inches.
Thank you. And given the applicant's description of what is abutting her from behind, in staff's opinion, given 3 to 6 inches, is there any adverse impacts from this deviation, in your opinion?
In my opinion, no.
Thank you, staff.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Candabel. Other questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers, Councillor Candabel.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, given the very minor discrepancy or deviation from the bylaw and the a tremendous cost it would place on the resident who on a single income, I find this unreasonable and willing to grant the exemption. I'll move the motion to grant the exception to 31 McDonald Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Candabel. Questions of the mover? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, and that carries. Our next item is SC 33.29 to Deerbrook Trail. application for a fence exemption in Ward 22, Scarborough Agent Court. And we have one registered speaker, Mr. Paul Lee. Mr. Lee here.
Mr. Chair, it's Councillor Mantis.
Oh, he's withdrawn? Okay. Councillor Mantis, questions of staff?
So I've spoken with I don't have any questions to staff.
Oh, okay.
I just
All right.
want to speak on the item.
Okay, go ahead.
I spoke with Mr. Lee, and he's agreed that to defer the item for, I believe it's what the first, we've said for the first council meeting of 2027. So we can speak with the resident and with staff to make sure to have a proper resolution for this matter.
Okay, any questions of the mover? Seeing none, all in favor of the deferral? That carries. Our next item is SC 33.30, 1 Summer Bridge Road, an application for a fence exemption. Questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? I'm going to move the recommendation. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.31, 8 Faraday Drive, an application for a fence exemption. Any questions of staff? Speakers? I'm going to move the recommendation. All in favor? That carries. Our next item is SC 33.32, 21 Mantis Road, an application for a fence exemption in Ward 25, Scarborough Rouge Park. Councillor Shan?
I'll move staff recommendation.
Councillor Shan's moving staff recommendations. All in favor? That carries. Our next item is SC 33.33, 34 Roderick Road, a request for a fence exemption. I have 2 registered speakers. The first one, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Councillor Shan?
Question to staff, quick.
Questions of staff?
Just understanding if this resident was made aware of the process to be able to depute, or like what is our usual interaction when we have final communication?
Through you, Chair, just for clarity, are we speaking to
Roderick, 34 Roderick.
34 Roderick?
Yeah.
If they were made aware?
Yeah.
Yes, they were.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions of staff? Speakers? Councillor Shan?
I'll move staff recommendation.
Councillor Shan's moving staff recommendations. All in favor? That carries. Our next item is SC 33.34, 689 Morris Road, a request for a fence exemption of the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. I have 2 registered speakers. The first one is Robert Vitro. Mr. Vitro, can you hear us? Robert Vitro?
Hello?
Hi, Robert. Mr. Vitro, can you hear us?
Yes, I can now.
You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Robert Vitro. I live at 691 Morris Road. I am the neighbor directly beside the property seeking the fence exemption at 689 Morris Road. I am here to state respectfully that I oppose the appeal seeking in the exemption of the fence constructed in the front line property of 689 Morris Road. I would like to make it clear at this time that the owner of 689 Morris Road has constructed a solid metal wall, not a fence, on this front property line. The wall is not a minor deviation from the city's fence bylaw, it's a major one. The fence is over 7 feet high and has a retaining, he built it on top of a retaining wall. The fence is also made of steel that you cannot see through it whatsoever. Beyond its non-compliance, the wall raises significant concerns regarding construction quality and public safety. It has been poorly constructed and sections have already fallen onto my property. The most serious concern is the impact the wall and the front folding gate have on visibility on our driveway. Due to the fence's height, solid construction, and proximity to the roadway, Our overview of the busy street is significantly obstructed whenever we attempt to exit our driveway. We are forced to move our vehicles partially into the roadway before we can see approaching traffic and before approaching drivers can see us. This creates an unnecessary and foreseeable risk of collision involving our family, pedestrians, cyclists, and other motorists. In addition to all this, we live in a very busy intersection within 25 meters of a school where parents park to drop off and pick up their kids from school. It is important to note that the fence owner chose to construct this fence without first ensuring that it was completed with city's bylaws. Rather than knowing that the fence bylaw beforehand, the owner proceeded with inappropriate construction and is now requesting exemption after the fact. He knew that he was wrong right from the start. Granting this appeal would undermine the purpose of the city bylaws, setting a troubling precedent that property owners may disregard municipal regulations. Bylaws exist to promote safety, fairness, consistency throughout the community. In addition to the safety concerns, the appearance of this oversized solid metal graded enclosure is inconsistent with the character of our neighborhood and negatively affects the streetscape. It gives the appearance of a gated compound rather than a residential property, diminishing the visual appeal of the community. Above all this matter, the public safety, the visible obstruction created by the wall and gate presents a real ongoing hazard. If the committee chooses to grant the exception despite the clear non-compliance of the city bylaw and known safety concerns, it should recognize that it's accepting responsibility for allowing hazardous condition to remain. I pose a question to who will be held accountable should an injury, collision, or property damage occur because of the obstructed visibility created by this wall. I do not wish to appear unreasonable, but respectfully ask that the wall be removed ASAP and the owners of 698-89 Morris Road comply with the city fence bylaw. This is in our front, and anybody that comes there tells us that it's terrible to look at.
Sorry, Mr. Vitro,
Thank
if
you
I
for
can
your
ask you to
time
wrap
and
up, please.
consideration. I beg your pardon?
If I can ask you to wrap up, please.
I have wrapped up. Thank you for your consideration. I hope you don't approve this because the fence is not a fence, it's a wall.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Questions for the deputant? Seeing none, our next deputant is Sarah Mahdi. Sarah Mahdi online? Nope. Okay, we'll move on to questions of staff. Questions of staff? Councillor Shan?
Thank you. To staff, I was informed that the report that came as part of the submission here is not updated. There has been some more additional revision that the homeowner is able to do and has been working on. So just wanted to clarify if there was an oversight or a delay in getting the right report here.
Through you, Chair, yes, I was recently made aware of that too. I can confirm that a recent inspection was done May of this year. So if any work was concluded from May till now, then it wouldn't be reflected in this report.
But has there been conversations with the city around some of the work that
Through
that
you,
they're
the
willing-
Chair, the only communication I received was, I believe, yesterday. Yeah, I believe it was the same one you received with respect to new work being done.
New work being done? Okay.
Okay, other questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? Councillor Shan?
So I have a motion to defer this item to the first council in 2027 to allow time for the updating between the work that the homeowner is doing plus work together with MLS to see if that could be brought into compliance before it's brought back because of the missing information in this report.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the mover? Seeing none, all in favor of the deferral? That carries. And our next item is SC 33.36, 1650 Military Trail Phase 2, Construction Staging Area, held by Councillor Shan. Councillor Shan?
In the interest of time, I'll just move staff recommendation. on this one.
Okay, Councillor Shan's moving staff recommendations on number 36. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried.
Chair. 138.
Our next item is SC 33.38, Morris Road, operational closure at Highway 2A and Military Trail Road alteration, held by Councillor Shan. Councillor Shan, questions of staff?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, just wanted to ask and confirm that the cul-de-sac and what is being paid by the developer in terms of the changes that are being done with respect to the creation of the cul-de-sac.
Through your chair, costs of these works will be offset through development charge credit against the roads and related component of development charges.
Thank you. I'm of the understanding that this was part of the transportation plan for that area that was developed a few years back. And what type of traffic impact mitigation is being considered for Highland Creek area as a result of this closure? I know there was some conversation about signalization of Kingston and Military Trail intersection. I know there are some challenges to it, but just want to understand what is happening around the area to mitigate for some of these, some of the potential transportation issues, traffic issues.
Through the chair, I believe we would have to follow up with your office regarding these details. I don't have we will have to refer back to Highland Creek Village Transportation Master Plan for this.
Okay. There is a pocket that is being developed or enhanced in Moorish, where the closure will kind of finish the missing sidewalk related stuff. Is there any commitment to have that completed, or and would the developer or development charges be part of that?
Through the chair, there is a obligation for under the, I believe, the Section 37 agreement for 1650 Military Trail to construct the streetscape improvements. To provide some additional clarity on your previous question, there is some technical review that was done on the traffic signal that was discussed internally, but the scope required to redesign, particularly Highway 2A, to make a safe and functional intersection was beyond what the site-specific development was intended to deliver. So the approaches going back towards the bridge was just it would have been very difficult to advance within the pocket of funding available. So the money is instead being spent on these local improvements.
Okay. And just to confirm that this closure that is being proposed at Highway 2A and Military Trail and Morris Road area was part of a transportation plan developed when, and when is it expected to be full plan? I know Old Kingston and Kingston is another area where there's some changes that are being planned as well.
The transportation, through the chair, the transportation master plan that was advanced by transportation planning and implemented through certain development reviews is incremental in nature. So this is the western piece of a road that will eventually loop through lands which the city does not have control of, back towards Old Kingston Road to basically fulfill the circulation requirements of the area. But the land takings are not available at this point because there's no development application to take the lands from.
Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, my time is way off. Okay, thank you.
Other questions of staff on this item? Speakers? Councillor Shan.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of the staff recommendations? That carries. Thank you.
Chair, I don't know if it's possible, but the next item and 47 could be coupled together. There's appetite to merge the two items because they have to do with Oak Ridge. But if not, then we don't have to.
39 and 47?
39, 47,
So you want a couple 39 and 47?
if possible.
Madam Clerk, can we? Yep. Okay. You have our, yep. So we're gonna couple 39 and 40. So we're gonna couple SC 33.39, Oak Ridge Street Plan, and SC 33.47, Danforth Avenue Traffic Safety Improvements. And then we're gonna vote on them separately.
I think they're two speakers.
I do have a speaker on number 39, and I have a speaker on number 47. So on number 39, our speaker is Todd LeBlanc. Mr. LeBlanc online. Todd LeBlanc, Mr. LeBlanc, can you hear me? Mr. LeBlanc, Todd LeBlanc. Todd LeBlanc. Okay. So, and then our other deputy on number 47 is Kevin Rampasing. He's not online. And he's not here. All right, we'll go back to number 39, Oak Ridge Street Plan. Questions of staff? Questions of staff? Anybody? Questions of staff on number 47? Speakers on number 39? Councillor Canaville?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I want to thank the work from city staff over at least 2 years on this, as well as the work we've done in between. They recognize changing and evolving area with a large number of young families and the duty and obligation we have to provide safe streets. So I want to thank staff's work on engaging with the community and coming up with these recommendations. But this work continues. So beyond this, looking for further engagement to respond to any new arising challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Canaville. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none. All in favor of the recommendations in number 39? Carried. And the other item was SC 33.47, Danforth Avenue Traffic Safety Improvements. All in favor of the recommendations? That carries. Thank you. Our next item is SC 33.43, High Castle Road and Pine Slope Crescent Traffic Calming Speed Humps. There are 2 registered deputants, but I was told that they both have left. So this item's in my ward, so I'm going to move the recommendations. Sorry? Oh, sorry. My staff said they both left. Sorry. Sorry. We jumped the gun. Sorry, I exceeded my authority. So I'm moving the recommendations in number 43. On favor, that carries. SC 33.45, Rouge River Traffic Calming Speed Humps, held by Councillor Shan.
Thank you. I have a motion to authorize the speed humps on Rouge River Drive.
Okay, questions of the mover? All in favor of the motion, the amendment, sorry, this is an amendment? In favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. No? Okay. Forget that last vote. SC 33 point, oh, number 47. We're booting it along now. SC 33.48, Warden Avenue and Continental Place / private access, traffic control signals and traffic regulations held by Councillor Thompson. Councillor Thompson, questions of staff?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff has actually answered my question offline. I want to thank them and move the item. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Thompson moving the recommendations in number 48. All in favor? That carries. We're now on SC 33.55, expansion of the free floating car share program in Ward 20. We have one registered speaker, Kevin Rampasing. He's online. Mr. Rampasing, can you hear me?
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes to address Community Council, and we're on number 55, expansion of the free floating car share program in Ward 20.
Yeah, sorry, I just need 1 second because.
And you can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. So my name is Kevin Rupasing. I'm a resident of Scarborough Southwest. I've lived here for many years, and I'm a very active member of our community, a recognized leader who's part of many groups. I've founded several groups in our community as well, and I work in engineering. I get to help our cities solve some of the biggest challenges we face in transportation, land use, infrastructure, sustainability. That's what I get to do for work. I'm here today to speak in support of the expansion of car share into Scarborough. I've long spoken out that expanding car share across the city is something that needs to happen so that residents all over the city have fair access to a great program. Access to car share means that we have fewer people who need to own their own personal vehicle. And what we would expect to see from that is that the city becomes more affordable for people at different stages of life who might not want to have one car for every adult because that's the only way they can reliably get around. It means that there's going to be fewer people on the road driving, and that it is easier for people to rely on transit, biking, and walking for most of the trips that they need. And then every now and then they can get into a car. For far too long, that has been something only available to people in the old city of Toronto. And expanding this into Scarborough is fantastic. I will say it's a little disappointing that we're not even looking at all of Scarborough. We're not even looking at all of Scarborough Southwest. We're looking at a fraction, very, very small fraction of our community here. And this has taken years and years of study. I'd urge you to approve this, and we really need to get on with moving this along to meet our climate goals, our affordability goals, our equity goals. Absolutely encourage you to support this car share motion. And in particular, I'd really like to thank Infrastructure Chair, Councillor Paula Fletcher, who's been moving this along and helping to see car share fairly expanded across the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Questions of the deputy? Seeing none. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate your time. Questions of staff? Speakers? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to staff for working with our office on this item, one that is not completely popular in the ward, but I've recognized and supported this despite opposition from community. And I think their concerns were addressed through the engagement we did over the past year. This is an important step to address the ability for families to go perhaps from 2 cars to 1, given the reality of transportation, transit, and the built form in Scarborough. And what many in our office have in our conversations with community has talked about the idea of 1.5 cars, meaning a family could potentially have their needs met through one car, and the 0.5 a reference to a combination of transit, e-bike, cycling, communal auto in this case, and as well as ride share. So that's part of a bigger approach to helping reduce our dependency, given the immense challenges of getting around without a car for many families. So I think this is a step in the right direction. We chose to do it in one of our 6 neighborhoods, Oak Ridge, that is served by 2 transit stations, Victoria Park subway station as well as Warden Station. The idea, if this is successful and community concerns are allayed, and we can see the tremendous value these free floating car share programs have, then we can expand it in our ward. And I encourage my colleagues to give it consideration in their wards. I know neighborhoods and RAs, residents associations, have issues with this, but I think your wards can look at the success from this expansion into the Oak Ridge community, and potentially amongst the other neighborhoods in my ward. So I was happy to work with staff to bring this into the first part into Scarborough, to bring in car share into Scarborough, and looking forward to the results. And we're excited what this can provide residents and help alleviate and address transit and transportation inequity in our suburbs. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kennebell. Other speakers? Councillor Thompson? Oh, you're jumping the gun. All right. Other speakers on this item? Seeing none. All in favor of the recommendations, especially Councillor Thompson? Your ward's next. All right, our next item is SC 33.69, Bathgate Drive, traffic calming, Ward 25. Councillor Shan.
Thank you. I would like to move a motion to authorize speed humps on Bathgate Drive.
Bathgate.
Bathgate, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. All in favor? That carries. SC 33.69. Oh, sorry, just did that one. SC 33.70. Danzig Street, traffic calming. Councillor Shan.
Thank you. Moving a motion to be adopted to have traffic calming measures, speed humps on Danzig Street on my side of the ward. It already has on Councillor Ainsley's, Deputy Mayor Ainsley. We're just adding.
All right. Thanks for the shout out. All in favor of the motion by Councillor Shan. Carried. SC 33.71, Dean Park Road, traffic calming, Ward 25, held by Councillor Shan. Councillor?
Moving this motion to be adopted to have an investigation into traffic calming measures for Dean Park.
All in favor of the motion by Councillor Shan. That carries. And our second last item, SC 33.72, Pharmacy Avenue and Stamford Square South / Rosita Crescent, traffic control signals, Ward 20, held by Councillor Kennebell. Councillor Kennebell?
Move the recommendation.
Councillor Kennebell is moving the recommendations in number 72. All in favor? That carries. And at 6:14, we're on SC 33.73, introduction of the bylaws for wards 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to move the bylaws?
With great pleasure. Thank you. That bills 776 to 828 and 973 to 975 prepare for the July 9th, 2026 meeting 33 of the Scarborough Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed, subject to sections 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to all the staff. Sorry, there's one more. Oh, Councillor Shan.
I move that confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Scarborough Community Council acting under the delegated authority at meeting 33 on July 9, 2026 be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
All in favor? Carried. And that concludes our business for today. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to all of our amazing staff. And that's our last community council meeting of this term. Especially all the technology people up there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.